Can you start?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, everybody from the West Coast. Good afternoon, everybody from the East Coast. I am Dr. Krishna Kalluri, alternate counselor of the Southern California section of the American Chemical Society SCALACS. And I will present a very brief introduction on this high school students research symposium before I hand over to the first speaker. In our area, SCALACS area, we studied most of the schools that are present here, and which belong to the Los Angeles Unified School District predominantly. There are 1,302 schools there, but only few schools, 5% have the advanced studies or the research curriculum. Not many students enroll in the STEM subjects, and enrollment in STEM research is sparse, especially in chemistry. Predominantly, those enrolled are in biology and medicine-related topics, and those are the ones that are offered by the schools that do have the high school research program. So with this background, we thought actually it will be a good idea for SCALACS to promote STEM education as well as research at the high school level. And then that begs the question, are not high school students too young to do research? The history, we look at the history, and history tells us that there are a lot of them in the annals of history. C.V. Raman, India's first Nobel laureate, was only 16 when he began his experimental research on sound and light. Mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujan was 17 when he independently developed and investigated the Bernoulli numbers and the Euler-Mascheroni constant. Ada Lovelace, often called the world's first programmer, was merely 17 when she began working with Charles Babbage, the father of modern computing. Not to mention my own self, I finished my high school at 13 years and I finished my bachelor's program when I was running my 16th year. Then why high school students should take research or they consider taking up research? For one thing, it is exciting. Unlike classroom learning where you ask questions to which answers are known, research involves asking questions to which answers are yet to be found. It gives you valuable skills. Research helps you think critically, collaborate, and be original, self-motivated, and persistent. These are skills that can help you lifelong. Then it can help you discover what you want to study. Through research, you will understand a subject area in depth, which can help you make better decisions about what to study at university. It can set you apart. That means actually you become unique. Since so few high school students get involved in research, it can set you apart when applying to universities or internships. Beyond uniqueness, it also signals valuable qualities like critical thinking, initiative, and self-discipline. It gives you a community. More often than not, research is a collaborative process which can help you gain a network of talented, like-minded people, leaving alone the company of getting guidance from the professors and the graduate students working in a group where you have joined to work. But apart from these virtues that I just described, there are some other things that are of interest because not all students are blessed with enough money to pay tuition and other things for the undergraduate school in a university. And from a recent article in ACS Discovery Reports in 2024, which was entitled Empowering Chemical Technical Professionals, ECTF, how can we support the workforce of tomorrow? And in that, I could see that there are, apart from the skills and all those things that students acquire, it is also a channel for them to join a job and actually get some money and save some money and then join the university. So this discovery reports states every successful researcher relies on the work of skilled technical professionals, people who use science and technology knowledge in their work, but whose jobs do not require an undergraduate degree for hiring. Chemical technical professionals play a critical role in all areas of chemistry. Unfortunately, there is a growing shortage in this technical workforce, including in chemistry, as older professionals retire. The most important thing is here, not enough people have been joining the chemical technical workforce largely because of low awareness of available opportunities. High schools and community colleges may not have the resources to teach the skills this workforce needs. Entry-level positions, internships, and apprenticeships in industry are not really available. These obstacles are particularly concerning for diversity in chemistry. If the only way to join the chemical workforce is to go directly to a university and then go on to a graduate school, the scientific community of tomorrow will not be inclusive. Skilled technical positions allow people to start their careers in science earlier and with less student depth. Some may become motivated to pursue advanced degrees later in life, while others will be successful in technical roles. Supporting these pathways means that careers in chemistry will be more accessible to more people. So, in other words, not only the skills and the other things that we have discussed in the previous slide are very attractive for students to take up research, but also this kind of job opportunities. So if they are financially not so sound to join a university straight away. So here in this slide, in that particular article, over half of STEM workforce do not have university degrees. Of the 36.8 million people who were in the STEM workforce in 2021, over half, 19.3 million, did not have a bachelor's degree. And in the technical chemistry programs by region, this is information about training. Do you know that there are programs that prepare the chemistry technical professionals all over the United States? So the number of programs on the west side are given as 75 of them are there. In the southern USA, there are 92 of them. In the Midwest, there are 17 of them. In the Northeast, there are 49 of them. So these are all the opportunities that you can make use of to get training before joining a workforce if you're not pursuing the university education straight away. And in this chemical technical professional jobs by sector, you can see for those who do not have the bachelor's degree, these figures are given in the thousands on the x-axis, as you can see. On the y-axis, there are the different areas. Chemical processing, 7% of the workforce are not, they do not have the bachelor's degrees, university degrees. Environmental services, 15% of them, of the total. Healthcare, 10%. Manufacturing, 12%. So these are all, and you can see there are thousands of jobs that are available for chemical technical professionals, what they call the CTFs, who do not have graduate degrees. So this is also very lucrative, actually. And then apart from what we are doing, we started the high school students research symposium concept last year with the help of one of the training institutes by name Lumiere. And we conducted an international symposium in 2003 December, and it was very well attended and very well represented, and people who listened to the students presenting, were very, very impressed, and quite a few of them got motivated also. But more than what we do, there is one company, Regeneron, which has been in recent years conducting international science and engineering fairs in the Los Angeles area, although it is an international fair, remember? And in the 2024 international fair, which was actually attended by more than 2,000 high school students from all over the world, they awarded prizes to the tune of 9 millions. That includes, of course, the travel fair and all those things, I think. So they picked up top award winners from each sector. There were 22 categories that they gave awards in. The first award was 5,000, the second 2,000, the third 1,000, the fourth 500. And among all these award winners, they picked up the best of the best again for all the awards that were mentioned here. George Yankopoulos Innovator Award of 75,000, Regeneron Young Scientist Award of 50,000, Gordon Moore Award for Positive Outcomes for Future Generations, 50,000, Craig Barrett Award for Innovation, 10,000, Robert Horwitz Prize for Fundamental Research, 10,000, Peggy Scripps Award for Science Communities, 10,000. And in our current, the one that we are having right now, in our current symposium, more than half of them are award winners in this International Science and Engineering Fair. And the girl who is going to immediately follow my presentation, her name is Grace Sun. She won the George Yankopoulos Innovator Award of 75,000. And there is another girl, Tanishka Aglavi. She won the $10,000 award for fundamental research. So there are two of them. There are several of them who won the 5,000, the second, third, and fourth prize awards in this Regeneron Science and Engineering Fair. And we are very happy and we are very appreciative of these award winners coming over and presenting in our symposium. And last but not the least, I have to thank the Local Section Activities Committee of our American Chemical Society, which every year gives away awards. We got an Innovative Projects Grant, IPG award by this agency, LSAC, and that actually helped us fund the top 10 students of this particular symposium to receive $100 awards, each of them. And with this introduction, unless you have any questions to ask me, I'm going to hand over to Grace Sun, who is from the Dunbar High School, Lexington, Kentucky. And I invited her as a valedictory speaker, valedictorian, and she is going to present on her work, which won her the 75,000 award. And over to Grace now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen right now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. How about now?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, hello everyone. It's actually noon here in Kentucky, but good morning to everyone on the Pacific Coast and good morning to all researchers. I would like to thank Dr. Callery for inviting me to come speak here today. And a little bit about myself. My name is Grace Sun, and I am a senior in high school from Lexington, Kentucky, for those of you who don't know where that is. And like many of you, I've also been conducting research for a significant portion of my high school experience. And today I would love to share that journey from first learning what gravity was, all the way to conducting my own research projects, to presenting them at the International Science and Engineering Fair this year. My academic journey would be incomplete if I didn't mention my earliest mentor, who was my father. For as long as I can remember, every single winter, my dad would drag me outside and we would build snow structures together. One year, we built a snow castle that was a little taller than 1 story. Another year, we built a snow airplane that was roughly 38 feet in length. And to put that into perspective, that's roughly the same length as Amelia Earhart's plane when she tried to circumnavigate the globe. And another year, we had built a 1-story tall snow slide where you could just take your sled to the top of the slide and slide all the way down. And that taught me about centripetal force and gravity to enable my motion. But in creating these massive snow structures, we would often compress the snow with water, which would then freeze in the cold winter air to become ice, and that would make the structures much more durable. And in doing so, I saw for the first time how science could be tweaked and used to alter the physical or chemical properties of materials to make them more durable, more desirable, and essentially get them to do what we want them to do. In my earlier education in elementary and middle school, science classes were pretty miscellaneous. We had a lot of hands-on projects from chromatography labs to a visual representation of the atom, in which I opted for hula hoops and balloons. And in middle school, we had a lot of design labs, most notably a rubber band car powered by a rubber band elastic power, as well as a catapult in which we had to make that out of mouse traps. And by doing these projects, I was able to see how science can be creatively used in order to design solutions to problems. But it wasn't until high school when I started to learn about the theory and the beauty of specifically chemistry. In my freshman year of high school, I took Foundational Chemistry 1 and later took AP Chemistry, which introduced me to the nuances that power our world, from the chemical interactions in the energy industry, in pharmaceuticals, in agriculture, cosmetics, and medical devices. Chemistry powers our world. I also particularly liked how chemistry was like an intermediate science between biology and physics. It had biological applications, yet it was grounded in physics foundations. But what truly cemented my love for chemistry was when I discovered or first heard about polyacetylene. And polyacetylene is the first conductive plastic or conductive polymer. It was created by 3 scientists, Heeger, McDermott, and Shirakawa in 1974. They accidentally added, I'm pretty sure, 1,000 times a catalyst required in a polymerization reaction, and then p-doped the material, which ended up making the polymer 10 million times more conductive, almost comparable to that of copper. And I thought that was extremely interesting because in school, I had always learned that only metals or inorganic materials like silicon or germanium were able to conduct electricity. But now I learned that plastics, which we typically wrap our wires around to prevent them from harming us, can now also conduct electricity. I later learned that this was because of the conjugated structure of these specific polymers, which means that its backbones have alternating double and single bonds, which allowed for the carbons to be sp2 hybridized, leaving one unhybridized p orbital able to overlap with one another to create a polymer or a tunnel that spanned the entire polymer structure, thus allowing for the delocalized electrons to start moving if an electric field was applied. I thought this was so interesting, and I started to read more about organic semiconductor-based devices, or organic electronics, which used these organic polymers, looking more into organic light-emitting diodes, photovoltaic cells, thin film transistors, field effect transistors, and eventually electrochemical transistors. I already knew that I was interested in organic semiconductors and their biological applications. And luckily, I was able to find a research laboratory at the University of Kentucky that pioneered organic devices, materials, and their improvements through engineering strategies. And after working in that lab for a couple of months, I had a research project that I was able to present at Science Fair, as Dr. Callery mentioned earlier. And Science Fair, for those of you who don't know what that is a competition for middle and high school students to present their independent projects in STEM, either conducted in a regulated research institution or conducted at home in your basement or your kitchen. And I attended many different levels of science fair, in which at my Central Kentucky Regional Science and Engineering Fair, I was able to be one of the top 3 presentations of the fair, which earned me a spot to attend the International Science and Engineering Fair. What science fair was able to teach me mainly was that research is not just the work you do in a lab or even the literature you read, but also being able to communicate the impact of your research. At the regional science fair, I recall one of my judges asking me, "Can you explain your research in one word?" And that question single-handedly introduced me to the idea of impact. In every research project, there is a unique direction being pioneered, a disease being cured, an engineering strategy being improved, or a problem being mitigated. And all of that should be able to boil down into a possibly less than 5-word impact statement. For my project, my impact statement was safer diagnostics and treatment. And having that impact statement in mind as I did research allowed me to envision the final objective for my work and to know exactly what direction I wanted to take it. I had the fortune of attending the International Science and Engineering Fair, sponsored by Regeneron and hosted by the Society for Science this year, in which I am very lucky to have received the George D. Yankopoulos Innovator Award this year. The International Science and Engineering Fair, or ISEF, was one of the most eye-opening moments of my life. I saw thousands of research projects spanning 22 different research disciplines, each with a researcher with their own idea of how to solve a problem prevalent in our world. And through ISEF, I was able to take away a lot of lessons as well. For one, I was able to learn the importance of having a novel research direction. As mentioned, I was already interested in organic semiconductors, and I knew I wanted to work on a project that was not only interesting to me, but also interesting to other people and had value in our world. Another thing I learned is the importance of pitching your project through both verbal pitching as well as visually. Going to ISEF, I had a 1 to 2 minute pitch prepared in which I condensed the impact of my project most concisely into a speech. That way I could highlight the most impactful parts of my project. And I also highlighted those parts on my poster as well, in which I had 3 major bolded and highlighted sections at the very top of my poster, highlighting the improvement statistics that I made to my devices upon chemically doping them, so that anyone who walked by or anyone who saw my project instantly knew what the most eye-catching moment of it was. Another important thing I learned through ISEF is the importance in having a breadth of knowledge, and not just about your project, but also about the entire field as a whole. In preparation for ISEF and throughout my research journey, I read a lot of literature, spanning the history of the electronics field from the first silicon transistor of John Bardeen to Gordon E. Moore's transistor laws to organic semiconductors, their biological applications, which organic electronics are currently commercialized and which ones aren't, and essentially the limitations of the field and what people have previously done. And having that breadth of knowledge about the field as a whole allowed me to have a better idea of how my project fit in and the impact of my project. At ISEF, I was able to walk around and see a lot of incredible projects. And what that taught me was that there are so many various perspectives in our world to tackle the various solutions. For instance, I saw one project in which a researcher from American Samoa optimized algae biofuels as an alternative for diesel fuel because algae grows very robustly in the tropical conditions of American Samoa. And through that, we're able to see how so many different locations, depending on the education of that location, their research ideology, and their resources, molds drastically different perspectives to tackle problems in different parts of the world. And I thought that was incredibly beautiful. So now a brief summary about my own research project. I worked on organic electrochemical transistors, also abbreviated as OECTs. Organic electrochemical transistors are essentially electronic devices that can combine conduction of both ions and electrons to transduce small voltage modulations and weaker signals into larger detectable outputs. This working mechanism and their biocompatibility allows for them to be worn on the human body or implanted in the human body to better diagnose and treat diseases. And they can act as better pacemakers, deep brain stimulators, biosensors, blood sugar monitors, and artificial muscles to provide cheaper and more versatile treatment. The general working principles of the OACT is that the OACT has two main functions. One, it acts as a switch to be able to turn on or off depending on the type of signal that it receives. And two, it acts as an amplifier, which means it's able to magnify small signals that are usually undetectable into larger, detectable, and analyzable outputs. Like the traditional transistor, the OACT has three terminals, denoted as the source, drain, and the gate. In between the source and the drain lies an organic semiconductor channel made of an organic polymer, and that channel is in contact with an electrolyte. And that electrolyte, for instance, is like the fluids in our own bodies, like the blood or the cerebral spinal fluid in our brains. Immersed in that electrolyte is a gate electrode, and the gate electrode serves as the biorecognition region to receive signals from the environment or target signals that we want to analyze from our own bodies. Depending on the type of signal that is received at the gate, it affects the ability of the electrolyte to inject its ions into the organic polymer. And depending on those injections, that controls the electronic characteristics of this polymer, which then affects the electric current that's able to flow between the source and the drain. And that output current is then sent to processing technology, like our computers, to then be analyzed to see if the signal received at the gate was abnormal, too large, too small, unpredictable, or if it's completely normal. However, despite the many applications and benefits of this technology, N-type or electron-conducting OACTs are currently limited in their commercialization because of historical performance and stability issues. It is very easy for N-type OACTs to have oxygen and water infiltrated system, which degrades its transistor performance. So as a result, my research focused on using chemical doping as an engineering strategy to improve these performance and stability issues, opting to identify a new chemical dopant and a novel doping strategy in order to improve these transistors. In my research process, my process was split into 3 steps. First, I was analyzing various available organic salts as potential dopants. Then I optimized how much of those dopant salts to add. And finally, I optimized the solvent blends that I used to mix the dopant and the polymer together to best maximize their interaction, in which I found a new doping strategy where tetrabutyl ammonium chloride salt doped at 20 molar percentage in a solvent blend of ratio 1:5 of chlorobenzene to chloroform best maximizes the device's performance. This doping strategy improves the amplification abilities of the device by 97%, the mobility capacitance product by 77%, and the stability by 56%, making these devices more sensitive to weaker signals, faster in real-time monitoring abilities, as well as less likely to be degraded if used in our bodies. And of course, I have to give some research credits. I am so honored to be able to stand on the shoulders of giants that are able to support me in this project. I would like to thank Professor Alexandra Patterson and her research team at the University of Kentucky for having a pioneering direction in organic devices and for allowing me to work on chemical doping, which I am endlessly interested in. I would like to thank Dr. Mariam Shahi, the postdoctoral researcher in the laboratory, for being my mentor and my greatest supporter along this entire journey. I would like to thank the University of Kentucky College of Engineering, Professor Ian McCulloch at Princeton University for synthesizing the polymers that I used, Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, and of course, NSF for funding this project. Through research, I was able to learn the value of intentional design. I had read countless papers to be able to understand the salt's crystallographic parameters, dimensions, ability to form charge transfer complexes, as well as the polarities of solvents, which allowed me to be able to make intentional choices in the research process that expedited my success. Some final remarks is, For me, research has been one of the most rewarding experiences in my high school journey. And for anyone who's not currently involved in research, it is never too early to begin. It is never too early to notice a challenge in the world and to actively work towards solving it using your knowledge or the knowledge that you can find online. There are so many resources available for you to use, and using these resources, we can tackle the greatest challenges in our world. Here are my references, and thank you so much to Southern California American Chemical Society for this opportunity, and good luck to all the researchers presenting today.
Thank you very much, Grace. That's a wonderful valedictory presentation you gave. I think a lot of even undergraduate or even graduate students are not up to your level. I should say, I should confess. I am very happy for you and I wish all success. And if there are any questions, please go ahead and ask Grace. Otherwise, we'll move on, giving a big thank you to Grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. That was an amazing presentation. I wanted to just ask what your plans are for pursuing this in the future, or if you're looking for new projects and new topics.
I would love to continue pursuing organic electronics in the future or microfluidics. Essentially, my ultimate goal in life is to produce medical devices that can transform the medical device industry. Hopefully, one day I'll be able to do that. So yes, I would love to pursue this.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Catherine Lamb from the University High School in Tucson, Arizona. She is the American Chemical Society Award winner in the ISEF, and her presentation title is Novel PMOS Dependent Synthesis of Cesium Lead Bromide Silica Core Shell Nanoparticles for Biosensing Applications. Catherine.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to share my screen now. All right, can you see this presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, perfect. So my name is Catherine Lamb, and this year I researched the synthesis and stabilization of nanoparticles for bioimaging applications. My project focused on the use of the reagent tetramethyl orthosilicate, or TMOS, to enhance nanoparticles' stability in intracellular environments. So before I get into project specifics, I thought I'd give a bit of background on why we synthesize nanoparticles in the first place, and some of the challenges that we face. Many human pathologies, like diabetes, like breast cancer, depend on intracellular signaling molecules like glucose and RAS protein. Over here on the right, you can see an example of one such signaling cascade, representing just a tiny fraction of the molecules involved. And currently, no efficient technology exists to monitor the majority of these compounds in vivo, in living cells. Typically, existing methods of bioimaging either kill cells, lyse cells, or they are so specifically tailored to each target compounds that they cannot be applied to any other compounds. Fluorescent nanoparticles allow us to get around some of these biochemical sensing limitations. They're small enough and biocompatible enough to be injected directly into cells or to be uptaken by cells. And they're also receptive to highly specific surface chemistry modifications, which allow them to be used as biochemical receptors. But how do they actually work? So oftentimes, these nanoparticles are fluorescent. Here you can see the input and output wavelengths over here. So when you coat a nanoparticle with different receptors or provide certain surface chemical modifications, you can target a nanoparticle toward a very specific molecule of interest. So after being injected into a cell, the nanoparticle will be attracted or attached, essentially, to target molecules. What that means is that by tracking fluorescence signatures within living cells, we're able to measure the location and concentration of different compounds. So if you're imaging glucose, for instance, you'll see a bright spot or a nanoparticle fluorescence signal coming from wherever glucose is within the cell. In theory, that is. Unfortunately, nanoparticle biosensors aren't perfect. Existing nanoparticles emit light over very broad wavelength spectrums, like you can see over here. So if you look at this image, you can see how the two signals are very broad compared to the nanoparticle emission peaks here on the right. And broad overlapping signals are fine if you're only imaging one target molecule at a time. But what if you want to image multiple? What if you want to image, say, intracellular insulin and intracellular glucose at the same time? You're going to have a lot of trouble telling these signals apart compared to these ones. And when we consider the complexity of biomolecular pathways involving dozens, hundreds, thousands of different molecules, being able to sense only one target molecule at a time is a massive limitation. So that is what my project sought to address. I focused on synthesizing nanoparticles out of CS-PBBr3, which is a type of crystal known as a perovskite. And perovskites are ideal for bioimaging because they emit very specific fluorescence peaks. Again, these peaks over here. And that means that you can clearly tell which signal is coming from which type of nanocrystal. Specifically, I wanted to find a way to stabilize CS-PBBr3 so that it's not as likely to degrade in water, in aqueous environments like cellular interiors. Existing literature shows that fluorocarbon agents, or FCAs, like this molecule over here, can effectively coat perovskite nanocrystals. However, they're not particularly effective at preventing perovskites from degrading in aqueous solution when those crystals come in contact with water. And so my goal was to find a reagent that could coat perovskites and stabilize them in solution. I hypothesized that substituting fluorocarbon agents for a reagent known as tetramethyl orthosilicate, or TMOS, would allow us to achieve better results. Here on the left, you can see the chemical structure of TMOS. And there are a number of reasons that I chose TMOS. Firstly, it produces coatings that can be easily modified with additional moieties. And so compared to fluorocarbon agent coatings, TMOS coatings are much more flexible when it comes to biosensing. TMOS also reacts relatively efficiently and allows for the efficient passage of light to and from a fluorescent nanoparticle core. So again, that's important when it comes to fluorescence signaling. Here you can see my experimental design. I ended up synthesizing 6 different variations of nanoparticles using what's known as a phase-assisted protocol. As I performed the synthesis, I substituted varying proportions of TMOS with fluorocarbon agent to see what percentage of TMOS yielded the most robust nanoparticles. So I was optimizing, essentially, the ratio of tetramethyl orthosilicate used to coat perovskite nanoparticles. I then conducted a series of material characterization tests to confirm successful synthesis and coating of nanoparticles and to assess their potential applicability in biosensing. So I know that was a lot. Just to recap, we have difficulties sensing molecules in vivo, and we have nanoparticles that are really promising as intracellular sensors, and we're trying to see whether we can use the reagent TMOS to stabilize some of these sensors in aqueous solution. So can it? Well, let's take a look at the results. I analyzed the emission spectra of my nanoparticles using fluorescence photometry, as you can see here on the right. And these data tell us a few things. Firstly, sorry, can you see the diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. Firstly, the emission peak is around 520 nanometers, which is exactly what we want for this specific type of nanocrystal. So that supports our belief that we've successfully synthesized CS-PBBr3 rather than some other type or phase of nanocrystal. And secondly, the intensity of fluorescence of these nanoparticles tended to increase with the percent of FCA that I substituted with tetramethyl orthosilicate. So it's likely that TMOS not only stabilizes nanoparticles, but also enhances their optical properties in aqueous solution. Based on these results, I then went on to do something called dynamic light scattering. And essentially, that tells us the size of our nanoparticles. So I wanted to see 2 things. Firstly, that we had relatively homogeneous nanoparticles. So they're not varying widely from really, really tiny nanoparticles to really massive nanocomposites. And secondly, I needed to ensure that all of the nanoparticles were below 1 micron in diameter. That's important because if nanoparticles are too large, they'll settle out of solution. They'll be too dense, and they won't be, too heavy, and they won't be able to be used effectively in bioimaging. Our nanoparticles passed both conditions. You can see this peak over here. Finally, I wanted to visually confirm that I had synthesized the desired nanoparticles. So here I used scanning electron microscopy first. And in this image, you can see that we have discrete submicron structures. So we haven't zoomed quite far in enough to see individual nanoparticles yet, but we do have something promising. And if we increase our resolution even further using transmission electron microscopy, we again see discrete nanoscale particles, supporting our hypothesis that TMOS can be used in successful nanoparticle synthesis and coding. So this would be the nanoparticle shell, and then within that, we would have a perovskite or CSPBBr3 crystalline core. So what's the big takeaway? Well, perovskite nanoparticles are important because they may offer new ways to study the biomolecular underpinnings of various human diseases. Until now, there hasn't been a reliable way of stabilizing perovskite nanoparticles enough in water that they're able to be used in cellular imaging. But our findings suggest that the reagent TMOS may offer a solution. And moving forward, it's possible that these perovskite nanoparticles, which in this case were green, emitting at 520 nanometers, may be able to be turned into red biosensors or blue biosensors via a process known as halide anion exchange, so altering the crystalline structure of these nanocrystals. And that would further diversify the opportunities to enhance cellular sensing and monitor multiple compounds within a cell at the same time. So I'm really hoping that TMOS-coated nanoparticles will pave the way for more sensitive, efficient, and time-dependent research into the causes and treatments of human disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your excellent presentation. Just one question for you. Did you receive training on this SEM, the scanning electron microscope, and the other fluorescence devices and all these things, or somebody did it for you?
Yeah, so transmission electron microscopy, because of age restrictions, I was not allowed to receive training on that. And I'm much obliged to a graduate student, Dr. Chen-Yi Ke, who helped me to take those images. Scanning electron microscopy, I was able to perform and prepare the samples as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Very good. Any other questions from anybody else?
Thanks, Catherine, for a really great presentation. I have one quick question. Were there other fluorocarbon agents that you tested before deciding to move forward with TMOS, or did you just stick with TMOS from the beginning?
Yeah, so there were 3 main ones that I tested. Neither of them were able to stabilize the particle, or none of them were able to stabilize the nanoparticles long enough to achieve a distinct fluorescence signal in aqueous solution. So essentially, as soon as I put them into the spectrophotometer, they had already degraded and I wasn't able to get any fluorescence reading. I settled on TMOS after testing various different silanes, and I found that tetramethyl orthosilicate, because of its interactions with the emulsive phase boundary that I used, the different solvents that I was using to synthesize the nanocrystals, it was the most effective at allowing for consistently sized nanoparticles to form. And it also reacted relatively quickly, which was important because these nanocrystals, upon formation, often degrade very, very quickly within the synthesis mixture.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine, for a very, very impressive performance presentation. Our next speaker is Tianyi Nguyen from West Shore Junior Senior High School in Melbourne, Florida. And the title of the presentation is The Effect of Liposomes on Drug Delivery of Ascorbic Acid.
Hello,
Nguyen?
thank you for inviting me. I'm just going to share my screen really quick. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, good morning. Well, it's afternoon here in the East Coast. My name is Tianyi Nguyen, and my project is the effect of liposomes on drug delivery of ascorbic acid. The purpose of my project was to find an alternative promising cancer treatment, as currently cancer is one of the causes of death. However, current cancer treatments such as chemo and radiation therapy are often costly, minimizing the accessibility of these treatments to patients, and they also have adverse side effects, including nausea, vomiting, and declined mental health. Therefore, I wanted to find a solution that would preserve quality of life. And my proposed solution is by using liposomal vitamin C. The reason why I chose vitamin C or ascorbic acid is due to its abundance, specificity to cancer cells, as well as its low toxicity. Moreover, previous research has indicated that cancer patients tend to express lower plasma concentrations of vitamin C within their blood. So I wanted to investigate this a little bit further, and that's why I wanted to conduct this on vitamin C. Vitamin C is a well-known antioxidant. However, I actually chose to use it for its lesser-known pro-oxidant properties, which occur when it is found in high concentrations. As when vitamin C breaks down into dehydroascorbate, it produces hydrogen peroxide as a byproduct, and this hydrogen peroxide can potentially cause oxidative stress. Cancer cells tend to lack this enzyme called catalase, which is responsible for breaking down hydrogen peroxide into water and oxygen. Therefore, in high doses, this vitamin C can potentially produce hydrogen peroxide that induces oxidative stress within these cancer cells, which can potentially lead to apoptosis. This is specific to cancer cells because healthy cells do possess catalase and thus are able to break down this hydrogen peroxide. Furthermore, vitamin C has been widely studied and has been found to have extremely low toxicity, meaning that it is well tolerated in the body with minimal adverse side effects. However, the downside of vitamin C is that it is extremely unstable. It breaks down in the presence of heat or light. Moreover, it's also water soluble, meaning that should we use vitamin C to treat prior to reaching the tumor site, and therefore I looked to liposomes to potentially mitigate this issue. Liposomes are a type of relatively cheap nanoparticle made up of a lipid bilayer. Within this lipid bilayer, I can encapsulate my vitamin C, protecting it from the external environment, including the heat and light that causes it to break down. Furthermore, nanoparticles, including liposomes, are known for exhibiting the enhanced permeability and retention effect, also known as the EPR effect. This is due to the fact that cancer cells and tumors often have a faulty blood vessel drainage system, meaning that nanoparticles can enter and accumulate within the tumor. This also means that the drug that I load within the liposomes, which in my case would be vitamin C, can accumulate within the tumor, attacking it from within. However, liposomes are made of lipids and thus they can fuse with any cell in the body due to their composition, and therefore this issue can be mitigated by attaching different receptors that are specific to the ligands that tumor cells tend to overexpress in order to increase specificity to cancer cells. This leads me to my question: how do liposomes affect the delivery of ascorbic acid? My hypothesis was that if free vitamin C and liposomal vitamin C are dialyzed, then the liposomal vitamin C will have a more stable release and increase the retention time of vitamin C due to the liposome protecting the vitamin C. In order to test my hypothesis, I created my own liposomes using the pro-liposome method. To do so, I heated and mixed a solution of phosphatidylcholine, which is a lipid derived from soy, ethanol, and tris HCl using a magnetic stirrer. Then I added a solution of vitamin C and tris HCl to this phosphatidylcholine solution to effectively create the liposome. In order to determine that I had truly encapsulated vitamin C, though, I used ultrafiltration and ultrafiltrated the samples, separating the encapsulated vitamin C from the free vitamin C. And from this, I found that my encapsulation efficiency was 81.67%. Then, to measure the drug delivery rate, I used a dialysis method putting my liposomal vitamin C within dialysis tubing, and over the course of 24 hours, each hour, I would extract a sample from the external environment and titrate it using a starch iodine titration method in order to determine the concentration of vitamin C that had been released. I repeated this process with free vitamin C as well as distilled water in order to compare my results. These images further depict my methods. The first image demonstrates my liposomal vitamin C. The second image portrays my dialysis method. And the third image demonstrates my titration process. Firstly, I'm going to present the results of my free vitamin C. As you can see from this graph, within the first 7 hours, the concentration of vitamin C released greatly fluctuated. It was extremely unstable. Moreover, after the 23rd hour, all trials had the concentration of vitamin C decline, meaning that the vitamin C was likely breaking down faster than it was being released. The instability in the graph can possibly be attributed to the fact that vitamin C was breaking down as it was being released due to the presence of heat and light, which were difficult to control. In contrast, the graph of my liposomal vitamin C was much more stable with less fluctuation. Moreover, after hour 23, all trials demonstrated that the concentration of vitamin C being released continued to increase. This is further depicted using the graph of the averages. As you can see, depicted in blue is the free vitamin C, which has fluctuation and a steep decline after hour 23. In contrast, the liposomal vitamin C is much more steady and continued to increase in terms of its concentration after hour 23. These results were further supported by my statistics, which were all statistically significant after hour 18, with the exception of hour 20. From these results, I found my encapsulation efficiency was 81.67%, and the unstable vitamin C graph could possibly be due to the fact that there was a simultaneous release and breakdown of vitamin C due to the presence of heat and light. The contrasting graph of liposomal vitamin C demonstrated a more consistent release, and this can possibly be due to the fact that it was protected by the liposome, which protected it from the external environment containing heat and light. From my previous research and articles, I found that the concentration of vitamin C necessary to kill cancer cells is 10 millimolars in 4 hours. My doses were a lot smaller due to experimental purposes. However, had I doubled my dose, my liposomal vitamin C could have reached these concentrations in approximately a week, assuming that the trends of my graph continued. Overall, I found that liposomes can stabilize and increase the retention of vitamin C. Moreover, liposomal vitamin C is very easy to create and the materials are relatively cheap. This, in turn, lowers the cost of production, increasing its accessibility to patients, making it a very easy and cheaper alternative to other treatments such as chemo and radiation therapy. Moreover, liposomes and vitamin C have low toxicity and are very biocompatible, meaning that they minimize the adverse side effects. In fact, previous literature and studies have found that vitamin C, when administered in combination with chemotherapy, actually exhibits a synergistic effect with the chemotherapy, and the patients have found that they have more energy and they found that they had a better quality of life, meaning that they felt happier and they felt more able to exhibit their daily functions. In addition, vitamin C is very specific to cancer cells due to the lack of catalase that cancer cells have. Thus, this would minimize adverse side effects and prevent the vitamin C from affecting other cells. However, this experiment was done in a BSL-1 lab and was limited in its materials, so further studies must be done in order to investigate the effects of liposomal vitamin C within cells as well as in the human body in order to determine how it functions in vivo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Nguyen. Any questions?
Thank you for your amazing presentation. I have a question for you. What method did you use to test purity and quality of your liposome vitamin C?
Unfortunately, I did not have very many materials accessible in my BSL-1 lab, so I could not analyze all these characteristics. However, I plan to take this project further and conduct studies in which I can determine the purity and other characteristics, including the size and the zeta potential, in order to better predict its behavior within the body.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tianyi, for a very interesting presentation. And thanks for taking a little bit of your time to come and make the presentation. Thank you very much. Our
Thank you.
next, thank you. Our next presenter is Athena Hing from Oxford Academy, Cypress, California. Tina?
Yes, let me share my screen. Hi everyone, my name's Afina Zain. I go to school in Oxford Academy in Cyprus, CA, and today I'll be presenting my research on a bibliometric analysis of research on the detection of epilepsy from electroencephalogram signals. So here's an introduction. So what is epilepsy? It is a neurological disorder in which there is abnormal activity in the brain cells or neurons. It affects 65 million people worldwide and 3 million adults, as well as 470,000 children in the US. There are multiple causes of epilepsy, including genetic abnormality and trauma to the brain or stroke. Some abnormal electrical impulses in the brain can cause seizures and result in the loss of life, which can be tracked through the signals produced by an electroencephalogram or EEG, and EEGs are a powerful tool in the diagnosis of epilepsy. So for our background, the EEGs have been used to track the brain activity brought on by epilepsy. It helps determine more aspects about the condition, like the origin of the brain activity. It's both invasive and harmless to patients, all while giving real-time recordings of the electrical activity measured. It also helps aid researchers in developing treatment plans and manage the disease for patients. With new technologies, the use of artificial neural networks is possible for a better detection, and it could also provide automatic detection for any irregular signals, which creates a whole new understanding of the data interpretation brought on by EEGs. So here are my methods. So my research was conducted via Web of Science, which is a bibliographic database of scholarly articles from peer-reviewed journals worldwide. The topic I searched was application of artificial neural networks for EEG-based epilepsy detection. My keywords were EEG signals and epilepsy detection. So my initial yield brought 991 results, and my analysis was based on the top 100 most cited sources, which I will explain later for why we chose the top 100. So 95 were articles, while 5 were reviews, and I imported them and organized in a Google Sheet spreadsheet. So my objective of this study is to examine EEG of artificial neural networks through the classification methodologies and automated systems for epilepsy detections. Well, why is this the objective? Well, previous studies have focused on, not including but not limited to, detecting EEG signals through a hybrid system, or using EEG classification systems, as well as methodologies. There are many features from the EEG classes, as well as updated review of the HFG method. There were also methods without human involvement, and so forth. But with my objective of seeing artificial neural networks, we can classify methodologies and see more automated systems of the detection. So my bibliometric analysis was conducted on the top 100 most cited sources, and I'll be presenting some of the figures that I analyzed. So my figure 1 is the senior authors with multiple papers. So to discuss this, I want to point out that the leading author that we realized was Ganesh, which stand out significantly, indicating their influential role in the detection of EEG research for epilepsy detection. And we tried to calculate the time cited as well as each of them correlating to the senior authors. For my figure 2, I analyzed the count of document type. So as you can see, most of them are articles, while there's a limited amount in reviews, preceding papers, retracted publication, early access, and other articles. So this helps me identify the specific articles that can be used for EEG signals. For the next one, I analyzed the senior author institutions. As you can see, there are authors from around the world, such as the National University of Singapore and Princeton University. This helps me identify the institutions that have conducted research on the EEG signals and how this could be used for future research. With this, I analyzed the top 5 institutions with the most publications in terms of EEG signals. And the first one I found was the Indian Institute of Technology System, also known as IIT system. Following on, there was the University System of Ohio, Shandong University, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, also known as BUET, and then the National Institute of Technology, or the NIT system. And through this, I calculated the number of publications as well as the institution name correlating to my EEG signals. Figure 5 discusses the popular journals with the multiple publications in the top 100 most cited sources. As you can see, the top one is the Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, which have the most journals in the EEG signals, as well as there's other journals that also produce the articles correlating to my topic. So some key points that I want to pull out for figure 6 is the most used keywords in the top 100 most cited sources. Now the keywords that I searched were EEG signals, and from the articles, top words were epilepsy, EEG, and seizure. So these are the words that correlate to my EEG signals and help me analyze how I can use this for further research. And finally, I also want to talk about the publication year of my sources. So because I analyzed the top 100 sources, many of the sources were relatively recent, as you can see, ranging from the year 2020 to 2023. And these help me identify the periods of significant research activity or interest in this particular topic. And there may be many reasons that contribute to these peaks, such as the breakthroughs in technology or other changes. So here are my results. EEG signals can be used in recognizing and examining neuronal activity to identify which regions of the brain are active when seizures take place. The analysis of the top 100 sources demonstrate the top 5 institutions with more publications which have provided infrastructure for current research. And attained success of the detection mechanisms of EEGs are depicted in journals such as the Journal of Neuroscience Methods and Clinical Neurophysiology. So here are some limitations. Is that using the top 100 sources, there might be some field-specific imbalances. Certain fields may inherently produce fewer high citation papers, which can skew what is represented as vital. And additionally, my research may also have a narrow focus, which excludes emerging or niche studies that could offer innovative perspectives or cutting-edge developments. However, I think that even with fewer high citation papers in certain fields, the approach still helps identify the important studies that have shaped or defined the direction of the discipline. And focusing on the top 100 sources in the Web of Science also helps solidify an understanding of the most validated and peer-recognized research, providing a reliable basis for my analysis. So my conclusion is that detection of mechanism EEGs have played a vital role in the diagnosis and treatment of epilepsy in thousands of individuals worldwide. It has now been implemented into common medical practice. Looking towards the future, I think that there can be more resolution for the lack of accessibility, and further research could also include targeting the specific brainwaves to prevent the occurrence of epileptic seizures. So on the right is an image of a normal EEG signal as well as epileptic seizure EEG signal. So here are some of my references that I use from my sources. And are there any questions? If not, then thank you for listening.
Actually, you searched, you mentioned 2 or 3 journal names. Did you restrict yourself to only these 3 journals, or you studied more journals?
I studied based on the Web of Science journals that came from the top 100 publications, and I tried to analyze what publications produced the most articles and EEG signals, and what could this mean for further research.
That's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you very much for a very good presentation, a very good summarization, search and summarization of literature, uh, and very informative talk. Thank you very much, Athena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angelina Lin. Angelina is from Brentwood High School in LA, and she won one of the top prizes in our high school students research symposium last year, and also helped us quite a bit with some of the science fairs conducted by the Los Angeles County Office of Education early this year. Angelina is going to speak on algae nanotextiles, a sustainable and versatile alginate-based textile infused with nanotechnologies. Angelina?
Hi. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Good morning. I'm Angelina Lin, and I'm a senior at Brentwood School in Los Angeles. And from my research, I created algae nanotextiles, a fabric that combines sustainable materials with nanotechnology to create an environmentally sound future for fashion. Okay, sorry, let me reset it. It's not going. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I created algae nanotextiles, which is a fabric that combines sustainable materials with nanotechnology to create an environmentally sound future for fashion. Currently, 97 million tons of fashion waste are produced annually. And this means that every second, the equivalent of one entire garbage truck of clothes is disposed every second and dumped into landfills or burned. 60% of consumers worldwide say that they consider sustainability when making fashion purchases, but most options are made of synthetic polyester, elastane, and nylon, all of which are derived from fossil fuels. Nanomaterial infused textiles and sustainable fabrics already exist, but separately. My project is the first to combine the two, and because algae nanotextiles are made from naturally and commonly found resources, my fabric is meant to be more accessible and easy to produce around the world. In my project, I created a new fabric using seaweed alginate and nanomaterials such as nanocellulose and carbon nanotubes. So nanocellulose is derived from wood and consists of incredibly tiny fibers that are thousands of times thinner than human hair. And seaweed alginate comes from kelp, a readily available resource found near every continent. I also incorporated carbon nanotubes, which are carbon tubes with a nanoscale diameter and are used to enhance structural elements. And carbon nanotubes have a wide range of applications due to their extraordinary mechanical, electrical, and thermal properties, and the incorporation of nanomaterials in fabrics has been proven to enhance fabric properties without increasing weight, thickness, or stiffness. So in my project, I researched if the addition of nanomaterials affects the flexibility, strength, and water resistance of a sustainable alginate textile. And I hypothesized that the addition of nanomaterials such as nanocellulose and carbon nanotubes would create a fabric with good mechanical properties that can be used in multiple applications because nanotechnologies can improve mechanical properties due to their high surface area and aspect ratio. Okay, so the fabric is created by combining varying concentrations of sodium alginate, glycerol, nanocellulose, and carbon nanotubes in 100 milliliters of water in each trial. So all materials are combined using a blender to homogenize the mixture. This would normally be done with a homogenizer, but since I don't have access to one, I've used a blender with the same watt power, and then I check the mixture under the microscope to make sure all the nanomaterials are fully incorporated. And as you can see in the video here, this is what the fabric base looks like right after it has been blended. And then after creating the base, I let it set in the refrigerator at 4 degrees Celsius overnight to get rid of any possible bubbles. And then this base mixture is poured into circular molds that are sprayed with calcium chloride or injected into a calcium chloride solution to form threads. And then I spread this mixture around the mold to get an even 2 millimeter thick layer. And then I will also tap the fabric to ensure any residual bubbles are released. And then after I form this even layer of the fabric, I spray the fabric once more with a thin layer of 10% calcium chloride. And during all my trials, something interesting that I found was that immediately after spraying the solution, the fabric started peeling from the edges of the mold and like a film-like layer formed on top, which I found pretty interesting. And then I let the fabric dry for 2 to 3 days, and this is what it looks like before peeling from the mold. And as you can see here, around the edges, the fabric does shrink during the drying process, which is an interesting observation. And then to make that fabric threads, I inject the same base solution into calcium chloride through a syringe, and then I take tweezers to remove the threads from the solution and let it dry on a rack for 2 to 3 days. And then this is what it looks like without carbon nanotubes. So during my preliminary trials, I tested without carbon nanotubes, and this was only with nanocellulose, which is why it's like a whitish color. And this is what it looks like right when you inject it into the calcium chloride solution. And then these are the alginate threads before drying and like, as you can see, they're kind of thicker and they I let them dry on the racks after, and then they shrink a bit as well. So after drying, the mechanical properties of the fabric are measured. So the flexibility of the fabric is tested by placing a 1 kilogram weight on a folded piece of fabric for 5 minutes. And then after 5 minutes, the weight is removed and I record how well the fabric keeps its fold. And then the strength of the fabric is tested using alginate string. So 1 kilogram and 1/2 kilogram weights are continually added until the string breaks and the final mass it could sustain is recorded. And then I also tested the water resistance of the fabric by placing a 4 by 4 centimeter square of the fabric in distilled water for 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, I tested the water for protein decomposition using the blue burette test. Okay. So these are pictures of my current samples of the fabric, and I conducted 12 official trials after multiple rounds of preliminary testing. So each fabric turned out a little bit differently, as you can see in the images, like some of them are a darker color, some look more brittle and cracked. And then with trials 10 and 12, as you can see here, they grew mold, most likely as I worked in a shared lab space at school. So they may have been contaminated by like my fellow peers' experiments or just something in the lab. So I immediately discarded them to maintain cleanliness and accuracy. So I was unable to test these 2 trials, but I'm working on retesting them as well. Okay. After analyzing all of the data I collected, I found that trial 4 was the most flexible as it remained folded after the weight was released. And trials 3 and 13 were the least flexible as the fabric cracked under the 12 kilogram weight. So trial 4 was composed of 84.8 weight percent H2O, 1.3% sodium alginate, 9.6% nanocellulose, 4.2% glycerol, and 0.05 weight percent carbon nanotubes. And then after conducting the strength tests, I found that the strongest thread could sustain 4.79 kilograms, but broke at 5.79 kilograms. And this means that my threads can sustain over 10 pounds of weight and up to 13 pounds, which is pretty impressive and shows the strength in comparison to regular like cotton threads. And for the water resistance, the blue burette did not change color, indicating no dissolution, so my fabric is water resistant. However, this raises the question of, will my fabric eventually dissolve or biodegrade? And I've been looking into this as all the materials used are found to be biodegradable, including carbon nanotubes, which can be degraded using oxidative enzymes. And because I am trying to make a very sustainable fabric, I need to test how long it would take to biodegrade to minimize the environmental impact of this fabric and make sure it's truly sustainable. So in my trials, I only varied one variable at a time. And overall, I found that algae nanotextile fabrics were not only made of naturally derived ingredients, but are also water resistant, flexible, and strong thanks to the addition of nanomaterials. So I determined that the flexibility is determined by the nanocellulose, sodium alginate, and glycerol concentrations, as they all caused a change in stiffness in the resultant fabric. The texture of the fabric is determined by the sodium alginate concentration, as it caused the fabric to feel more oily or soft or leather-like. And also, an interesting observation was that the addition of the sodium alginate increased the mass the most. And the color is determined by nanocellulose and carbon nanotubes, as increasing the concentrations caused the fabrics to become a darker black color. And the durability is affected most by the carbon nanotubes, which corresponds with findings on how carbon nanotubes are used to improve mechanical properties. So possible errors that occurred in my experiments were the incomplete homogenization of carbon nanotubes, as I was unable to access a homogenizer. And this would have caused the impacts of the nanomaterials on the alginate fabric to decrease as their properties were not fully unlocked. However, as I saw a change in difference when I added the nanomaterials, that signals that the majority of the nanomaterials were still homogenized, but there could have been possibility of like small particles. And another possible error was varying thickness of the alginate thread, as I was injecting the base mixture by hand into the calcium chloride. So when I would apply less pressure to the syringe, the threads would become a little bit thinner in those areas. And if I applied more pressure, they would become thicker. I tried to maintain even pressure throughout all of my trials, but it is possible that I applied less pressure due to like human error. And this would have caused the threads to become more brittle in the thinner parts and more susceptible to breakage at lower masses when doing the strength test. And then, as I mentioned before, there was contamination with trials 10 and 12. So the addition of nanomaterials into my alginate fabric has proven to increase the mechanical properties, opening up unlimited application possibilities. So envision algae nanotextiles as raincoats, waterproof garments, and faux leather goods to see the future of sustainable fashion. These results are significant as this fabric is the first to combine sustainable materials with nanotechnology to produce the fabric of our future. To further my study, I have secured a provisional patent to protect my intellectual property in my fabric, as it's the first of its kind. And this year, I'm currently working on further improving the sustainability by testing the biodegradability to see how the process will work with enzymes and composting if I need to process the fabric through different phases in order to biodegrade the fabric. And I'm also conducting wear tests using UV light, bleach, and other conditions to see how the fabric withstands certain environments. Also, here's a picture of a coin pouch that I made with the fabric as a prototype to see how the fabric works when it's sewed on. So I used a sewing machine and treated it like a regular fabric, and it held up very well. And I've been using this pouch for a couple of months, and it's still in very good condition. So it shows that this fabric has a lot of possibilities as like a faux leather good or just a wide range of applications. So algae nanotextiles is the fabric of our future as a sustainable and versatile alternative. Thank you so much for listening to my project. Any questions?
Thanks for a really great presentation, Angelina. Was there anything about your project that surprised you?
I was very surprised that how the fabric formed. So I started off my research with just a seaweed-based fabric. So it was alginate and the glycerol and water. But then it was very brittle and like reminded me almost of like a rice paper, as it would crack if you tried to bend it. And then once I added these nanomaterials, because I knew that from other people's research, I had heard that they would increase mechanical properties, so I tried to add them. And then immediately once I added them, the polymer fabric, once dried, became so flexible, and it was so shocking to see in the lab.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Angelina, the work is very, very interesting. And from the current stress on the climate change and remediations and all that, I think this would be a very good application for a lot of different types of materials that we use. I, in particular, am very concerned about the grocery store bags. And you mentioned that, excuse me, that the material can withstand a large amount of weights. So I think it will be a very good idea to use this technique, this methodology for grocery bags. What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, especially because the fabric is also very lightweight and not very heavy. So I think it would be a great opportunity for shoppers to have it and not have to carry like a huge bag, but then also having the strength of it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for a very good presentation, Angelina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Chloe Lee. Chloe Lee is Plano East Senior High School in Texas, and in the International Science and Engineering Fair in May this year, she won an ACS-sponsored award of $3,000. And I am very happy to have Chloe accept our invitation and make her presentation. Here she goes.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. I would like to say good morning to everyone in this meeting, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Chloe Lee, and I'm a student from Plano, Texas. In my research, I chemically modified acetaminophen, which is more commonly known as Tylenol, to decrease its liver toxicity. I was inspired to pursue my research after witnessing 3 cases of acetaminophen toxicity in my community. For 2 years now, I've been volunteering at my local assisted living center, and seeing acetaminophen toxicity cause health problems for the residents there, I was pushed to find a solution. Now, throughout this presentation, there will be slide numbers in the bottom right corner where the ACS logo is currently located. Okay, so acetaminophen's chemical structure is composed of a benzene ring, a hydroxyl group, and an amide group at the para position. It's the non-opioid analgesic and antipyretic component of numerous medications. Therefore, it's widely relied on for its pain and fever relief properties. In fact, there's over 60 million weekly consumers in the US alone. Yet, despite our heavy reliance on acetaminophen, its toxicity is relevant today, being the second leading cause of liver transplantation worldwide. And individuals with existing liver problems or at an older age are especially at risk for acetaminophen toxicity. So why exactly is acetaminophen toxic? When acetaminophen enters the body, it oxidizes into a toxic electrophilic species called NAPQI. NAPQI then reacts with nucleophilic proteins. It depletes glutathione, a regulatory protein, and attacks nucleophilic liver proteins. This leads to liver toxicity, which can cause cirrhosis, which is scarring, hepatitis, which is inflammation, and in worst cases, death. On the other hand, acetaminophen's pain relief mechanism follows an alternative pathway. Acetaminophen will metabolize into AM404, the active form of analgesic acetaminophen. AM404 will bind to TRPV1 and CB1 receptors after crossing the blood-brain barrier. This mechanism allows pain relief. Unfortunately, current approaches to modification are impractical since they sacrifice acetaminophen's effectiveness. They modify acetaminophen's hydroxyl or amine group, which are necessary for the drug's metabolism and binding to TRPV1. Another more common approach to toxicity is antidotal therapy. This uses chemicals to counteract chemical toxicity. However, this method is also inefficient as a patient's blood serum level must be identified before prescribing expensive medication. In addressing the critical issue of acetaminophen toxicity, my research sought to modify the drug's molecular structure while maintaining its therapeutic efficacy. The approach I used focused on modifying acetaminophen's benzene ring structure through transition metals, specifically aiming to put an alkynyl silyl group through site-selective oxidative addition. The theoretical foundation of my modification rested on the premise that it would weaken acetaminophen's electrophilic properties when oxidized, thereby preventing harmful reactions with liver proteins. Importantly, since the benzene ring doesn't significantly interact with TRPV1 receptors, I believe that this structural modification would preserve the drug's analgesic effectiveness while enhancing its safety. Here is an overview of my methods. I first computationally addressed toxicity and efficacy of acetaminophen analogs. Then I worked on synthesizing and optimizing a reaction scheme for modification. So I first focused on designing novel analogs of acetaminophen computationally. My key concern with acetaminophen is that it converts to a toxic metabolite, NAPQI. As I mentioned before, this toxicity occurs because NAPQI acts as an electrophile that readily reacts with nucleophilic proteins in the liver cells, causing cellular damage. To evaluate the potential toxicity of these new analgesic analogs, I specifically analyzed the reactivity of their NAPQI derivatives using quantum chemical calculations. I focused on calculating their LUMO, lowest unoccupied molecular orbital values, as these are crucial in predicting electrophilic reactivity. According to the frontier molecular orbital theory, chemical reactions occur through the interaction between HOMO of nucleophiles and the LUMO of electrophiles. The larger the energy gap between these two orbitals, the less reactive the molecules will be with each other. My calculations revealed that all novel acetaminophen analogs I designed would produce NAPQI derivatives with a higher LUMO value compared to the traditional acetaminophen's NAPQI. This higher LUMO energy would create a larger HOMO-LUMO gap when interacting with liver proteins, resulting in decreased electrophilic reactivity. Therefore, put simply, these analogs I designed would likely demonstrate reduced liver toxicity. The next phase of my research focused on evaluating the therapeutic effectiveness of these acetaminophen analogs computationally. Specifically, I conducted molecular docking studies to address how well these compounds would bind to their target receptor, TRPV1. It's important to note that I worked with AM404, which is the active metabolite responsible for acetaminophen's pain-relieving effects, rather than acetaminophen itself. AM404 is produced in the body after acetaminophen administration, and it's the form that actually provides pain relief by interacting with TRPV1. In my docking studies, I prepared TRPV1 as the target protein and created AM404 derivatives corresponding to my acetaminophen analogs as the ligands. The docking simulations generated binding scores that correlate with Gibbs free energy of binding. Lower scores indicate stronger binding interactions. Interestingly, all of the novel derivatives that I created exhibited lower docking scores compared to the original AM404. Since these scores approximate the binding free energy, the lower values suggest stronger binding affinity to TRPV1 receptor. This stronger receptor binding indicates that these new compounds would likely demonstrate enhanced therapeutic efficacy compared to the conventional acetaminophen. Having demonstrated computationally that my modified acetaminophen derivatives could potentially offer reduced toxicity while also improving efficacy, I proceeded with the synthetic phase of my project. My strategy started with 4-aminophenol as the primary substrate, which would undergo a series of modifications, including the installation of a phthalimide protecting group and an acetylide directing group. My ultimate goal was to synthesize 2-alkynyl acetaminophen. Throughout the synthesis, I used standard organic chemistry techniques like extraction for separation and flash column chromatography for purification. Given the complexity of my reactions, I carefully monitored their progresses using thin layer chromatography and confirmed product structures through nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. Unfortunately, my intended synthetic route proved challenging. When attempting a really important modification, I observed unexpected reactivity patterns that varied depending on the transition metal catalyst I used. The selectivity of the reaction appeared to follow the principles of the hard-soft acid-base theory. The hard-base oxygen preferred to react with the hard acid rhodium catalyst, while the soft-base nitrogen showed preference for the soft acid iridium catalyst. While this resulted in interesting chemoselectivity, it wasn't the intended transformation I sought. And despite multiple attempts at this reaction, I constantly encountered extremely low yields that made it impractical to complete the full synthesis as I had planned. These challenges led me to shift my focus towards reaction optimization to develop a more efficient synthetic route. To improve synthetic efficacy, I modified my approach in 2 key ways. First, I explored alternative protecting groups for the reaction scheme. Second, I simplified the synthesis by starting directly with acetaminophen, rather than 4-aminophenol, which actually eliminated 1 step from my synthetic sequence. These modifications proved successful, leading to significantly improved yields in the synthesis of 2-phenylalkynyl acetaminophen. The success of my optimized route was confirmed through NMR spectroscopy, with the spectral data clearly showing the characteristic signals that verified structures of my target compounds. My research presents a novel approach to acetaminophen modification that successfully addresses a long-standing challenge in pharmaceutical chemistry, which is reducing drug toxicity while maintaining or even enhancing therapeutic efficacy. The computational studies demonstrated that my modified compound would likely exhibit decreased liver toxicity while showing improved binding to the target receptor, suggesting enhanced pain-relieving properties. I successfully developed and optimized a synthetic route to produce 2-phenylalkynyl acetaminophen, making it feasible for potential large-scale pharmaceutical production. An additional advantage of my compound is its increased lipophilicity compared to traditional acetaminophen. This property suggests enhanced blood-brain barrier penetration, potentially leading to improved drug delivery to the central nervous system. While yes, there are some practical considerations to address, notably the increased production costs and time required for clinical development and regulatory approval, I believe these limitations are outweighed by the significant potential of the benefits of reduced toxicity. This is particularly important given acetaminophen's widespread use and the persistent challenge of acetaminophen-induced liver injury in clinical practices. The development of a safer alternative to such a commonly used medication could have substantial public health implications. In the future, I'm looking forward to further derivatizing the alkyne group or attempting double acetylation. I'd like to acknowledge these key publications that were important in guiding my research. These works provided crucial insights and methodological foundations that helped shape my research. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to several individuals and organizations who made my research possible. First, I extend my deepest thanks to Dr. Junha Jun and Suman Adhikari at the University of Texas at Arlington for their invaluable support and encouragement throughout my research journey. Their guidance was really important when I faced research challenges, particularly during synthesis. They generously provided laboratory space for my work, and I'm especially grateful to Suman, a graduate student who helped me access NMR machines and provided FID files, enabling me to conduct independent NMR evaluations. I would also like to thank Mrs. Baker, my science fair sponsor, whose continuous encouragement throughout high school motivated me to persist in my research endeavors and participate in science fair competitions. This research would not have been possible without financial support from key sponsors. I'm grateful to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office's Southwest Office for their continual support. Additionally, I thank the National Science Foundation for funding the research conducted at the Jun Laboratory. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Overall, I hope that the compound I synthesized opens a door to safer acetaminophen-based pharmaceuticals and helps save countless lives. Any questions?
Thanks, Chloe. We'd love to see a computational component. Kat and I are both from a computational company. I was curious how you chose the crystal structure for creating the docking models.
So I did a lot of research into different acetaminophen derivatives, and I focused my interest on the kinds of modifications I knew was possible through synthesis. And I kind of worked backwards from there and decided on the structures I wanted to test computationally.
Thank you. Were there any hurdles when you were trying to create those models, and would you do any more advanced
Yeah,
tools?
actually, for Autodock Vina, which is the program I used for docking, they don't have silicone available as a molecule. So instead of silicone, I had to substitute carbon, which is just one row above silicone. So yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Hi, Chloe. I have one quick question. How did you determine the synthetic routes? Because I know something like CH activation isn't a type of chemistry topic that's typically taught at the high school level. So how did you learn about that type of reaction?
Yeah, so I'm actually in the IB program at my school, and we do delve a little bit into organic chemistry. And I remember when I learned it, I got really interested in organic chemistry and started looking into different schemes and synthesis. And I talked to the lab I worked at, the Jun Lab at the University of Texas at Arlington, and looked into their previous research, which focused on benzene ring CH activations.
Great, thank you.
Louis, what is the chromatographic material you use for flash chromatography? Is it silica?
Yes. And I used dry loading.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much. That's a very, very great presentation that you have made, Louis. It is very impressive, actually, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. The next presentation is by Hruday Meka from North Hollywood High School in LA. And the title of the presentation is going to be Targeting the Nuclear Factor Kappa B cell in Acute Myeloid Leukemia via Polionucleotide Therapeutics. Hruday?
Hi, thank you. Let me just screen share real quick. Okay, can you guys see this?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So my project is on targeting NF-kappa B, a particular protein in acute myeloid leukemia via oligonucleotide therapeutics. And my name is Hruday, and I'm a senior at North Hollywood High School. So yeah, jump right into it. So a little background on my project. So first I want to talk a little bit about acute myeloid leukemia itself. So it is a particularly common cancer that affects undeveloped myeloid cells in our bone marrow. So some familiar examples include red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, all of which improperly develop in our bone marrow and as such improperly divide after they're released in our bloodstream. The reason it's so pressing to address right now is because firstly, the disease is highly heterogeneous, which means in all patients, there's a variety of mutations. So personalized medicine is very hard to develop. Moreover, as you can see on this bottom graph at the right, there is a really poor prognosis for those above 60 who are affected. There's a 15% 5-year survival rate, which makes treatment of acute myeloid leukemia an unmet need. It's also the second most common hematological malignancy, which is just a fancy way to say blood cancers in adults. So it's pretty important to treat this right now, particularly when we don't have an effective therapy to address it. So for my project, I identified a particular protein that I want to target in acute myeloid leukemia named NF-kappa B. So for some context, NF-kappa B is strictly a class of transcription factors that normally functions in mediating our inflammatory and immune responses. So for example, when we are invaded by microbes, NF-kappa B is critical in actually inducing the inflammatory response so our immune system can fight off disease. However, NF-kappa B constitutive activation, which means that essentially it's active irrespective of need, is actually characteristic of many cancers, acute myeloid leukemia included. So one study found that NF-kappa B, the gene, was constitutively activated in 40% of patients. And this often leads to uncontrolled growth of cells. So that's what we see in the myeloid cells and potential treatment resistance, although this is not well investigated. What makes it even harder to treat is that it's considered undruggable because that protein has no pockets for ligand interaction. And generally, our chemotherapeutic drugs and our small molecule inhibitors function by binding to small pockets on the sides of proteins to limit their function. However, there are currently no FDA-approved direct pharmacological inhibitors of NF-kappa B, which makes treatment of this protein or the direct targeting of it an unmet public health need. So, to target NF-kappa B specifically in my study, I employed oligonucleotides. So for some context, decoy oligonucleotides are basically similar to siRNA therapeutics. They function by binding to particular proteins and blocking them transcriptionally. So for some context, a lot of myeloid cells express a receptor known as TLR9. Broadly, toll-like receptors function in recognizing pathogen-associated molecular patterns and damage-associated molecular patterns. So specifically, the toll-like receptor that I'm targeting in my study recognizes the CpG oligodeoxynucleotide. So as you can see here, it's basically just a couple of cytosines and guanines linked together. And the reason that our cells actually have a receptor for it is because that CpG is characteristic of various microbial DNA. So being able to recognize that is important for our immune stimulation. So we actually co-opted that here, the usage of that CpG ODN, and we linked it to an NF-kappa B DODN, decoy oligonucleotide, and this allows for cell-selective uptake. So basically, this decoy oligonucleotide will only be uptaken into cells that express TLR9. One of the largest issues with chemotherapy is that it has a ton of side effects, from nausea to vomiting to loss of proliferative cells like hair. It's very hard to have cell-selective chemotherapy, despite our various advances in biomedical engineering. So dual TLR stimulation ensures that this will only be uptaken into cells that are actually expressing the receptor. And once it's actually, when it passes into the cell, as you can see from the schematic at the bottom, the way that the oligonucleotide functions is by blocking transcription induced by NF-kappa B. So the NF-kappa B protein is a transcription factor that essentially boosts, transcription and the whole protein expression process of various proliferative genes. However, what our deoxyoligonucleotide does is it binds to that before the NF-kappa B protein can actually reach it, and it essentially blocks transcription of those genes. Basically, without directly binding to it, it mitigates the impact of NF-kappa B. The strategy was previously tested in B-cell lymphoma, but this has never been applied to acute myeloid leukemia, and so we thought there was potential for this to be applied in that sense. So a little on the methods I applied in my study before I actually discuss the results. Basic cell culture information in the spirit of being transparent. So considering that AML is so heterogeneous, it would be a disservice to only work with one cell line because we wouldn't be considering the variety of background mutations that are generally present in the disease. So we worked with 4 AML cell lines, quite strange names, but I guess that's characteristic of most cell lines: KG1A, MV411, U937, and MOLM13. And those little things with the M and the number essentially represent their developmental stage. So we worked with one M0 line, which is basically analogous to stem cells, and we worked with 3 semi-developed cell lines to reduce the impact of developmental stage on our results. And below is just general information on how the cell lines were maintained. It is important to note that MB411 and MOLM13 possess a mutation in a particular gene that makes them more susceptible to a certain chemotherapeutic drug. So later on, as I'll discuss, we reduced the dosage of that particular drug to ensure that we could actually see what was happening without having excessive cytotoxicity. So the first method that we employed was Western blotting, which many of you may be familiar with. It's a cornerstone technique used for comparative protein analyses. It doesn't give you an objective answer of how much protein is in a sample, but it lets you know how much is relative compared to other samples. We primarily employed it to analyze levels of baseline and active NF-kappa B in all cell lines to establish viable in vitro models to actually model how constitutive activation may look in actual patients of acute myeloid leukemia who express the gene. Similarly, we use Western blotting to verify the therapeutic strategy of targeting NF-kappa B in AML. And a small schematic is shown on the right where proteins are separated with gel electrophoresis, transferred to a membrane, and probed for with antibodies so we can actually image them. The most common assay that we used, however, was known as cell counting Ka, and it's a type of metabolic viability assay that quantifies viable cell number. It measures the production of a particular metabolic reagent, and it allows for analysis of cytotoxicity and verification of synergistic effects. So with enough background, I think we can start talking about the results. So the first thing we did was run a general AML panel just to analyze the expression of NF-kappa B in these various cell lines. So we collected lysate from all the cell lines, and you'll see here that we have minus and plus for both the cell lines. So the plus indicates that we treated the cells with doxorubicin, a chemotherapeutic drug, for 1 hour. Doxorubicin intercalates into the DNA pathway, and it essentially induces DNA damage. NF-kappa B is often produced in response to DNA damage, so an upregulation in response to doxorubicin could indicate that the pathway is constitutively active in that cell line. And you'll see 2 things here, P-NF-kappa B and NF-kappa B. P indicates phosphorylated, and the phosphorylated form is the form of the protein that's traditionally active, whereas P65 on its own takes into account the total amount of NF-kappa B. And P65 is just a type of NF-kappa B that's quite easy to probe for. So this Western blot on its own doesn't tell us much, but quantifications are a little more helpful in understanding what's happening in the cell lines. So we normalize the protein levels to beta-actin. And so for a little context, KG1A is generally considered to be the gold standard of NF-kappa B activation. And generally, it's used in studies of this nature. However, our research actually challenged this paradigm, and we found that the FLT3 mutated cell line, MB411, may actually be a better in vitro model when analyzing activated NF-kappa B. However, we also established that KG1A and U937 were still effective because, as you can see on the right, KG1A, when treated with doxorubicin, actually showed an upregulation in total NF-kappa B, indicating that it still may be constitutively active in that cell line. Similarly, U937's high levels of protein expression indicate that it is also a viable in vitro model. However, MOLM13 expressed the lowest level of NF-kappa B, and we actually hypothesized this because earlier on we ran resistance IC50s and found that MOLM13 was actually the least resistant to cancer therapy, indicating that there is a potential correlation between NF-kappa B upregulation and treatment resistance. So it also sort of elucidates that aspect of this research. Next, we ran CCK8s to actually explore the viability of these cell lines after they were treated with a variety of inhibitors. So cells were treated with the decoy, which is titled at the bottom in red. That's the more scientific name of it. And we compared it to 3 inhibitors that are generally upstream regulators of the NF-kappa B pathway. They're not direct inhibitors, and they do have far more cytotoxic effects. However, we probed for acute myeloid leukemia here. And actually, in all cell lines, except for U937, the decoy was the first or second most effective at reducing viability, indicating that direct targeting of NF-kappa B is actually effective in reducing cell viability in leukemia. However, I do want to point out one thing. In U937 here, you're going to see that at the bottom left, NF-kappa B actually showed an upregulation, the cells showed an upregulation in viability when they were treated. We hypothesized that this is because, firstly, potential improper seeding. U937 grows very fast, by far out of all the cell lines, so seeding a little too high could have made the treatment less effective and altered the concentrations. Moreover, CpG stimulation from binding actually does upregulate viability in the short term. So that could have also played a factor, and insufficient inhibition of NF-kappa B combined with that could have led to the upregulation that you see here. Next, we actually wanted to see how this decoy was behaving in the cells. So we treated the NF-kappa B pathway in KG1A with the decoy. And again, lysate was collected, and the cells were treated with these various inhibitors at 1 micromolar. And again, we looked for both total P65 and phosphorylated P65, and I'll show the quantifications here. And we found that compared to these other traditional NF-kappa B inhibitors, even though, again, they're not direct, the decoy was either the most effective or tied for the most effective in reducing P65. So when analyzing constitutively active KG1A or P65 activity, the decoy was just as effective as the most effective, Bay11, and when analyzing total NF-kappa B, the decoy was far and away the most effective at reducing NF-kappa B. And this indicates that direct inhibition is actually more effective than upstream inhibition. So this treatment might be therapeutically relevant. But to actually confirm that, we ran a couple more viability assays, and this time we looked for synergy. So resistance to single target inhibitors is very common, and it's something that we want to avoid in this study. So we screened the decoy's combinations with a couple of drugs to investigate treatment resensitization. And you'll see here that alone, we tested the decoy at 3 standard concentrations, 1, 5, and 10 micromolar, and we found that at all concentrations, it was actually a statistically significant promoter of cell cytotoxicity. However, we actually did not find synergistic effects initially because, as you can see here, the right 3 on each graph, they are the combination therapies, and while they do show a reduction in cell viability, it's unclear whether this was actually due to synergistic effects or just the individual impact of the decoy. So we also repeated this in U937 with similar drugs. And the decoy, again, showed statistically significant monotherapeutic effects, but we were unable to find anything synergistic with these broad panel chemotherapeutic drugs. So we refined our experimental approach a little bit. We began to use more specific chemotherapeutic targets that targeted downstream NF-kappa B targets to probe for synergy. So we selected 3 drugs. AC220, which inhibits FLT3, which, as I mentioned before, MB411 does have a mutation in, so we reduced the concentration for that. And we also tested venetoclax and azacitidine because they also attempt to inhibit downstream NF-kappa B pathway regulators. And so our idea here is that if we can actually knock out NF-kappa B initially, then applying these drugs at the downstream part of the pathway would actually allow us to eliminate any residual protein. And we actually found a statistically significant amount of synergy when using venetoclax in combination with the decoy. So as you can see here, venetoclax by itself was completely ineffective in promoting cell viability or cytotoxicity. It actually led to an increase in cell viability that was statistically significant, indicating that acute myeloid leukemia is incredibly chemo-resistant and needs novel therapeutics. However, when combined with the decoy, this decoy plus venetoclax combination was not only better than the individual drug, but it was actually more effective at inducing cytotoxicity than the decoy itself, indicating that combined BCL2 and NF-kappa B inhibition is effective. In MB411, the decoy actually wasn't as effective in the study, but when combined, it was far better. So we discovered a potential synergistic target for venetoclax and the decoy together. Moreover, we applied this to U937, and while venetoclax was not as effective here, we identified another synergistic target in AC220, also known as the FLT3 inhibitor. Again, the decoy plus AC220 was more effective than either of the drugs individually, indicating that combined FLT3I and NF-kappa B inhibition is effective. So in that sense, future directions. Firstly, we hope to optimize combination therapy concentrations in acute myeloid leukemia. While we did identify novel synergistic combinations, it's unclear why that's occurring, and we want to investigate why effectiveness also differs across cell lines. Moreover, we want to expand our studies to in vivo applications to invest clinical and off-target toxicity. This can also be done in vitro, but using it in Drosophila or mouse models would add a lot of nuance to the study. Moreover, employing qPCR to investigate how the decoy affects downstream pathways would be helpful because it's unclear how exactly the decoy is regulating NF-kappa B pathways still, even though it's inhibiting that protein. So that was my study, and I would like to acknowledge the people who were very helpful in my study. So firstly, Mr. Jeremy Hall, he was my mentor throughout my summer program, and he was very helpful in helping me refine my experimental design and training me in quite complicated methods like Western blotting. I don't think I would have ever figured it out on my own. Moreover, I'm grateful to Dr. Marcin Kordialewski because he gave me the opportunity to work in his lab over the summer as part of the City of Hope Academy. And I would also like to thank Rose Hills for providing the funding for my study. So yeah, that's it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
There are no questions. Hriday, it is one of the best presentations I have seen. Thank you very much for the presentation and for accepting our invitation to come and make a presentation. And we will be in touch in future. And thank you very much for the very good presentation you have made.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alia Waban. Alia Waban is from the Hillfield Strathallan College, Ontario, Canada. And she won the $5,000 prize in the International Science and Engineering Fair in the section Energy Sustainable Materials and Design. And Alia will be presenting on redefining the landscape of hydrogen safety using innovative gasochromic technology. Alia?
Hi, yes, I'm just going to share my screen. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Alia Waban. I'm currently a grade 12 student at Hillfield Strathallan College in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. I just want to thank you all for inviting me here today and talk about my project that I did when I participated at the International Science and Engineering Fair this past May. So before I actually get into my presentation, I want to just give a little bit of a background of why I started thinking about this. So a couple years ago, I attended an International Model UN conference in New York, and of the 5,000 of us that were in attendance, we were all asked what is the most pressing issue in today's society. And I believe about over half of us exclaimed that it was climate change. So that started getting my gears turning, started thinking about what can we do to take the steps in order to combat climate change. And upon research, I came across hydrogen, the most abundant resource on our planet. And I realized how we're not actually tapping into that resource. So as you can see here, my project is about hydrogen and how we can harness this power. But this project is actually divided into two different phases. So phase 1 and phase 2, this is phase 2. Phase 1 started a couple years ago where I set out to make a study to quantify the potential CO2 reduction in Ontario when we blend natural gas with hydrogen fuel in our existing pipelines. In that phase, the project also identified certain challenges associated with hydrogen safety and how we can make sure that hydrogen fuel is safe during usage and storage. And with that, this is phase 2 of my project, which I'm about to present today, aimed at addressing these safety concerns associated with hydrogen's expanding role, utilizing gasochromic technology specifically in order to detect hydrogen leaks. Okay, sorry. So you may be asking yourself, what is the point of me doing this if we already have existing hydrogen sensors? Well, yes, you're right to ask that question. However, there are various types of hydrogen sensors that exist today, as we can see in the bottom left hand of my screen. But as the hydrogen economy is expected to grow, new detection methods are needed. As we can also see here, these hydrogen sensors are extremely large, bulky, and very aimed towards the industrial setting, and they range from $800 to $2,000 plus, so not very cost effective, I would say. So what is the real game changer here? Well, in my project, I've created a novel hydrogen sensor that only costs about $40 US, utilizing gasochromic technology that outperforms the existing very costly current ones. So what is gasochromic technology? Well, gasochromic technology is a very simple method to detect hydrogen, and it has many advantages over existing traditional sensors. It is a chemical reaction that is based around a color change in response to the exposure of hydrogen. Some of the benefits include that it requires no power to operate, has extremely quick response time. All the materials used to make the sensor are non-hazardous and environmentally friendly, but probably and arguably the most important is that it's very reliable and is a very good low-cost solution to detect hydrogen compared to these existing sensors. Okay, so in short, this project was aimed to invent, test, assemble, and validate a novel hydrogen sensor that utilizes this gasochromic technology. But as any good experiment would have, I need to have a hypothesis. So I hypothesized that if the optical properties of a gasochromic material changes in the presence of hydrogen, then a reliable detection method could be established using photodiodes and an Arduino Uno microcontroller board. Okay, so this phase was divided into 3 simple steps. The first one being fabricating the tungsten oxide thin film within the high school lab, and its purpose is to change color upon the exposure to hydrogen. Step 2 was to assemble and code the prototype sensor, and this includes the wiring, calibration, coding, and setting up the test chamber. The sensor architecture consisted of photodiodes, WO3PD catalyst thin film that changes color upon the exposure to hydrogen, an Arduino Uno microcontroller board, a gas resistor type sensor for redundancy and early warning, and to display that warning, an LCD screen. And step 3, my final step, was to basically conduct experiments over and over again and collect data to measure the sensor's response time upon the exposure to hydrogen. So the experiments in general were conducted and data was collected in order to A, validate and test the prototype, and B, measure the response time while controlling the independent variables. Okay, so my first step. So unfortunately, I did run into a roadblock upon this first step because I was conducting this within a high school lab. Obviously, there's not that many resources and not enough resources to complete this task of creating that thin film with the PD catalyst because working with tungsten oxide is a little bit tricky. So my roadblock here was that I couldn't figure out how I would actually make this thin film. So I actually wasn't sure like if I was going to be able to finish this project in time for May, but upon more research, I realized that there's actually prefabricated tungsten oxide thin film tape used for commercial use from Detect Tape and Nito to complete this project. And so they actually have a component of palladium, which is the catalyst, which actually helps change that color from this amberish color into this blackish grayish color upon the exposure to hydrogen. So I used that to test that within my high school lab. And the tape actually had a very quick response time when exposed to hydrogen gas, and the color change happened within about like 30 seconds. But there was one major setback, which I'll later talk in my presentation, is that this tungsten oxide thin film tape is actually not reversible, so it creates a little bit more waste. So step 2, as you can see, the prototype here in the center was assembled in a sealed glass chamber, and an hydrogen electrolyzer was used to provide a steady and predicted hydrogen flow into the test chamber that helped provide consistent results. So the photodiodes were used to convert light into an electrical current that provides a measurable output that is directly correlated to the color position in front of the photodiode. The small resistor type gas sensor, which is a simple analog device that changes in its resistance to presence of hydrogen. The Arduino Uno microcontroller board that is connected to a laptop with an Arduino IDE software installed. And the LCD screen that flashes a visual warning whenever hydrogen is detected. And obviously a breadboard to simplify the wiring. So overall, the idea may be simple, but yet it's reliable, cost-effective, and accurate all at the same time. Once again, the photodiode is very important here. It is used to monitor the color of the sample at all times, because upon the exposure to hydrogen, the color changing process starts instantly, even before we can see it with our own eyes. So that's why I wanted my photodiode there. So that's the concept in a nutshell. Now for the raw data collection, arguably my favorite part of this project. So as you can see here in this table, we have 4 main temperatures, 21, 26, 31, and 40 degrees, all obtained using a warm water bath placed underneath of the test chamber at 4 different concentrations for 3 different trials. After all 3 trials, the average was taken to produce these 3 graphs. So First of all, after that major roadblock and that little bit of a scare, it works, which is great. So the sensor demonstrated a high degree of sensitivity at room temperature. So at 1% concentration, as we can see in chart 5, it takes about 7.5 minutes of a response time. When we get to 2%, it drops down to 3.5 minutes. Please note that the response time can improve significantly by tightening the set points on the Arduino board. For the purpose of deriving consistent results, I allowed a penalty of wiggle room. You'll notice in chart 4, so that center chart there, which demonstrates the relationship between response time and ambient temperature. Because this is a chemical reaction, the response time decreases at higher ambient temperatures. However, the ambient temperature has less of an influence on the response time at higher hydrogen concentration levels. And as you can see here at the 4% hydrogen concentration line, which is that yellow line along the bottom, it's almost flat across the wide range of temperatures. Regarding chart number 7, we can see at 1% concentration, the sensor can detect hydrogen at 7.5 minutes. The gasochromic technology here, though, showed a very slow response time. 7.5 minutes is not enough for it to be used as a reliable safety detection method. So what I did is I used a gas sensor instead. So the gas resistor type sensor had a very quick response and showed when we had hydrogen at lower concentration ranges, so from 0 to 1%. And therefore, I am proposing a dual approach to the system where we use the best of both technologies, using a gas sensor from 0 to 1% and a gasochromic technology from 1 to 4%. So you're probably asking yourself, if the gas sensor is very quick and responsive, why don't we just use that all the way? Well, keep in mind that this gas-resistant type sensor has several disadvantages when we get to higher, larger ranges, that is. The selectivity, meaning that it can respond to a variety of other gases other than hydrogen. The gas sensor here serves as a very early warning, and the gasochromic is a confirmation of the hydrogen presence. That is used for redundancy. And the second thing is the constant power supply used to heat the elements of the gas-resistant type sensor, which obviously isn't ideal. So therefore, I'm simply proposing a prototype that uses the best of the both technologies. Okay, so the integrated gas sensor overall demonstrated a high degree of sensitivity with only 2 limiting factors. The first one being the slower response time at lower hydrogen concentration ranges, and that can be addressed by A, tightening the set points, B, relying on the gas sensor for lower hydrogen concentration ranges, and 3, optimizing the WO3 thin film fabrication. So before going to ISEF, I had the opportunity to compete in the Bay Area Science and Engineering Fair here in Hamilton, where I was lucky enough to receive an offer from McMaster University to continue my research within the summer with a McMaster professor and graduate student in order to idealize the tungsten oxide PD thin film. And that addresses my second limitation, which is the WO3 thin film sample used in experiment is not reversible. So this actually process started already this summer, where with the help of the McMaster professor, I was actually able to create a reversible tungsten oxide PD thin film. So that was really exciting. And despite these limitations, the integration of the gasochromic materials with photodiodes represents a very promising avenue for hydrogen detection in the future. Further work will be, though, required in order to ensure durability of the prototype. So the next steps include accelerating aging tests in order to work out potential weaknesses and fix that, so exposure to extreme negatives or extreme positives. And with the proper lab equipment, making that tungsten oxide thin film from the summer a little bit more better, a little bit more tailored towards this prototype. So in conclusion, combining the sensitivity, the chemical color change with the precision of the gas resistive type sensor not only enhances detection capabilities, but also offers a very scalable, cost-effective method in order to detect hydrogen leaks. So with that, thank you for listening. And I have a little trinket here. Easy to detect. Hopefully I can get this patent. With that, thank you for listening to my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, good luck with the patent. I have a question about scale. So is this the size that you would expect to be used widespread, or would it need to scale up significantly?
Sorry, the scale of the prototype itself?
Of the prototype, yep.
So obviously, because it's a prototype, it's not like finalized, and I still have to work with different engineers in order to make it like kind of like the same. I want to make it the same size of like your carbon monoxide sensor or your fire alarm.
Mhm.
So it can be easily inserted within your home, within a car, or even within like a commercial building. Because hydrogen is expected to be used in our everyday life if we want to reach our Paris Goal agreements by 2050. So that like maneuver, that movability is definitely important.
Okay. Do you expect the results from your testing now to be consistent if you do increase or decrease the size of the prototype?
Yes, it is. It definitely is going to be consistent. I've run like
Okay.
over 100 tests, so yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. Congrats. Thanks.
There are no further questions. Thank you very much, Arya, for a very good presentation, excellent presentation, and making it convenient to attend and make the presentation from Canada. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Anthony Eptimiadis. He is from Oakville Trafalgar School in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. And perhaps he is the youngest of the presenters today. He is 14 years old and he won the top award in the robotics section, the $5,000 award at the International Science and Engineering Fair. And his presentation is titled Rapid Screening for Major Skin Cancers with Interpretable CNN Transformer Hybrid Networks, Lesion Evolution Tracking, Trait Identification, and Color Constancy for Improved Generalization in Diverse Populations. Anthony?
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
And can you all see my screen? You can see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So before I start, I just want to say that my research comes from a very different discipline from what you all may have been familiar with. So feel free to ask plenty of questions at the end, and I'm more than happy to clarify. Thank you for that introduction. I'm really excited to be here and to present to you all today. I'm Anthony Eptimiadis from Oakville Trafalgar High School in Canada, Oakville, Ontario. I'm a sophomore, but this project that I'm presenting to you today was from my freshman year in high school from grade 9, where I won the first place grand award at ISEF 2024. Hold on, I'm just having some difficulty. Here we go. So a little bit about me. I completed my first science fair in grade 7, where I built a facial recognition door lock. And this was kind of my very first introduction to artificial intelligence and computer vision. In the 8th grade, my interest in AI skin cancer detection began after my grandfather had a skin biopsy. He had a suspected basal cell carcinoma, and he had a lesion growing on his forehead. Very large lesion. It was growing up to nearly an inch in diameter, and he had an excisional biopsy done. So it was bleeding. They removed the entire lesion, very invasive procedure. And it turned out to be completely unnecessary. He didn't actually need the biopsy at all. And after seeing this, I thought, is this really the most convenient way that we have to detect skin cancer? I mean, everyone has moles, everyone has lesions. If the only way to detect skin cancer is through something like an invasive skin biopsy, how can people detect the cancer early enough in order to survive and have a high chance of survival? And so I started to think, is it possible that I can use my skills in AI and machine learning to detect visual patterns of skin cancer from images alone? And in the past year, after 2,000 hours of research and development, I created this research project, which I'm going to share with you all today. As I started to delve more into the topic and started to research some of the issues that the current situation of skin cancer detection faces, I realized the severity of the healthcare system and the current status quo. Primary care physicians have a visual inspection misdiagnosis rate of 40%. So they just end up referring tons of patients to dermatologists, many of which don't actually need the referral at all, which backs up the healthcare systems. I don't know if you guys face this in the United States, but in Canada, we have to wait something like 6 months just to see a specialist. When skin cancer, certain types of skin cancer, can become deadly in just 6 weeks. Even specialists have a visual misdiagnosis rate of up to 20%. with long referral wait times and a specialized training shortage. Furthermore, at the final step of diagnosis with skin biopsies, which are the only reliable way to detect skin cancers currently, they're highly invasive, they're expensive, and for the reasons before, because primary care physicians and dermatologists have high misdiagnosis rates, 55% of those procedures are completely unnecessary. And so this is calculated to cost about $550 million in unnecessary biopsies in the US alone. That's about $2 billion in unnecessary biopsies worldwide. And even more, a greater issue is that skin cancer is a completely treatable disease if detected early. The problem is that there's no convenient way to detect skin cancer early, and this is why people actually die from skin cancer. The problem isn't that we don't have a cure for skin cancer, it's that we don't have a convenient and reliable way to detect it early. The goal of this project and the primary objective of this project was to develop an end-to-end system for accurate, immediate, and non-invasive screening of skin cancers through computational analysis of dermoscopy lesion images. The secondary objective is to address the major limitations in the current literature that prevents AI skin image analysis from large-scale clinical implementation. And the reason I say this is because AI has already been thought of as a tool to detect skin cancers through non-invasive images. It's something we need desperately. But even today, with thousands of research papers in the field on the topic, there still, to this day, is no clinically viable solution that has made significant impact. And so this is what I wanted to address in my project. There's three main reasons for this. This is low accuracy. Current approaches lack sufficient sensitivity and specificity. They lack transparency. So current systems will fail to provide reasoning for their predictions necessary for trust in clinical adoption. For example, a system will take an image as an input and it will output a diagnosis, but it won't provide its reasoning for that diagnosis. So how can you trust a computer to make a diagnosis as opposed to someone like a physician who can actually explain their diagnosis? And lastly, and most importantly, is racial biases. Due to a lack of data set diversity, current models are failing to generalize to real-world diverse populations. So in my project, I set my engineering criteria to improve the accuracy compared to clinicians in current literature, build interpretable deep learning models that can actually explain their diagnoses, not just output them, to improve clinical adoption potential. And lastly, I wanted to find a way to improve generalization in diverse imaging conditions and diverse populations. So here is an overview of what my project looks like on a practical level. A physician will upload a dermoscopy image as well as patient factors to my point of care software application. So a dermoscopy image is just essentially a magnified image of a skin lesion that uses specialized types of lenses to see some of those finer details in the lesion, as well as patient factors such as how old the patient is, as well as the anatomical location of the lesion. These things my algorithms will also consider for, just like a dermatologist would. Then they will receive enhanced skin tone removed image with clearer features, receive real-time diagnosis prediction, segmentation of the lesion, which is the border of the lesion. It will automatically identify cancerous lesion traits, as well as provide a heat map that explains exactly which traits of the lesion cause it to be diagnosed as a skin cancer. And lastly, through my algorithms, you can track lesion growth with novel precise evolution tracking algorithms. So to begin with my methods, we have pre-processing. The very first thing that I did was retrieve 13,500 pre-diagnosed labeled images, patient metadata, as well as ground truth lesion segmentations, which are pre-labeled, pre-diagnosed lesions that have been manually outlined by dermatologists to grab the exact border. I then use this to train my models to detect where the borders are, as well as to classify the diagnoses of the lesions. I randomly separated this data into training, validation, and testing data sets. Here is the first innovation now, and that is my pre-processing algorithm that removes all skin tone and lighting variations from the images through a multi-stage mathematical algorithm. You can see in these images here that the lesions retain their color information, but the skin in the background, even though these skin tones are slightly different, the imaging conditions are slightly different, they both get normalized to this gray tone so that the AI models can generalize to any types of skin tones because they're all normalized to the exact same skin tone while still preserving important color information. And this is designed to ensure fair and consistent screening regardless of the imaging conditions or skin conditions. Lastly, to further improve this, I performed heavy data augmentation to generate synthetic training samples. So basically that is things like random translation, rotation, hue, saturation, brightness, generating synthetic copies of the images with slight perturbations to further improve the robustness of my AI models. The very first AI model in the algorithm pipeline is my segmentation model. Semantic segmentation delineates the boundaries of skin lesions from surrounding healthy tissue, and the development of an accurate and reliable skin lesion segmentation model opens doors for various dermatological applications, such as precise evolution tracking, lesion cancerous trait quantification, and improved surgical excision and targeted therapies. Until my research paper, I haven't seen a single research paper that has presented a segmentation model for skin lesions that can consistently and reliably grab the lesion border without missing some part of the lesion. And the way I was able to figure out a solution from this was an innovative fusion of two types of computer vision architectures. I fused the classic convolutional neural networks that currently exist in the literature with a new type of architecture, the transformer encoder, and I fused these two types of models. Convolutional neural networks are very good at grabbing very local fine-grained details, whereas transformer neural networks are very good at understanding global context within the image because they're actually designed for natural language processing. That's things like ChatGPT, you all are probably familiar with, and they understand the relationships between words in a sentence. In this case, it's understanding the relationship between patches in the image. And so I figured out a way to fuse these architectures, apply it to this task, so now my model can both understand the very local fine-grained details as well as the global context that they exist in within the image. And given this, I was then able to develop algorithms to automatically identify cancerous lesion traits, like border irregularity, for example. This enables users without specialized knowledge to better analyze dermoscopy images, making these specialized skills more accessible. Here is an array of algorithms that calculate the asymmetry, border irregularity, color irregularities, mimicking the process that a dermatologist would do in their manual screening. So the idea behind this is that now general practitioners can better understand what they're looking at in dermoscopy images, even though they don't have the specialized training, because I've perfectly mimicked the procedure for manually recognizing skin cancer features in images through computational means. Now, for classification of the skin lesions or diagnosing them, a major limit in AI skin image analysis is that models can't understand patient-specific context that humans can. A dermatologist would understand that an older patient is more likely to have skin cancer than a younger patient, but models don't. All they're given is the image. However, I was able to include patient-specific context in my model, like age and the anatomical location of the lesion. These are factored into my model's decision-making by encoding patient metadata as inputs to a single-layer perceptron, which is essentially just a very simple neural network that can learn linear relationships, such as, for example, the older you are, the more likely you are to have skin cancer, and it weights these factors along with its original diagnosis from just analyzing the image. And for the image analysis model itself, in the center here, that is yet again another CNN transformer hybrid architecture. This is after testing hundreds of different models, hundreds of different setups. This is what I found to be the most optimal possible solution, where I'm fusing the convolutional neural network's ability to identify these small fine-grained features with the transformer's ability to understand global contexts. Next, for interpretability, I calculated gradient weighted class activation maps to create heat maps that visually and intuitively communicate the reasoning behind my model's decisions. AI interpretability is crucial in healthcare settings because it helps doctors to understand the model's reasoning for its decisions. It can help to detect potential biases or errors, and it helps to build trust with patient doctors and regulators. So as you can see in the image on the very bottom left, the algorithm takes the results from the initial classification model. It then analyzes the weights and creates a heat map that shows exactly which parts of the lesion and which features of the lesion were used to make that diagnosis. So in that image in the bottom left, you can see that my algorithm is highlighting the border of the lesion, and that's a melanoma. And we know that melanomas, their exhibiting trait to know that it's a melanoma can be found in the borders. And we can see that my model is actually identifying those borders as a trait for melanoma. Next is evolution tracking. evolution tracking is a secondary diagnostic tool to catch previously unsuspicious lesions. And this is what I kind of use as a fallback for my other models. Even though my other models, and I'll show you in the results, are highly accurate, nothing is ever 100%. So to ensure clinical adoption of my system, I developed evolution tracking, which is currently tracked subjectively. Patients are waiting something like 6 months to track for growth in a follow-up exam subjectively. My algorithm takes the original segmentation from the first visit, compares it with the second visit, and uses algorithms to adjust for the orientation of the lesion and the position of the lesion in the image, because those might be different depending on how you take the image. You might take it this way versus this way one time. And so it adjusts for that, aligns both of the lesions right on each other like this, and you can detect even the smallest differences in growth, and you can detect growth much earlier. So this acts as like a secondary fallback in case the very first models are incorrect. So here are the results, and there are a lot of results to go through because there are a lot of different aspects to this project, but some of the key results are a 98.9% sensitivity and a 97.7% specificity in binary classification, detecting between benign versus malignant lesions. But it can also detect multi-class classification. So you can see in the bottom left, it can differentiate between different types of skin lesions, different types of skin cancers, and it still does that with very high accuracy. Compared to other models, compared to physicians, it achieves the highest accuracy in melanoma detection. On the top right, where you can see the different types of segmentation models that currently exist, my proposed model achieves the highest accuracy. And another thing that I noticed that isn't really included in results, but just something that I noticed from my observations, was that over the entire data set of 1,241 images, it didn't miss the border on a single image. It still detected the exact border fairly accurately for all of the images. You can see in the bottom right that some of these other models are missing certain aspects of the lesion. But my model in the very far right here detects the entire lesion, detects it smoothly, it grabs the border quite well, and it does that consistently and reliably, which allows for my algorithms like cancerous trait identification. It allows for precise evolution tracking. And finally, in the bottom middle here, you can see the interpretation heat maps. On the top row, we have melanomas. So you can see that it's identifying traits like the border. You can see where it's highlighting specific parts of the border that contributed to the diagnosis. In the bottom row, we have basal cell carcinomas, where it's highlighting features like vasculature, showing that the model actually can understand context in the image, and it can communicate this to physicians. MScan achieves superior performance in terms of diagnostic accuracy compared to dermatologists and current systems. It's the very first clinically viable point-of-care AI skin cancer screening system, as it addresses all the three major issues with the current systems. It's the first to surpass 95% sensitivity in melanoma detection while maintaining a very high specificity. It's the first to surpass 99% specificity in detection of non-melanoma skin cancer. This is super important for preventing all of those unnecessary biopsies. It's also the very first system to effectively address racial bias, as the color constancy algorithm effectively neutralizes all skin tone and lighting variances. And it's also, since I had the first reliable segmentation model, it allowed the development of the first precise evolution tracking algorithm and cancerous trait identification algorithms that work effectively and consistently. What I'm showing you today, and all the work that I've shown you, is the product of 2,000 hours of effort. And so what I show you is just the final solution that worked. You don't see the hundreds of other solutions and the hundreds of other approaches that failed. And that's something that I really want to emphasize here. It took so much time to identify solutions for each and every one of these micro problems that I could arguably break my project up into a bunch of sub-projects. So I'm really glad with the results that I have, and I'm hoping to get published soon. So I really think that this could have serious potential for improving the current way that we do skin diagnostics and improving the healthcare system as a whole. So thank you all for listening.
Questions?
Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask about the calculation time. So is the calculation time or cost a factor when you're running this, and how do you think that'll scale up?
Yeah, so I developed these models with the intent of them being applicable. And a lot of the research will see huge ensembles of models where they will take like 100 different models and average their predictions together to get like the highest accuracy possible. But that's not really practical because you cannot do that in like a practical setting. That's way too much. That's way too much computationally for a local computer to handle. My models can actually run on my laptop, locally on the laptop, can run on my computer. They're very fast. It takes about 15 seconds on average, depending on what device you're using. Runs on the CPU. It doesn't even need a GPU to run effectively. So all the algorithms are they're quite efficient and they will scale perfectly fine. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute there. That sounds great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for a very, very scintillating presentation and with life-saving potential. Hopefully, it will finally be clinically applicable in the near future. Thank you very much again. Our next presenter is Finlay Vincent from Archer School for Girls, Los Angeles. And the title of her presentation is The Effects of Epigalactocatechin Gallate and Nano EGCG on cadmium chloride and tetradecanoyl forbol acetate induced cancerous tumors within a planaria model. Finlay?
Hi, yes, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen really quickly. Sorry, I seem to be having technical difficulties. Oh. Sorry, it says I have to leave the meeting before I can share my screen, so I'll leave really quick and I'll come right back.
Sure.
So sorry about that.
That's fine.
Okay, can everybody see my
Yeah,
screen?
we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so my name is Finlay Vincent, and I'm currently a junior at the Archer School for Girls in Los Angeles. And this is my project, The Effects of Epigallocatechin Gallate and Nano EGCG on cadmium chloride and tetradecanoyl and acetate-induced cancerous tumors within a planaria model. And so I completed this research last year when I was a sophomore. And yeah. So to begin, cancer is a disease in which damaged cells multiply rapidly to create tumors. And this is a really pressing problem in our society as cancer kills around 1,700 people a day in the United States. And cancer is the second leading cause of death behind heart disease. Therefore, it accounts for every 1 in 6 deaths. So this is a really important problem that we need to combat. However, there are currently 2 ways of treating cancer. One is local treatment, which is sort of surgery and radiation therapy, and the other one is systemic treatment, which is chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and other targeted therapies. However, the current treatments are both costly and invasive. For example, in 2014, cancer patients paid $4 billion out of pocket. And so a new cost-effective and non-invasive cancer treatments are crucial for combating this problem. And so to introduce my carcinogens, my first carcinogen that I utilized in this project was cadmium chloride. And this is a highly toxic chemical that is known to cause cancer due to the fact that it interferes with the proteins involved in the cellular response to DNA damage. Therefore, the cadmium chloride causes DNA damage, and then the proteins in the cells cannot repair that damage. Therefore, it leads to them dividing and forming tumors. And in this project, I utilized a 0.6 milligrams over liters concentration of cadmium chloride based on the experiments you can see on the screen. And in addition to the cadmium chloride carcinogen, I use tetradecanoyl acetate, or TPA, which is a promoter. And so TPA, is a 4-well ester tumor promoter and is used to induce tumors alongside with carcinogens. So in this project, it was used alongside cadmium chloride. In this project, I utilize 0.1 milligrams of TPA alongside the 0.6 milligrams of cadmium chloride. And this was based on an experiment by Stephen Licht.
And so next, the antioxidant that I was testing in this project is epigallocatechin gallate, or EGCG. EGCG is commonly found in green tea, and therefore it is a cost-effective and very accessible antioxidant. EGCG is said to eliminate tumors as it acts as a tyrosine kinase inhibitor towards cancer cells that overexpress EGFR, or the epidermal growth factor receptor. And so the epidermal growth factor receptor sends growth signals to cancer cells, causing them to continually divide and just live. And so the EGCG blocks those growth signals and causes those cancer cells to stop growing. And additionally, EGCG inhibits angiogenesis, or the process in which cancer cells, or just cells in general, gain nutrients. And it does so by downregulating the vascular endothelial growth factor, which accounts for angiogenesis in cells. And so next, the concentration that I used of EGCG was 10 micromolar, and this was also based on an experiment by Stephen Litt. And my previous project that I completed when I was a freshman, I also tested the different concentrations of EGCG that would work for preventing cancerous tumors. However, this project was looking at eliminating them. And so next, I also tested an EGCG nanoemulsion, as nanocarriers have been researched to increase drug bioavailability in the body. And this is one of the main issues with EGCG application in vivo and in clinical trials, as the EGCG tends to lose bioavailability and is not very stable in the body. Therefore, the effects are not really shown. And so in this experiment, I tested a nanoemulsion, which have been seen to improve drug solubilization and enhance absorption in the gastrointestinal tract, which is one of the main issues in EGCG. And I chose to do an oil and water nanoemulsion in which the EGCG was dispersed in the oil. And so finally, the model organism that I utilized in this project was planaria, which are a type of flatworm. And these were important in my project, as planaria can absorb antioxidants and carcinogens via the water they live in. Therefore, both the antioxidants and the carcinogens could be added to their planaria artificial medium or spring water. And so therefore they could absorb those chemicals like that. And additionally, planaria, the tumors in planaria can be seen very easily under a microscope. And so this was also integral in my project. And you can see here that there's a picture of a control group planaria, which has no tumors, and also a picture of planaria with tumors. You can see those outgrowths on the worm. Sorry. Okay, and based on this information, I hypothesized that if 60 planarians that have been exposed to tumor-inducing carcinogens, cadmium chloride and TPA, are treated with 10 micromolar of EGCG or 10 micromolar of nano EGCG, then the tumors within planaria treated with EGCG, both EGCG and nano EGCG, will be eliminated, and the nano EGCG will eliminate the greatest amount of tumors. And so to investigate this hypothesis, I had 4 groups of 15 planaria each. And so I had a control group that was just given spring water or a planaria artificial medium. And then I had a second control group that was planaria that were just given the carcinogen to see how that would affect the planaria without any antioxidants. And then I also had 2 more experimental groups. One was group 3, which was just the addition of EGCG, or the treatment of EGCG after planaria had been given tumors. And then I had group 4, which was planaria that had been given tumors and then treated with nano EGCG. And so to maintain the planaria, I transferred planaria to 10 milliliter petri dishes, and I made sure to keep them in spring water, as spring water is the only type of water that planaria can live in. Therefore, ensuring that they are kept in spring water is crucial. And also, they're very sensitive to light, and so I made sure that the planaria were kept out of direct sunlight. Additionally, to create my carcinogen stock solution, I combined 0.6 milligrams of cadmium chloride and 0.1 milligram of TPA in 1 liter of spring water. And then 10 milliliters of this stock solution, the carcinogen stock solution, was added to the experimental groups. So groups 2, 3, and 4 to induce tumors. And the carcinogen stock solution was given to them for 14 days to induce tumors. Next, I created my EGCG nanoemulsion, which was a self-made procedure. And so I first dissolved EGCG, which was 0.92 milligrams in DMSO, and this created a 10 micromolar solution. And then I added the EGCG to paraffin oil and surfactants. You can see the amounts there. And then I heated the oil in the water phase. The water phase was 160 milliliters of spring water. I heated them in a water bath at 70 degrees Celsius. And then I added the water phase dropwise to the oil phase at a rate of 2 milliliters per minute. And this was at a constant stirring rate. And so this caused the oil phase to be dispersed in the water phase, creating a nanoemulsion. And next, I created my EGCG stock solution, which was done by combining 0.92 milligrams of EGCG, which was also dissolved in DMSO, in 200 milliliters of spring water. And this once again created a 10 micromolar EGCG solution. And then I added 10 milliliters to group 3 after carcinogen application. And so essentially for data collection, planaria were exposed to the carcinogens for 14 days. And then the planaria were viewed underneath a microscope, and the amount of tumors that each of them contracted was recorded. And then planaria were treated with EGCG for another 14 days, whether that be the EGCG or the nano EGCG. And then after those additional 14 days, the tumors were recorded and then compared to the initial amounts to see how much the EGCG or the nano EGCG decreased the initial amount of tumors in planaria. And so next I have my results and discussion. And so this is my data table, and it shows each of the planaria in each group and their individual amount of tumors before and after the treatment, whether that be placebo, EGCG, or nano EGCG. And you can see that sadly, the planaria after nano EGCG application perished. And so here I have my graphs, and you can see an important note beforehand. The amounts of tumors are the amount of tumors that planaria contract is proportional to their body mass. Therefore, smaller planaria contract more tumors and larger planaria contract less tumors. Therefore, the amount of tumors are not meant to be the same. This project's mainly looking at like the individual decreases in the tumors. Therefore, it's helpful to mainly look at the means here. So you can see that the carcinogen-only group, the average amount of tumors in planaria decreased a very small amount, while the planaria that were treated with the EGCG, the average amount of tumors in planaria decreased a very large amount. And you can see that the nano EGCG also caused the planaria to perish. And so here I have my individual graphs, and the graph on the left is the graph of the individual decreases of tumors in planaria that were treated with EGCG. And so you can see the green is the amount of tumors in planaria before EGCG application, while the blue is the amount of tumors in planaria after EGCG applications. You can see that there's some pretty large decreases there. And also this data had a p-value of 0.01, which shows that the decrease in tumors caused by EGCG was statistically significant. And then on the right, there's a graph of the tumors in planaria before and after the placebo application, the placebo treatment. So you can see the green is before the placebo and the blue is the amount of tumors after placebo. And so you can see that there was not a lot of decrease there. And additionally, the p-value for this data was 0.78, showing that the placebo did not cause a statistically significant decrease in tumors. And these are just some images of the planaria. And so you can see the control group, the planaria have no tumors. The carcinogen group, planaria have tumors before and after application. The EGCG group, the planaria had tumors before. However, the tumors were mainly eliminated after application. And then for the nano EGCG, planaria had tumors before, however, they perished soon after application. And so this data shows that EGCG is in fact effective at eliminating tumors in vivo, as the planaria that were treated with EGCG had an average of a 63.3% decrease in tumors with a p-value of 0.01, showing that that decrease was statistically significant. However, planaria that were given a placebo treatment only had a decrease of 6.8%, and that p-value is 0.78, showing that that was not a statistically significant decrease. However, due to the fact that planaria soon perished after a nano EGCG application, there was not enough data to conclude whether the EGCG or the nano EGCG was more effective at eliminating tumors. Therefore, more experiments using perhaps different chemicals to create the nanoemulsion or a different model organism would be necessary to determine this. And this data makes sense as EGCG interacts with the epidermal growth factor receptor and the vascular endothelial growth factor, which regulates cell growth and apoptosis, leading to tumor cell death. And some errors and improvements in this project is that nano EGCG was created with chemicals that were toxic to planaria, and therefore to improve this, different materials would be needed to create the nanoemulsion, or a different model organism would need to be used. And additionally, the sample size had to be decreased from 60 planaria to 40 planaria due to planaria death during the carcinogen application. Therefore, to improve this, the initial sample size of planaria could be increased to account for those possible planaria deaths. And this has a large impact as it confirms that EGCG can, in fact, eliminate pre-existing tumors. And this is really important as EGCG could eventually become a cost-effective and non-invasive cancer treatment within humans and other organisms. And therefore, it is crucial that we continue to investigate ways to improve the bioavailability and stability of EGCG in vivo so that it can possibly one day be applicable to humans and other vertebrates. Some further research ideas that I have is to research what is the best nanocarrier to administer EGCG, as the nanoemulsion did not work as expected. And additionally, I would like to investigate other ways to increase the bioavailability of EGCG. So yeah, thank you so much. Oh yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the people that have supported me in this project, my mentor, Ms. Neshik, and also Mr. Cub at my school for helping me with the concentration calculations. And here's my works cited. And yeah, thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, I can totally answer them.
Very impressive piece of work. Very impressive, actually. I didn't know catechins can function that nicely to reduce the carcinogenic effects of cadmium and other things. It's a wonderful piece of work and very nice to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker before lunch break is Lucia.
Sorry, do we have
Ortega
time for a
from
quick
the-
question? Or...
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I was really curious about the spring water. Why was spring water so important?
Oh, yeah. So planaria really require the minerals that are present in spring water. Therefore, they are given any other type of spring water, they will actually perish due to that lack of minerals. And so this lack of minerals could actually be a possibility of why the nanoemulsion didn't work as expected, as it could have offset that balance of minerals. But yeah, spring water is really important because they need those minerals to survive.
Okay, well, thank you. Sorry about that.
There are no further questions. Then let's go to the final presentation before the lunch break by Lucia Ortega from Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet School in LA. The title of her presentation is Hippocampal Morphology During Aging. Lucia?
Yes, thank you. I'll share my screen. Sorry, I'm gonna put it on full screen. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Lucia Ortega. I'm currently a senior attending Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet High School, and I will be presenting my research on the prediction of hippocampal morphology during aging. Oh, sorry. So I'd like to start off by breaking down the title of my presentation, since it might be difficult to understand without defining certain terms. And this will definitely help to make clear what the exact goal of the research that I worked on is. So hippocampal refers to the hippocampus, which is a small structure in the brain, and it's pictured here in blue. And the hippocampus is vital to our cognitive functioning as it plays a role in emotional regulation, memory function, and spatial navigation. And morphology refers to the study of biological structures. So again, the title is Prediction of Hippocampal Morphology During Aging. So putting this all together, we can see that my study revolves around a method to predict how the hippocampus structure changes with age. And for my purposes, change will refer to change in size or volume of the structure. So we're exploring a way to predict hippocampal morphology during aging, but what is the impact of that? Why does this matter? Well, changes in structure, and like I mentioned just now, specifically the volume of the hippocampus, have been shown to be potentially linked to neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's being a progressive condition that can severely impact quality of life, causing memory loss, confusion, speech and language problems, and more. It's of note that while there have been significant advancements in research related to the treatment of Alzheimer's, there is still no known cure. So pioneering an effective way to predict how the structure will change with age can open doors to diagnosis tools and treatments for such diseases. And on the right, we have an illustration of the difference between a normal brain and the brain affected by Alzheimer's. Overall, you can notice that everything is fairly shriveled up, which means that the volume has decreased. So going back to the subject of my research, we are basically predicting how the hippocampus in particular will go from this state on the left to the state on the right in individuals as they age. I'd now like to introduce the lab where I was able to pursue this research, since they have many projects, but all of which share similar tools and skills needed that play into the methodology that was used in this project. So I worked in the Cyber Physical Systems Lab at the University of Southern California, which uses the fundamentals and applied questions relating to the structure and dynamics of networks in order to tackle a variety of problems. And that might sound like a lot for now, but the main word that you have to keep in mind for this methodology is networks. My project was created under USC Shine, which is a competitive summer program for engineering research. And it revolved around the exploration and application of a neural network, also known as a deep learning model, which is a type of artificial intelligence model. So the point to this is that this lab specializes in networks, and I was able to gain some of that expertise to work with a deep learning model for the research goal, which was previously introduced. Now that we know that we will be using a neural network to predict hippocampal morphology during aging, but what is a neural network? A neural network is a method in AI that teaches computers to process information in a way that is inspired by the human brain. And here on the right, I have a visualization of how a neural network processes information and gives a result. A neural network is given data that functions as the input along with the desired output. The neural network functions to find the set of steps, or called weights, that will allow to produce the desired output with any input in the dataset. Examples of this include ChatGPT and Amazon Alexa, and many of you might be familiar with ChatGPT as its ability to generate human-like responses from user inquiries has shown to be incredibly powerful and continues to grow. And this is a perfect example of what a neural network is capable of, because ChatGPT was fed an enormous amount of data that it, you could say, learned from to produce desired outputs on its own. So now we know what a neural network is, and we can now get into how one created and how it is used to generate for our research purpose. Neural networks are created using code, and ours was created using Python. Python is a high-level programming language, and adding PyTorch, which is a library or a collection of pre-written code, to your code will equip Python with roles that allow the user to readily create neural networks much more easily. My mentor created a neural network using these tools to predict hippocampal morphology during aging. My job was to analyze and understand its code to be able to replicate and enhance it to run my own trials. A neural network needs input data to generate outputs for its specified task. In our case, the input data was pre-existing 3D MRI images. On the left, we have an example of MRI image at 3 different angles, and highlighted in blue is the hippocampus, which is the only part of each MRI image that was fed into the neural network. So since our input is MRI images, we have to understand what the most effective type of neural network can be created to generate data from images specifically. I learned that this type is called a diffusion model. A diffusion model is the most prominent type of neural network used to generate images based on prompts and is trained on existing images. Diffusion models employ a forward algorithm that converts real images or training data into noise. Inputting random noise into the model, the backwards process is run by the neural network to generate a new image based on the training data. With the image on the right, we have a hypothetical example of this. Let's say a diffusion model had 200 dog images inputted, which can be represented by this dog on the top. And these images were inputted or turned into noise via a user-created forward algorithm. The diffusion model learns how to turn random noise into an image of a dog based on all of that data, since now it knows essentially what a dog looks like and can figure out the process to get back. The term black box exists in AI to show that this reverse process is not understood by humans, and basically we don't really know the individual steps the model takes to generate images, and we just know the output that it gives. Examples include ChatGPT again and Adobe Firefly, which you may have also heard of. Putting these ideas together, we can use the diffusion model trained on MRI images of the hippocampus at different ages to generate predicted images of the hippocampus at a specified age. To do this, I input specific conditions into the code to generate hippocampus images based on existing, or you could say real hippocampus images at a certain age and different views. By views, I am referring to the fact that these are 3D MRI images, so you can rotate them and get a different angle. Here we have a sample from the code that was used to generate data, and basically what this is doing is creating a function, selected images by age range, that will allow me to create a variable containing all of the images in the dataset of MRI samples from a specific age. Here, I created the variable image70 real, which contains all of the MRI images in the dataset of people at age 70. What I did with it was feed this variable into the diffusion model, and this model generated predicted images of the hippocampus at age 70. So here we have the first of our results, which are visualizations I created of the values generated in each image compared to the values of the real images in the dataset. And here we have an error matrix at age 70. This is an overlay comparing real images to generated images. So imagine that each box is a slice of the average of all the real hippocampus overlaid onto the average of all the generated hippocampuses. A value of 0.0, shown as black, means that nearly all the pixels were the same or accurate for real and generated images. A value of 1.0, shown as white, means that nearly all pixels overlaid did not match between real and generated images or were inaccurate. The yellow to orange values in between show, on average, that the level of accuracy was either more or less accurate based on how close to 1 or 0 they were. We can see that there is a lot of black in each slice, so they are very close, but it is important to note that it is impossible for the values to be exactly the same, as a neural network will never predict with 100% accuracy. Here we have the overlay of some samples from the second view at age 70. These samples of the same generated set of images at age 70 showcase the difference between the accuracy of the center versus the side of the hippocampus. You can see that these on top have more black and are more accurate in the center, while these slices taken near the side of the hippocampus are very light without that black in the middle. Here I created a histogram showing the distribution of the values of the real and generated hippocampus images at age 70. So the MRI images used to generated were in grayscale, meaning in a range of gray shades from black to white. This graph showcases the variation in the color values from black to white, noted as 0 to 1. Present in each of the real MRI 70 images versus the generated ones, this is also an indicator that the levels of accuracy of the generated images. Again, we can see that the values are quite similar, though the generated ones appear to be more even in green. But they can also never be exactly the same, like with the overlay. And finally, we have the box plot showcasing the volume distribution by age of real versus generated hippocampus MRI images. This graph showcases the distribution at age 60, 70, and 80. The previous data was only for the comparison of age 70 sets, but I generated this data to compare the trend of the volumes as people age. We can see that in the real MRI images, the mean and average decrease as age increases, which is the same for our generated MRI image. Analyzing these results, we can see that the model predicted images of the hippocampus at a certain age that were relatively similar in position to the real images. It was most inaccurate in predicting the structure of the outermost part of the hippocampus. The model's images had a very similar distribution of intensity values to real images, though created a much more evenly distributed set of values than real images had. The model showcased the mean volume of the hippocampus decreasing with age, which was accurate to real images. And I would like to thank my mentor, Gangsho Liu, for guiding me throughout this project in the course of USC Shine over this previous summer. And I would also like to thank the PI of the Cyber Physical Systems Lab, Professor Paul Bogdan, for giving me the opportunity to research in this lab and continue exploring neural networks during my senior year of high school. And additionally, I would like to thank the USC STAR and EHA Biotechnology Program, along with its director, Dr. Terry Church, and coordinator, Mrs. Ramirez de la Cruz, for providing me the resources, education, and support to continue my research journey in this lab. And here are my citations. And thank you so much for listening. I hope this was informative and you enjoyed learning about neural networks. And I have my email here if you would like to reach out to me regarding anything I spoke about. And if you have any questions, I can answer them now. Thank you.
Great presentation, Lucia. Very good presentation. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you for your presentation. What was the part that you enjoyed the most while you're working at this program?
I think besides the research itself, I think I find coding very fun in itself, that it's basically like a puzzle that you have to analyze the code that exists and figure out how to apply it for yourself. But outside of that, within the program that I was a part of, I got to meet a lot of people that were very interested in their own research, and it was just very nice hearing their passions for their own subjects.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. Thanks, everybody, and we'll break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. And I really appreciate the input from all the judges, Emma, Kathy, Sunwa, and Claire. Thank you very much, and we will see you back at 1 o'clock.
Should I go ahead and share my screen?
Somebody announced you, Yash? Devang?
Sorry, what was that?
Did somebody announce you?
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session. The first speaker is Yash Devang Chua from Fremont High School in Fremont, Northern California, near San Jose, my favorite spot, actually. And he will be speaking about AptaDoc, a molecular docking pipeline for protein and aptamers. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me. My name is actually, my last name is Buva. I think there was an error, but that's all right. Yeah, my name is Yash Buva, and I'll be presenting. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? It should say like
Yes.
AptaDoc. You can see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Yash. I'm a junior at Fremont High School, and I'll be presenting my research on a molecular docking pipeline I've developed for protein aptamer interactions that specifically target glioblastoma, and I've named this tool AptaDoc. And my research mentor was Gaurav Sharma. Okay, so to provide a little context, my mother's a physical therapist that treats patients with brain injury. So from a pretty young age, I've been interested in neuroscience and computational biology and how I can leverage that in aiding brain cancer, specifically glioblastoma, which is the most commonly occurring in adults. So glioblastoma is an extremely aggressive brain cancer with a poor prognosis. Patients often have a median survival of just 15 months after diagnosis. This tumor type is highly resistant to standard treatments, in part due to its genetic complexity and ability to infiltrate brain tissue, which limits the effectiveness of surgery and traditional drug therapies. New approaches are essential for targeted, effective interventions. So one promising tool for targeting glioblastoma involves aptamers, which are small single-stranded nucleic acids. These molecules can be engineered to bind very specifically to proteins on glioblastoma cells. By binding only to these target proteins, aptamers could potentially deliver drugs directly to the tumor cells or serve as diagnostic markers to identify glioblastoma. And to create aptamers, we use a process called SCALACS, which stands for Systematic Evolutions of Ligands by Exponential Enrichment. This process is a kind of iterative selection where thousands of nucleic acid sequences are tested and refined to find the one that binds most effectively to the target protein. However, the SCALACS process is time-consuming and costly, which limits the speed at which we can develop effective aptamers. So my project, AptiDoc, introduces a computational pipeline designed to address these limitations. AptiDoc models protein aptamer interactions at an atomistic level, which provides valuable insights into binding affinities and optimizes aptamer design. This approach not only reduces the time and cost of aptamer selection compared to traditional methods like SCALACS, but also allows for a more precise characterization of aptamer protein interactions. And AptiDoc has the potential to play a crucial role in developing targeted therapies and diagnostics for glioblastoma in this way. Okay, so my research goal is to improve the targeting capabilities of existing aptamers for glioblastoma by focusing on their interactions with specific proteins associated with the disease. By using molecular docking, we aim to predict how these aptamers bind to their targets by focusing on those with the highest potential for selectivity and strength of binding. So my hypothesis is that molecular docking can help us evaluate and optimize these aptamer protein interactions, and this can lead to valuable insights into which aptamers are best suited for glioblastoma targeting applications. Okay, so now moving on to methods. So our method centers on evaluating and optimizing the interactions between pre-existing aptamers and glioblastoma associated proteins. First, we select aptamers that have already shown potential for targeting glioblastoma cells from databases or literature. Then we identify specific glioblastoma associated proteins that are relevant to our research. And then using HDoc software, we perform molecular docking simulations. So HDoc's hybrid approach allows us to combine template-based and free docking, enhancing prediction accuracy across diverse molecular interactions, which is why we chose HDoc in our pipeline. And so once the docking is complete, we analyze binding affinities and interaction specificity to understand which aptamer protein pairs show the strongest and most selective interactions. And then this analysis helps us refine and optimize the interactions, aiming to improve the efficacy of these aptamers for glioblastoma targeting. And this is a website. We're still working on it, but we hope to make AptiDoc accessible to everyone, like a public website, really highlighting the impact of this pipeline. Okay, so although we're still in the relatively early stages of the project, we anticipate identifying specific aptamer protein interactions with high affinity, which could be valuable in targeting glioblastoma cells. And then through this process, we also expect to gain insights into the accuracy and utility of molecular docking as a standalone tool for evaluating and optimizing aptamer interactions as opposed to alternative methods. And then ultimately, we hope this research will contribute to a better understanding of how aptamers can be used for precise targeting in glioblastoma, potentially guiding future therapeutic and diagnostic applications. And then this approach could streamline the development of aptamer-based solutions, making the process even more time efficient and cost effective, something that SCALACS is currently lacking. Okay, so in future work, we plan to integrate 3D convolutional. Oh, am I on the right slide? 1 second. Okay. Wait 1 second. I think I'm on the wrong slide here. All right, here we go. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so in the future work, we plan to integrate 3D convolutional neural networks, or like 3D CNN, some people call it that, to enhance our molecular docking analysis. So a 3D CNN model is particularly powerful because it can analyze spatial data in 3 dimensions. So that captures like the complex shapes and interaction patterns of aptamer protein pairs. And then by training these models on large data sets of docking simulations, we can teach the network to recognize patterns that indicate optimal binding conformations. So this integration will allow us to move from just merely simulating individual interactions to generating data-driven predictions on binding affinity and specificity. So with 3D CNNs, we can automate the screening of large aptamer libraries, allowing us to classify and rank aptamers based on predicted binding scores. And then this step could drastically reduce the time and computational resources needed, focusing on the most promising candidates for glioblastoma targeting. And to achieve this, a significant amount of training data is required. So we'll compile a robust data set of docking results, possibly augmented with data from experimental studies, to help the 3D CNN learn distinguishing features of high affinity interactions, since there are some similarities. And then ultimately, by applying these machine learning techniques, we hope to increase precision in selecting effective aptamers, optimize computational efficiency, and make substantial progress in aptamer-based glioblastoma targeting. And this process is pretty complex, so I'll break down how using 3D CNNs to analyze aptamer protein interactions would exactly look in this case and in this pipeline. So the process starts with data preparation, where we generate 3D structural data from docking simulations, so like HDoc and stuff like that. So this data is represented as 3D voxel grids that encode properties like atom types and charge distributions, which ensures consistent binding site orientation. And then the 3D CNN architecture consists of several layers as well, as you can see here from this diagram. So convolutional layers identify important spatial features, such as compatibility in shape and charge, while pooling layers reduce dimensionality. So this focuses on critical interaction patterns. And then fully connected layers then analyze these features to predict binding affinities. So then for training, we use a data set of known aptamer protein interactions, and then the model aims to minimize prediction errors using an optimized loss function, which is typical of machine learning models. And then it'll apply regularization techniques to enhance the generalization. And then once trained, the 3D CNN can predict binding affinities for new aptamer protein pairs. So by generating heat maps, which you can see from this diagram over here, the heat maps right here, we visualize which areas exactly of the protein complex contribute most to binding. So this allows us to rank aptamers based on their predicted affinities for glioblastoma targeting. Okay, so starting with the implications of AptoDoc, successfully identifying aptamers for glioblastoma could significantly advance cancer therapeutics. By enabling targeted therapies, we can potentially improve treatment efficacy while minimizing adverse side effects commonly associated with conventional treatments. Furthermore, aptamers have great diagnostic potential. They can be engineered as tools for early detection and continuous monitoring of glioblastoma, which is crucial for patient outcomes. And then finally, our reliance on computational methods offers a more cost-effective approach to traditional experimental techniques, which reduces both time and financial resources required for aptamer discovery. However, there are notable limitations of our research to consider. Currently, our research is primarily computational, meaning that further experimental validation is necessary to confirm the efficacy and specificity of the identified aptamers, which are identified through AptoDoc. And then we're also dependent on existing databases and aptamer data, which may limit our ability to explore a broader range of candidates. And then lastly, the complexity of biological systems poses a challenge. And this is like present in most research, but computational predictions may not fully capture like the intricate dynamics present in vivo environments, which potentially could lead to discrepancies between predicted and actual aptamer behavior. Okay, so just to summarize really quickly, this research project called AptoDoc focuses on leveraging molecular docking and computational methods to analyze and optimize the interactions between existing aptamers and glioblastoma-associated proteins. So by employing docking software like HDoc, the project aims to predict binding affinities and enhance the specificity of aptamer target interactions. So the ultimate goal is to identify aptamers that can serve as effective diagnostic tools or targeted therapies for glioblastoma, and this advances cancer treatment approaches. And then additionally, like I mentioned before, the integration of 3D convolutional neural networks may further refine these predictions, which offers a more efficient pathway for aptamer development. So yeah, that's basically what Aptadoc is. Here are some of the references. And then if you have any questions or you want to connect, you can reach out to me via email. My email is ybhuva@gmail.com. And yeah, and thank you for your time. And then also, some questions I usually get asked is like what specific aptamers are you focusing on in your research? So I'll just address that really quickly. So in my research, I'm focusing on several known aptamers identified from existing literature and databases that have shown promise in targeting glioblastoma-associated proteins. So for instance, I'm considering aptamers such as A10 and AS1411, I think is the ID, which have been reported to bind effectively to nucleolin, a protein often overexpressed in glioblastoma. But yeah, like the specific aptamers will be finalized based on the results of our docking studies.
Thank you, Yash. These are the aptamers are single-strand nucleic acids. Are these RNA or DNA?
They can be either.
Can be either.
Yes.
Okay. And were these synthesized, or where did you get these aptamers from?
So aptamers are created through a process called SCALACS. So it's artificially created.
Artificially created. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why they're like they're relatively new, and that's why they have like such implications, because like they're artificially created, so they can bind with like very high specificity to proteins, right? And that can help with like drug therapeutics and stuff like that. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very good piece of work, very interesting, and hopefully find some therapeutic applications in the short run, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for listening.
Okay.
A quick question.
Yeah, sure.
I just wondered how applicable is this to other aptamers or ligands in the for other diseases, or is it just very specific to glioblastoma?
Yeah, so right now I wanted to focus on like neuroscience. So it's like for glioblastoma associated proteins, but this could definitely be generalized to proteins that are present in like other diseases. But yeah, right now I'm focusing on a pipeline. So specifically, because it's a relatively new project that I've taken on. So I wanted it to focus on glioblastoma associated proteins, but because it's a pipeline that like employs other molecular docking pipelines, it can definitely use proteins that are associated with other diseases. So yes, it could be generalized, and I hope that it'll have a broader impact. Thank you for that question. Okay, is that all? Anyone else have any more questions?
So that seems to be all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
very
everyone.
much for the presentation. Thank you, Claire, for the question. Let's move on to the next presentation by Ramin Sarkar. I think he is from Gwinnett School of Math, Science and Technology in Georgia. And he has won an award in the Georgia Science Fair. And I'm looking forward to Ramin's presentation. Ramin, go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'll go ahead and begin. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ramin Sarkar, and I'll be presenting my project on the treatment analysis for Alzheimer's disease using Cianur Hebdatis elegans as a model. Alzheimer's disease, one of the most progressive neurodegenerative diseases an individual may possess. As Alzheimer's disease is a severe form of dementia, it can lead to the impairment of cognitive function, behavioral function, memory, and even movement. As of today, there are not many definitive treatment options available for Alzheimer's on the market right now. Therefore, a determination of a definitive treatment option is needed. However, we can take this approach on natural herbal extracts, which are natural and provide many neuroprotective properties for Alzheimer's, and specifically looking at the highest amounts of anti-amyloidogenic, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidative property herbal treatments, ginkgo biloba, lion's mane, basil, and sage extracts contain high amounts of those to further alleviate the beta secretase enzyme binding action with the amyloid precursor protein that leads to amyloid plaques. Now, in order to achieve this analysis, a model system must be used. So I used the Sander Hebditis elegans C. elegans model, which is a nematode roundworm that consists of a 60% homology between human homologous genes and C. elegans genes. In addition, the proteome in the C. elegans nervous system contains 83% of the human CGI genes, which can encode for many diseases. In figure 2, here is shown a Sander Hebditis elegans under the stereo microscope. Now, in order to form my research goal, my research question asked, how do various herbal treatments influence the overall health and behavioral of the function of the H. Sander Hebditis elegans? My null hypothesis states that the behavioral characteristics of the H. C. elegans, their response to external stimuli, foraging behavior, and protein concentration remain unaffected to these herbal extracts. However, my experimental hypothesis states that the behavior and the molecular concentrations of protein of the H. C. elegans will be affected when exposed to these extracts. And this is grounded by the fact because of the neuroprotective properties these herbal extracts contain. Now, my methods state that the independent variable is the type of herbal treatment. The dependent variable is the H. C. elegans behavior or protein concentration on the extracts, and the control variable is the H. C. elegans with no herbal treatment. The C. elegans behavior was quantified with the following: the C. elegans speed, the response to external stimuli, which was defined by the C. elegans distance from tapping them individually, and the C. elegans response time after tapping them individually. The foraging behavior was defined by the distance to locate for food and the time for locating food, and the protein concentration measured in milligrams per milliliter used by the BCA protein assay was also measured. Now, moving on to my methods, I first acquired a C. elegans culture N2 wild type plate and created respectfully the plates of the 4 herbal treatments, 1 for the control and 1 for the batch plate. And in order to make the treatment and the E. coli, which is their food source, together, I mixed 1 milliliter of each of them together into individual microcentrifuge tubes. And I would like to note that in many of the literature sources, herbal treatments may contain antimicrobial or antibacterial properties. Therefore, I wanted to do a zone of inhibition test in order to determine if the E. coli was killed off. So fortunately, from my zone of inhibition results, the E. coli was not killed off, therefore the food source was still present for the C. elegans. Then after I streaked the E. coli on the herbal treatment plates and incubated them respectfully and divided them up into 2 experimental methods, one being the DI water transfer method and the second one being the chunk agar method. And after I placed them in the incubator, I applied autofluorescence adapters and recorded them under the stereo microscope, where you can see here the C. elegans under those autofluorescence filters. The biomarker called lipofuscin is depicted, which is an indicator of anatomical function decline leading to cognitive decline. And this was all quantified by the Worm Lab quantitative application software for worm behavior. Now for my molecular methods, which was the protein concentration, I used the bison-consinic protein assay, where I gathered all the C. elegans cell lysates and using a centrifuge and collecting the supernatant sample. Then I created my working reagents together and created a dilution series of BSA standards. Then I placed it on the microplate reader, and which is also known as the spectrophotometer that I used to calculate the absorbance readings to further quantify the protein concentration. Now for my results, here is shown the herbal treatments versus the H. C. elegans speed and the herbal treatments versus the H. C. elegans protein concentration. Here is shown the external stimuli response for the H. C. elegans distance travel time after tapping and the response time after tapping them. And here is the foraging behavior for the C. elegans, where it is shown the distance to locate for the food and the time it took for them to locate for the food. Now, for my statistical analysis test, I conducted an ANOVA statistical analysis test, which was done to assess whether there were any significant variations in behavioral function and protein concentration attributed to the different herbal extracts. And I saw that 5 out of 6 behavioral and protein measure statistical analysis tests were shown to be statistically significant, showing that the null hypothesis was rejected more than failed to be rejected. In addition, I did conduct a individual t-test analysis, which was done to assess whether there were any statistical significance between the herbal treatment extracts and the control group to know that the experimental hypothesis actually did get accepted. And so we can see that there was a 62.5 statistical analysis statistically significant percentage for the individual t-tests, and there was a 37.5% not statistically significant, showing that the experimental hypothesis was accepted more than the null hypothesis. Now, in my discussions, I include that ginkgo biloba exerted the highest specialization of C. elegans behavior, where it benefited the speed of the C. elegans, the response time for the external stimuli, and their protein concentration. And ginkgo biloba can be concluded as a more definitive treatment option for the aged C. elegans, ultimately imitating Alzheimer's disease. There were some problems faced in this project where the C. elegans did not stay alive as long as they were supposed to be through the DI water transfer method. Therefore, the chunk agar method was more a reliable source. Additionally, the bacterial growth for these plates were shown a lot, which could be observed as not E. coli. Therefore, there was a repetition of steps for accuracy. And for my applications and future implications, as we concluded, ginkgo biloba can be served as a more definitive treatment option, and hopefully this can go through a successful human and clinical trial in the future. And additionally, I hope to implicate that I want to test various doses for each of these herbal treatments for accurate drug research, as it may be hard to determine how much the C. elegans is actually containing in their system. In addition, I do want to conduct a bioinformatic assay or mass spectrometry for amyloid beta concentrations. Here are my references. And I would like to thank you all for listening to my presentation. And I would like to kindly acknowledge the Lattice Science publication for publishing my paper and extend my sincere thanks to the Southern California section of the American Chemical Society for letting me present my work. Thank you.
Good presentation, Ramin, very good presentation. I just have a couple of questions. I'm Krishna Kalluri, as you know. The herbal extracts you're talking about, are these aqueous extracts or solvent extracts?
These are solvent extracts.
Alcohol? What was the solvent that is used?
So actually these herbal treatments were actually bought in a liquid format. So this was purchased through Amazon, where it is provided in a liquid supplement format.
I see. And they did not specify what the solvent is or anything like that?
I don't think so, but they did say some sort of solvent in it, but not specifically.
So even the ginkgo biloba, that's also a liquid extract that you obtained?
Yes.
Or it is a liquid extract?
Yes.
Okay. And I know something about the Cynorhabditis elegans. These are worms that are very short-lived. They don't live for more than a couple of days or something like that. That is their lifetime. And are you able to finish your experiments and studies within their lifetime, or you could somehow extend their lifetime, or what?
So since most of my data was determined through the behavior, which was recorded over a stereo microscope, I had to sit in the lab for around almost a whole day to record the C. elegans plates And then after that recording was done, I took it to Worm Lab and quantified each of the individual C. elegans and took the average. Whereas in my protein concentration analysis, I had to centrifuge the C. elegans and collect the supernatant. So mainly this experimentation was done before the C. elegans could die.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. Very good. Very nice presentation. I'm very impressed. Thank you very much,
Thank you so
Ramyan.
much.
The next presentation is by Diego Alvarez Gonzalez from Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet School, and his title is The Effect of Dynamic Pricing on Airline Customers. Diego, go ahead.
So small clarification, I'm from Fusion Academy in Miami. I think the high school got messed up.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
No worries.
Right.
So yeah, I'm from Miami, Florida. So this is gonna be a slightly different presentation from what we've seen so far. It's more on the technological and mathematical side of STEM. And as you can read, it is the effect of dynamic pricing on airline customers. And just to clarify, it is a literature review. So as a small introduction, as many just don't know what dynamic pricing is, essentially it's a strategy where airlines adjust their ticket prices in real time based on several factors like demand or time of booking or competition to maximize revenue. While it does actually maximize revenue, this practice has an impact on customers, which tends to be negative as it challenges customer satisfaction, trust, and sometimes can lead to perceptions of unfairness. This practice has been in use since the 1980s, and just to clarify, dynamic pricing is a strategy used in different industries. However, I'm highlighting its use in the airline industry. Since this strategy has been used, it has reported approximately a 10% increased revenue. Only, which is a very low number, only 15% of customers are aware of it. And because of this practice, 60% of customers fair watch ticket prices. So here we can see how this strategy has created a habit on airline customers. Here are the logos of some airlines you might know which use dynamic pricing. So if you have flown any of these airlines, these are just some very short examples. You have been affected by dynamic pricing, but it is safe to say that about 99% of airlines across the globe use this practice. So this research has several objectives which can be divided into three different, which would be number one, understanding that dynamic pricing affects airline customers' behaviors, particularly throughout the decisions of purchasing and brand loyalty, and then to analyze the perception of customers of like fairness and transparency from the actual airline, and third, to assess the psychological impact of dynamic pricing in the airline customers. And finally, after creating all that well-rounded understanding of dynamic pricing's influence on customers, we would aim for insights that could enhance both revenue and customer relations. So attacking a middle point where both the airline would be creating, like maximizing the revenue and the customer would be fairly happy. The methodology used throughout this research is, again, as I said, a literature review. So we use narrative sources to integrate findings from different studies, which offer a broad view of dynamic pricing effects on airline customers. And not only that, but we also use sources from different industries who also have customers to essentially give a 360 overview of this whole strategy. We used peer-reviewed journals from academic databases like GSTOR, Web of Science, and Google Scholar, just to make sure we got those credible, up-to-date sources. And we had not a very broad criteria, which was that we would focus on customer behavior, perception, revenue maximization throughout the airline sector specifically. And lastly, we would analyze key patterns in customer reactions, and then what those perceptions of fairness and price sensitivity would be on the customer end. So as many of you do not know what dynamic pricing is, a small overview through the factors that come into play with this strategy are the classic factors are dynamic demand, availability, events, time, and competition. And by what I mean by this is demand, for example, during the summer, airline tickets will be more expensive. And that can not only be the summer, it could be the winter or like just high peak demand dates. Availability as well is one of the reasons. So a ticket price will be way more expensive on a flight that is fuller than one which is empty. Major events such as sports, like maybe Taylor Swift is performing, and tickets will be more expensive to that destination in that time frame. And as well, when you're booking closer to the date of the flight, tickets will be more expensive compared to when you're booking months in advance. And the last classic factor is competition, which would be maybe the New York to Miami route, which is it has high competition, lots of airlines fly it. Ticket prices will be lower than a route like Los Angeles to San Juan, which could have less competition, so prices will be higher. However, in today's world, we have more modern factors, which are thanks to technological advancements, including AI, which include location, which would be where you're purchasing a ticket from. So I could be buying a ticket from Europe, and you could be buying a ticket from I don't know, South America, and the same ticket will be different. This practice is normally accessed through your IP address. Secondly, your cookies. Airlines can access your browser history and cookies saved to check if you have searched for a similar flight before, and they will modify the price based on that. So some customers tend to, well, if they know about this practice, they will reset their cookies, and this might work. And lastly, your device. So whether you're using an Apple device or a Samsung device, or depending on the browser, the price ticket will be different. So just from all this information, you can detect how this seems like an abusive practice. Like, yes, airlines are trying to maximize their revenue for sure, but it seems abusive in terms of customers are being abused. Prices like it's unfair. In general, it's unfair that the same ticket has different prices depending on the factors I just mentioned. So here we can see a graph that is the digital platform adoption versus the dynamic pricing effectiveness. So what I want you to visualize throughout this graph is by digital platform adoption, what I mean is like the integration of the internet and all these new technological advancements. So in the 1980s, when this technique started, revenue wasn't maximized as well because they didn't have the technological advancements to like discriminate customers on like their device, their location. So here we can see a relation where the more the digital platform adoption is, the more revenue they are making because they are abusing it further. Here we have the impact on customer behavior. Because this is a strategy that airlines use, it has an impact on how the customer behaves. So there is different types of classification for customer behavior. The first one being fare watching, which is just essentially someone who, well, I want to go to California next week, and today, tomorrow, and Monday, I will be watching the prices, and whenever I see a good deal, I will buy. So 60% of airline customers do fare watch. So we can see that, whoa, dynamic pricing has a huge impact. It has made 60% of their customers fare watch instead of just buying. And price checking airline sites increased by 30% in recent years due to dynamic pricing. So there's these sites where you can see, well, the price yesterday was cheaper. So you can check like the track of the price. Then we have decision paralysis, which is basically that frequent price changes will often lead to customers to like hesitate, because today I see the price at 100, tomorrow I see it at 200, and I'm like, oh, I'm hesitating about I'm making a purchase. So the typical customer checks ticket prices about 4 to 5 times before actually making a purchase. And then we have segmentation, which is another impact of dynamic pricing, which is basically different types of customers are divided due to this practice. So price-sensitive travelers will fare watch, whilst other will prioritize convenience. And one interesting fact about this is that over 7,500 flight searches by younger travelers, which tend to be the price-sensitive travelers, will occur daily on mobile devices. And then we have brand loyalty, which basically means that price fluctuations make you not stick to one airline, but like to many, because you want to catch the best price. You will basically just fly whatever airline has the cheapest price, right? Because it's more reasonable for you. And a fun fact about this is that 55% of flyers use at least 3 different airlines over a year, often switching based on price, which a comparison that can be made in the 1970s when this practice wasn't used, airlines customers would stick to one airline. So, oh, I like TWA, so they will fly that airline all the time because it's their airline. And well, thanks to dynamic pricing today, that is a practice that is barely done. We vary airlines because of the price. And lastly, timing and patterns, which basically mean that dynamic pricing shifts booking times because customers tend to think they develop strategies to find favorable prices. And a fun fact is that flights booked over 3 months in advance save an estimated of $90 per ticket. So you can see that dynamic pricing has made, well, the earlier you buy the ticket, the cheaper it's going to be. So this makes airlines sell tickets more in advance. So not only are they maximizing their revenue, but they're also having income in advance to when they actually have to spend their money and costs. Here we have, as I said, segmentation of customers. We can see how business customers are the ones with less price sensitivity. Then we have leisure at the middle and budget at the top. So the people who are on a budget and are more price sensitive, they will fair watch, they will hesitate to buy. Then we have leisure and business who will hesitate less and essentially just buy whatever fare is there. So we can see how this practice of dynamic pricing has segmented our customers and divided in customer groups. So fairness and transparency is a huge thing that comes into play because if you see if I have a friend and we're going to LA and we have the same ticket, but I paid $50 more, I'm gonna be, well, why did I pay $50 more if it's the same flight, same ticket, same seat, same everything? That's going to generate an issue with customers. They will have fairness concerns. They will perceive that this technique is making it unfair, especially when, as I said, you see price differences for the same ticket, same flight. And then another thing that comes into play is the role of transparency. Transparency helps mitigate feelings of unfairness by essentially like clarifying. So if airlines were transparent about their pricing strategies, at least you were like, okay, I know that this is the price here and this is the price there. And you would be okay if they were transparent. The thing is, airlines are not. Their dynamic pricing models are completely private and not accessible. And lastly, linking back to the past slide, it's customer trust and loyalty. As I said, nowadays, airline customer trust and loyalty is barely present at all because airlines are not transparent about these practices and customers feel they are getting unfair fares and they do not trust the airline, neither are they loyal at all. So this has a certain psychological impact on customers. It tends to be reported on like anxiety because customers generate this thing called price anxiety. Because whenever you feel you're uncertain about something, like uncertain about when to buy this ticket because you're short on budget and you don't want to spend too much, this stress causes them to like delay purchases because they hope for a better deal. And this has a negative impact on customers themselves. And then we have the perception of value, which I mean, essentially, unexplained price fluctuations will create distrust in customers, as they will feel that the airline is actually prioritizing profit over their relation and their fairness, which weakens trust overall. Here we have a graph where we can see what right now, this is the airline market right now, what customers like most about airlines right now. So we can see that the booking experience is what they're best with. So People normally feel that the booking experience is nice, but then if we look at aspects like value perception or price transparency, they are not very happy about it at all. So we can see the biggest gap is in price transparency. They feel as airlines are not transparent at all. So this is an issue that needs to be addressed. As I said, customers are segmented completely because of this practice. So we have demographic variations in response to the practice, and it could be divided simply into three things: age and income and education. So older customers will feel more stressed and confused because they have not seen this practice in past years. And younger customers will adapt more easily because it's more in the like tech savvy kind of thing. And then when we have like it's divided by income. Lower income travelers are very sensitive to price changes, and they will feel frustrated about changes that are not explained at all in ticket prices, where higher income travelers will prioritize convenience of just buying right now and let's go. And lastly, we have the education level, which basically is that higher educated customers will often kind of know what dynamic pricing is, know that it's something in place right now in the airline industry, and sort of understand to an extent, even though there's not much information about it, while customers with lower education levels may view it as something that is rather confusing and unfair. So the whole point of this research is, well, this is a problem that is present right now. Customers feel as if ticket prices are unfair. These changes are not explained. Airlines are not being transparent. So the whole point of this research is attacking a middle point where the airline maximizes their revenue, but they are transparent and the customer feels as they are like buying a ticket that is actually fair and they feel trusted. So all what this is about is balancing profitability and customer satisfaction. So while this practice has maximized revenue so far on its own, achieving a balance is essential for sustainable growth, because right now this is like a balloon that it's inflating and it's going to explode at some point because customers, you can manage them for a while, but then they're going to start questioning this seriously. So clear and consistent pricing explanations, for example, as indicating when price changes are due to demand or booking. So if today there's a change in price ticket, the airline would be like, okay, this has happened because of demand has gone higher. You would understand and feel as they have been more like transparent. So it would help build like customer confidence and make them more likely to view the prices as fair. So transparent communication is very important on behalf of airlines to like reduce frustration and mistrust. So here we can see a graph of revenue versus price in airlines. So we can see that the best selling point for an airline would be right here at a price of $250 the ticket, for example, where they would be making the most revenue, because if they sell at any higher, the demand is lower, so they make less revenue, right? So this is a crucial graph to take into account when we're talking a middle point between revenue maximization and customer happiness, essentially. So yeah, and here we can see a very similar graph, but related to customer satisfaction and price changes. So we can see that when there is no price change, tickets are stable. These dots are higher, right? So customers are more satisfied. While when there is price changes, either if it's up or down, customers are less satisfied because they question these changes. So attacking a middle point would make customers be satisfied, yet still occur revenue maximization for airlines. So the suggested approach for airlines would be to, number one, enhance transparency, essentially labeling price changes, whether it's high demand, limited seats, or whatever it is, to be transparent. Number two, implement price assurance programs, which would be offering credits or refunds if the price drops after booking, which would reward the customer and make them feel less price anxious. Number three, tailor loyalty programs, which are present right now, to offer specific benefits to cater needs, like creating a strong, loyal customer base, even when there's price variability. Number four, personalized pricing strategies, which would be essentially adjusting pricing to meet the needs of each customer segmentation group. because that way they would ensure essentially fairness and inclusivity of everybody. Because right now, one could argue their technique it discriminates people because of the device they have or whatever it is, which is completely unfair and unethical. And number 5, focus on long-term customer relationships. Essentially, by prioritizing fair treatment and transparent communications, they will be able to strengthen their brand and foster long-lasting customer satisfaction. So the conclusion of this whole research is that, yes, dynamic pricing is 100% an effective tool that does maximize airline revenue. However, the use that it is being given right now is completely negative on customer perception and satisfaction. So frequent price fluctuations, they lead to customer stress, diminished trust, and reduced sense of value. So customers are more likely to view pricing as fair when the airline is transparent and provides clear explanations of factors influencing changes in tickets. So airlines should maintain customer loyalty and satisfaction by balancing revenue goals with transparent, fair pricing strategies, as this is essential to continue using this dynamic pricing strategy while being ethical. So a few acknowledgements to Dr. Thomas at MIT, Dr. Mirabito at UC Berkeley, and Dr. Hio at UMiami and the UCI Office of Research.
Thank you, Diego. It's a very interesting topic and very exciting presentation. I'm sorry for speaking about your affiliation, school affiliation. I got a wrong information there, but it's a very good presentation. I have only one question. Were you concentrating on regular maximum demand time flights or only red-eye flights or both or what?
Well, we used completely all. We did not limit our testing.
Okay. And what if it is only a single one-way flight or a return flight or what kind of flights?
So we did both one-way and two-way flights because the way airline fares work with one-way and two return flights is completely different. So we did use both of them to take into account for the research.
Very good. Right. Thank you very much. It's a very good presentation and vastly different subject, but very interesting subject indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. The next speaker is Olivia Sanso from Harvard Westlake Upper School, Studio City in California. And she will be talking about concentration-dependent effects of dietary niacin and NAD+ in longevity, memory, and motor function of flies. Olivia, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Sorry, let me put this in presentation mode, sorry.
It's okay.
Where is it? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so hello, I'm Olivia and sorry. Okay, yeah. My project is again about the concentration dependent effect of dietary niacin and NAD and longevity, memory, and motor function of flies. So essentially, niacin is also known by its common name, vitamin B3, and its main role is being a precursor for the electron carrier molecule NAD+. And NAD+, we're all familiar with its well-known activity in cellular respiration, but it's also very important for the function of sirtuin 6, which is involved in mitochondrial biogenesis. And you can see in this chart here, mitochondrial biogenesis is implicated in aging, longevity, autoconservation, etc. And what inspired me to do this project was because I read two papers that induced Parkinson's disease in fruit flies. They did it in different ways. However, they both tested niacin's effect on these Parkinson model flies, and they saw that niacin can actually prevent, mitigate some of the motor and cognitive deficit experienced by these fruit flies. And so even though aging flies experience a similar type of motor and cognitive deficit over time, and even though it might not be the same molecular basis, I still wanted to see niacin's effect on these flies. And also another thing that was interesting to me was there were just like lots of various studies done on niacin's effect on longevity and aging, and saying that it could improve human longevity, but there was no solid evidence for it. So I decided to do this project to test the hypothesis that supplemental niacin and NAD in diet will positively affect Drosophila longevity, motor, and cognitive function. And so in terms of procedure, to measure the longevity of the flies, I did a lifespan experiment in which which is just like I had flies and then I counted the number that died over the course of several months until the last one died. And then in order to measure their motor function, I did a climbing assay in which all the flies were placed in an empty vial. And then the vial had a line drawn on it, like 50 millimeter from the bottom of the vial. And then they were tapped down to the bottom gently. And then I measured 10 seconds and then I counted the number of flies that climbed up to that line. And so this is pretty effective in measuring their motor function because flies naturally have a tendency to move upwards. And second of all, the Parkinson papers I read also used this method to measure their flies' motor function. And then in order to measure their cognitive function, so memory, I decided to use a memory test. And so what I did was I trained them to associate the smell of octanol with sugar and then the smell of geraniol with no sugar. And after this training phase, I put them back into their initial vials. And after a 24-hour incubation period, I put them in a tea maze where they could choose either the octanol side or the geraniol side. And then after 2 minutes, I counted the number that was on each side and calculated a preference index, which is basically number that chose octanol minus number chose geraniol over the total that made a choice, because inevitably some just stayed in the middle and didn't make a choice. And then this is extra. This is not very crucial to what I did, but I'll still include it anyways. What I did was I just had a separate group of flies that were fed on niacin and NAD, this concentration, and then they were kept for a week, and then they were placed in a sealed container with an oxygen sensor that detected the percent oxygen in the container. And I'll describe later, I didn't find very interesting results, but I just thought when I first did it that it could maybe indicate like change in metabolic function of the flies under this different diet. And so in terms of my results, the first experiment, what I did was just I had 3 groups of flies, so control, one that was fed an NAD diet of a concentration 50 milligrams per 100 gram, and then one that was fed a niacin diet 50 milligram per 100 gram. And then I did a lifespan experiment and then a climbing assay. I didn't start the memory test for this experiment, and surprisingly, what I found was that the niacin and NAD groups actually their longevity was negatively affected than the control, and you can see that it's also statistically significant. And then if I move on to the next group where it shows like my climbing assay results, you can also see that like statistically there was a statistically significant difference starting from around week 3. Which indicates that like the detrimental effect could also be like age dependent. And so since these results were surprising, I decided to do another experiment where I would not only confirm that these results would be repeatable, but I also buried the niacin and NAD concentrations so to see if this detrimental effect was also dose dependent. So you can see the results for my second experiment here, and you can see that these results were indeed repeatable. And you can also see here in D that niacin, like 10 milligrams per 100 grams, so significantly less in concentration, but still there, actually had a beneficial effect on the flies. And again, we can see that like the beneficial effect starts at around like week 3, which again indicates like an age-dependent effect on them. And also I did a climbing assay for experiment 2. And you can also see here that it starts to be statistically significant around like week 4. And then for experiment 2, I also did the memory test I was talking about earlier. And so you can again see some statistical significance throughout. And then experiment 3 was just one I did just to confirm that the results from experiment 2 were also repeatable. And then I also like measured whether my memory test was really accurate. And so you can see that I like calculated the preference index for flies that were untrained. And you can see that there was no statistical significance throughout, basically meaning that they didn't like prefer octanol or geraniol like inherently either way. So then like any preference to either side would be indicative of something that I did with them. And then briefly to mention the oxygen sensor data. Again, I told you earlier that like I didn't find anything interesting. So yeah, these were not statistically significant. And then I also and so far what I did was a prolonged dose of niacin and NAD for the flies, but I also wanted to see if an acute dose could also induce like a beneficial effect. So what I did was I gathered week 7 flies, that divided them into 3 groups of control, NAD 10 and niacin 10, and then I fed them on this diet for a week and then did the climbing assay and the memory test on them. And then you can see that the beneficial effect is statistically significant. And not only that, like NAD also has NAD also has a statistically significant effect, even though previously, previously, it did not have a did not have that much of a statistically significant effect in terms of memory and motor function here. And so this indicates that an acute dose could have just as much of a beneficial effect, if not more, than a prolonged dose. And then so in conclusion, basically, to summarize what I said, the results of my initial experiment were inconsistent with my hypothesis. Flies that were given extra niacin and NAD at 50 milligrams per 100 grams lived significantly less and had reduced motor and cognitive function as early as 3 weeks. And at these doses, the fly's short-term memory also declined. And interestingly, these negative effects were only observed in flies 21 days or older. And so this indicates like an age-dependent effect. And then the toxicity of niacin and NAD was also dose-dependent because you can see that like lower doses either had less of an effect or even had a positive effect, which was the case for 10 milligrams per 100 grams of niacin, which increased longevity and improved motor and cognitive function. And so the molecular mechanism by which niacin works is not determined in this study because I just didn't have access to the tools to do so. And it's possible that like as I mentioned earlier with the SIR2and6 pathway, SIR2and6 activity decreases in older flies, and but this effect is countered by extra niacin and NAD. And I think that in the future, if I were to continue with this project, I would probably do like a Western blot of SIR2and6 levels in young versus old flies, and also mRNA studies comparing various genes that are regulated by SIR2and6 in order to provide further insight into Drosophila age-induced motor and brain decline. And then I briefly want to mention that I did end up doing a Western blot for ATP synthase. I didn't have access to anti-SIR2and6 proteins, but like I did it for ATP synthase because that can act as a mitochondrial marker. But but there was no difference in intensity throughout all the bands. And so through that experiment, I like reasonably concluded that the changes in lifespan, motor function, and memory were probably not attributed to mitochondrial biogenesis, but I would have to do further studies. Yeah, that's the end of it.
Very interesting study, Olivia. Very interesting study. Do you think you can extrapolate the studies on flies to human beings?
I think so, yes, because if it is really through circuit like pathway, then like Drosophila has like like the orthologs. Drosophila has like lots of orthologs to humans, and sirtuin proteins is one of them. And so yeah, I think it would be analogous to the effect niacin can have on humans. And also niacin like it's obviously a vitamin, so it is beneficial to humans at certain extents, but like if you eat too much of it, like a very high dose of it daily, then it could actually have a negative effect on you, like your liver function.
Okay. Okay. Are there any further questions? Any of the audience? Not? Thank you very much, Olivia. It's a very good presentation. Very interesting one. Thank you. The next presenter is Ishan Mandala on computational simulations on aptamer-based modulation of CAR T cells targeting CD25 plus T cell malignancies. And Ishan is from Silver Creek High School. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ishan, your school is in the San Jose area. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So it is from the San Jose area. Ishan, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for all being here today. My name is Ishan Mandala, and I'm excited to share my research on enhancing CAR T cell therapies through computational simulations and aptamer-based modulation. So to start off, CAR T cell therapy is one of the most innovative treatments in cancer therapy today. And by genetically engineering a patient's own immune cells to recognize and kill cancer cells, this therapy represents a major advancement in personalized medicine. And just before I start presenting, my research aims to refine this therapy and even further by using synthetic molecules called aptamers to provide the targeting of CAR T cells and improve the accuracy. And I'm hopeful that this approach can make CAR T therapy more effective and safer by ensuring that the immune cells target only cancerous cells and sparing healthy tissue. So throughout this presentation, I'll take you through a look at the background of CAR T cell therapy, the goals I set for this project, the computational techniques I employed, and finally, the results and potential applications of this approach. So let's begin with some context on CAR T cell therapy. So to start off, some background on this CAR T cell therapy. CAR T cell therapy is an immunotherapy approach, and it has shown significant results, especially in treating blood cancers, for example, leukemia and lymphoma. And it involves extracting T cells from a patient and engineering them to express what's called a chimeric antigen receptor, otherwise known as a CAR. So this receptor allows for T cells to identify and bind to specific markers on cancer cells, acting like a key fitting into a lock. In my research, I specifically focused on the CD25 protein, which does resemble many blood cancers, and it's found in certain T cell malignancies. You can think of CD25 as sort of like a flag on the surface of cancer cells, and it's basically a target for the CAR T receptor to kill. By programming CAR T cells to recognize CD25, I'm aiming them directly and specifically toward malignant cells. However, even with this targeting, there's still a risk that CAR T cells might attack healthy cells by mistake, which could lead to unwanted side effects. And that's where aptamers come in. Aptamers are small synthetic molecules designed to bind to very specifically to target molecules, and in this case, the CD25 protein on cancer cells. My goal is to use these aptamers as an added layer of guidance for CAR T cells, helping them more precisely distinguish cancer cells from the healthy ones. And this precision could make the therapy not only more effective, but also significantly safer. So now you may ask, what am I aiming to accomplish? Well, the primary goal of my research is to determine if I can improve CAR T cells by targeting and by introducing bispecific aptamers. So these aptamers are designed to bind to both CD25 plus protein on cancer cells as a part of the CAR T cell itself, known as a single chain variable fragment or SCFV. This approach is something like adding a GPS system to a CAR T cell. Just as a GPS, it provides more precise directions to a driver. These bispecific aptamers could act as an extra layer of targeting, guiding the CAR T cells to the correct destination, only the cancerous cells marked by CD25. My hypothesis, which is guided by my aim, is that these bispecific aptamers will create a bridge between the CAR T cell and the cancer cell by binding effectively to both the CD25 plus cancer cell and the SCFV on the CAR T cell by linking the CAR T cell directly to its target with high specificity. I hope to achieve more accurate targeting, meaning fewer off-target effects and ultimately a safer treatment. So, to test my hypothesis, I conducted a series of computational simulations. Each step in this process was designed to evaluate how well aptamers could enhance the targeting abilities of CAR T cells. So, let me take you through each part of the process in a little bit more detail. So, the first one was the receptor and aptamer structure prediction. This first step was used to generate accurate models of the CD25 receptor and the aptamers. I used this thing called AlphaFold 3 to create a detailed 3D model of the CD25 receptor, which helped me understand how aptamers might interact with it. For the aptamers, I used Unifold and Bfold 3D to predict their 2D and 3D structures, which would help more in the visualization, as knowing the shapes of these molecules is crucial for predicting how they might bind to the receptor. And now moving on to the next part, molecular docking. I conducted docking simulations using HDock, and this allowed me to virtually dock the aptamers to the CD25 receptor to see how well they fit together. HDock provided valuable data on binding energy, which helped me assess the stability of these interactions. And a higher binding energy was more favorable because it typically indicates a stronger and more stable interaction, which is exactly what I was aiming for. Next is the binding site and ESP analysis. Using GRASP, I then identified the druggable sites or where binding could take place on the CD25 protein, essentially the areas where an aptamer could effectively attach. I also used the Chimera X software to map the electrostatic surface potential or ESP of the protein. And by understanding the charge distribution on CD25 surface, I could predict where oppositely charged regions on the aptamers bind most effectively. Then I did interaction analysis to see what was in store with the binding. So with PLIP, I analyzed the detail to interactions between the aptamers and CD25. The PLIP web tool allowed me to take a look at each contact point in detail, giving me insights into the molecular forces that are being involved. This level of detail was crucial for determining which aptamers had the strongest and most specific interactions with CD25. And finally, for the data visualization, I use Chimera X and Canva to create visual representations of these molecular interactions. Visualization was key in helping me interpret the data and communicate my findings like I'm doing right now, showing exactly how aptamers could improve the targeting of CAR T cells. Now let's take a closer look at the molecular docking simulations I conducted. This is one example. So in this image, you can see the CD25 receptor in red and the aptamer, which I labeled as A1, which I took from a study, aptamer A1 in purple. This visualization shows how aptamer A1 binds to a specific site on CD25, effectively locking itself into place. And this lock and key model I was referring to earlier is crucial because it demonstrates that the aptamer has a strong affinity for CD25, meaning it's likely to stay attached and guide the CAR T cell to its target. And by ensuring that the aptamer binds tightly and specifically to CD25, I could potentially improve the precision, which is where CAR T cells come in and identify and attack cancer cells. This level of precision is what makes aptamers such a promising tool for refining CAR T cell therapy. Now looking at the results, I've attached 3 figures here to show my results in a visual representation. My results were both encouraging and insightful, and they did work in my favor. So let's go over the figures on this slide to get a better understanding of what I've discovered. Figure A shows the electrostatic surface potential, otherwise known as ESP as stated earlier, of the CD25 receptor. Here, blue regions indicate a positive charge, while red regions indicate a negative charge. By analyzing the ESP, I could determine where aptamers with opposite charges would likely bind, identifying these areas of complementary charge distribution, allowing me to predict high affinity binding sites on CD25. In Figure B, I used a graph neural network to model and zoom in onto specific binding sites. This model identified areas with the highest binding potential, highlighting where aptamers are most likely used to dock effectively. The binding and non-binding sites help me understand where the aptamers can attach with the most stability and specificity. Finally, the last figure, figure C, gives us a structural view of the CD25 protein, showing the arrangement of these binding sites on the protein surface. This visualization was essential for understanding how different aptamers could attach to CD25 and allowed me to design aptamers that can bind in the most optimal configuration. Overall, these results do validate my hypothesis, and the high affinity of the selected aptamers for CD25 suggests that these aptamers could indeed enhance CAR T cell targeting and potentially lead to a more precise and safer cancer treatment. In conclusion, this research supports the potential of bispecific aptamer modulation in enhancing CAR T cell therapies. By using aptamers to bridge CAR T cells with CD25 plus cancer cells, I can add an extra layer of precision by adding an aptamer to the immune response. This study shows that these aptamers can form stable and specific interactions with CD25, and it could significantly improve targeting of CAR T cells. Using computational systems allowed me to explore these interactions in detail, giving me confidence in the potential of bispecific aptamers as a tool for targeted immunotherapy. Although there's still more work to be done before these findings can be applied clinically, I believe that this research represents a step towards safer, more precise cancer treatments. And then finally, the application of this in this real world. We can consider how these findings could be applied in the real world. By enabling CAR T cells to focus exclusively on cancer cells, aptamers could help me reduce side effects in potentially improving patient safety. This enhanced precision would minimize collateral damage to healthy cells, making the treatment much safer and potentially more effective. Furthermore, using computational simulations to design these aptamers accelerates the research and development process. Being able to simulate these interactions in computer environment means that I could rapidly test and refine aptamer designs, potentially speeding up the development of a safer and more effective treatment. And then here's a list of my references that supported my research and just a little bit of background on them. The resources I used provided essential tools and foundational knowledge that allowed me to predict structures, run simulations, and analyze results in details. And as you can see here, the tools I've listed like AlphaFold and HDoc were invaluable in this process, enabling me to visualize and explore molecular interactions with high accuracy. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope this presentation has provided insight into how aptamer-based modulation could enhance the safety and efficacy of CAR T cell therapy. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Gaurav Sharma from MIT for teaching me how to use these tools and conduct this experiment. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Sean, what is the concentration? Do you have any idea about the concentration of the aptamers that are needed or that you used to go with the T cells, the CAR cells?
Not necessarily, but what I do know is that I took the aptamers that I've tested with right now from a study that has been published. They've done a similar type of experiment to this. And what I plan to do as part of a future work is actually develop my own aptamer sequence that could help with this and aid.
Is there any specific sequence of aptamer in the individual nucleotides sequence that you need, or is any aptamer can be used, any type of synthetic aptamer?
So you would have to use aptamers that would be able to bind to the protein itself, which is what I've been testing throughout my experiment. I tested the aptamers that they've put out in a list, and I've tested those and labeled them in my own experiment, but they would have to be able to bind to the CD25 and have good parameters like a good ESP, a good bonding affinity, and all that.
The charge-based affinity, or is it some other type of hydrogen bonding type of affinity for binding? Or
So I
what?
used charge-based affinity, and I also used salinity from the
Okay.
flip web tool that I talked about earlier.
Very exciting and very interesting piece of work indeed. Definitely very useful. Probably once you can translate into therapy, it will be very useful. Thanks
Yeah,
very
no
much,
problem.
Ishan, for your presentation.
Can I
Yeah,
ask one question also, please?
Sure, go ahead, Claire.
So one of the side effects of CAR T therapy is a extreme immune response from patients essentially in the body. Have you found that the use of aptamers changes that at all? Is it an even bigger immune response, or have you encountered any research in that at all with the use of aptamers?
Not really. As of now, like most of my research is kept to like a virtual setting, but in the future, I definitely want to like expand and move into like a clinical setting because this is something I'm really passionate about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, let's move on to the next presentation by Paula Jovel and Ayesha Hossein from Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet School in Los Angeles. And the title is How Toy Interaction Informs Cognitive and Motor Development in Infants at Risk of Developing Cerebral Palsy. Seems to be a very interesting topic. Go ahead, Paula.
Can everybody see our screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Hussain. And I'm Paula Jovel. We're from Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet High School and student researchers at USC Biokinesiology Motor Development Lab. Today, we are presenting how toy interaction informs cognitive and motor development in infants at risk of cerebral palsy. First, we need to understand what toy play is. Toy play is when an infant is actively engaging with the toy.
It's okay. No, it's okay. If you want to listen to it, go ahead.
Infants initially look at toys, and as they grow, they mouth objects, bang toys, and reach for toys, which goes hand in hand with grasping toys and playing with toys, using either one hand or both hands. All of this is beneficial to their development and facilitates exploration.
Toy play is very important for infants. It helps their gross and fine motor development, which is their movement ability, by allowing them to grab a toy and manipulate it in different ways, and by crawling and reaching to the toy. It helps their cognitive development or their thinking abilities by understanding different colors, textures of the toy, and allowing them to think about the different ways they can interact with it. So, for example, when they shake a rattle, it makes a noise, and they gain an understanding of the cause and effect relationship between the rattle, the shaking, and the noise. Another example is when they play peekaboo. The baby understands that the mom is still there even when she is hiding behind her hands. So essentially, it helps them with knowing that an object or a person is still there even when they can't see them in their field of vision. Their language development progresses by helping them point at a toy and ask for it, or have different reactions to the toy. And finally, it helps their social development when they play with their siblings. They're able to understand the concept of taking turns and sharing. When they offer a toy to another baby or a parent, for example, they build positive social relations. Overall, toy play will bring many beneficial outcomes.
However, infants with cerebral palsy play with toys differently than typically developing infants. Cerebral palsy is a neurological condition caused by a brain injury during or at birth. Depending on the severity of the brain injury and what part it affects, the children can range from mild to severe motor and cognitive impairments. Cerebral palsy is also the most common form of childhood disability. 2 to 3 out of 1,000 children have cerebral palsy.
We imagine their toy exploration to be different because they have more physical and thinking impairments. Some infants with CP, for example, have difficulty grasping objects due to their inability to open their hands.
Another example is that some have difficulty sitting down independently, which means their hands aren't free to be able to explore certain objects.
So our objective is to assess toy exploration in infants at high risk of cerebral palsy, and we are able to do that by starting off with toy, no toy coding.
So our methods. For this study, we have included children who are enrolled in the SIT-PT trial. SIT-PT is a trial made to compare the effectiveness of two interventions, analyzing the progress of an infant's cognitive and motor development. The participants qualified are infants 8 to 24 months at high risk of cerebral palsy, and the sample size is 69 infants. Not all infants who have a brain injury get diagnosed with cerebral palsy, and until they are diagnosed, we use different assessments to identify those who might be at high risk.
Within the SIT-PT study, there's an assessment called parent-child interaction, where parents and children play with a regular toy and a novel toy for 5 minutes each. This assessment is video recorded and used for behavior coding using DataView.
DataView is a behavioral coding software where we code toy, no toy. We run a script, so here the box on the left, that will create a column for toy, where we will code the behavior of the infant, and then we add the data, which is our video to code.
Toy, no toy behavior coding is the coding of physical contact and engagement of an infant's hands and feet with an object. It consists of 3 codes: toy, no toy, and out of view. We code T for toy when an infant's hands and feet come into contact with a toy. The letter N for no toy when an infant is not in contact with the toy. And we code O for out of view when an infant cannot be seen in the video. There are 5 videos per infant that needs to be coded from baseline to 12 months, and so far we have coded 38 together.
Okay, this is a video snippet of how we use DataView software to code Toy No Toy. It's not playing yet, but we attach the video to the software and we code it in real time. So these highlighted cells on the right show you the moment in which we code toy or no toy. So as soon as the mom puts the toy in the baby's hand, we code toy, and the baby will drop the object soon. And once it's not in contact with it, we will code no toy because it's not in contact with the toy anymore. So we code the contact of the infant and the toy to the nearest millisecond, as we can see here. And in order for us to code toy when it comes to the infant's feet coming in contact with the toy, foot play must be active. So the toy can't just be resting on the foot.
This is how we maintain the coding log for reliability. Reliability is the proportion of agreement between 2 coders. It is required to get 90% or higher in agreements amongst other coders to ensure the quality of the codes. These are our observations after coding toy, no toy. We noticed that parents of infants with cerebral palsy or at high risk of cerebral palsy often passively put toys in infants' hands. Some infants have clenched fists, trouble controlling their arms, and reaching for toys. Many can touch the toy but cannot grasp or explore it. Many infants cannot comprehend the use of toys due to motor and cognitive difficulties.
Right now, we are only coding contact with toy, but what comes after this is coding toy exploration, which is the different ways that an infant manipulates a toy. So mouthing, banging, etc. This information gives insight into the infant's motor and cognitive development, and it will help answer our research question going on forward.
Our research question is, Does early intervention improve the toy exploration in infants at high risk of cerebral palsy compared to infants receiving dose-matched usual care? We hypothesize that early intervention will improve toy exploration in infants at high risk of cerebral palsy because they will get more attention to work on their motor and cognitive skills.
These are our references, and we would like to thank Dr. Kaluri, our school, and our teacher, Mrs. Dela Cruz, for giving us the opportunity to participate in research labs and in this symposium. We would also like to thank Dr. Dusing, who is the director of the Motor Development Lab, for allowing us to conduct research alongside her team. And finally, we want to thank our mentors and all of the members of the Motor Development Lab for helping us along the way. Are there any questions?
Any of these students taking any medicine or just they are just normal kids? Some of them affected by the CP, cerebral palsy, and some of them are normal and all that. Were they on any medicine or anything like that?
Well, the study that we're conducting, it's physical therapy. So we focus mainly on helping them with their movement and thinking skills. We don't focus on the medicine that they get.
Oh, I see. And so obviously the mothers must also be present there, the mother and the child together, I guess. It's a
Yes.
very difficult proposition to assemble all these people, actually. It's not that simple and that easy. How many have you studied actually? How many of these parent-child combos?
Well, in our trial, there is currently 69 infants, but so far, Paul and I together have coded 38
videos.
Exactly. I see.
Yes.
Very interesting. Very interesting study, actually, because it is very difficult to make a child sit in one place or do something that you want them to do. They refuse to do normally what you want them to do. Yeah.
Yes, it's very difficult, but also their parents are there with them, so it helps them sit better.
Okay. Very good. Are there any other questions from anybody else?
Yeah, could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
It still seems like it's very manual, what you have to code every time the baby's in contact with the toy. Have you thought about ways to automate this?
No, not really. So it has to be very precise, and well, so far I don't think there is a certain platform that will automatically code it. Like the code, it does take a long time, but you get faster as you do it.
Okay, thank you. Good presentation.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much, both of you, Paula and Ayesha. Thank you
Yeah.
very much
Thank
for
you.
your presentation. The next presenter is Abdurrahman Sher from Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet School in Los Angeles. And he is going to present on laser-induced graphene-based sensor for detection of subclinical mastitis. Abdurrahman, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. Give me 1 second. I'll try to share it now.
Take your time.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Well, hello everybody. My name is Abdurrahman Shir, and I'm a senior at Francisco Bravo Medical Magnet High School in the STAR and EHA pathway, working with with the MALMSAT laboratory in environmental science. But today, I'll be presenting my research that I did in my junior year's summer, titled Laser-Induced Graphene-Based Sensor for Detection of Subclinical Mastitis. First, I want to start by talking about how my journey into research began when I moved to the United States in 2022. Growing up, I always had a deep love for science and how it's not a subject that stops and it's always growing. My journey into research began in which one of the most impactful experiences for me, it was in SHINE, or Summer High School Intensive and Next Generation Engineering Program, or actually SHINE. I was honored to be a Dorfman Scholar, receiving a scholarship of $6,300, which allowed me to fully immerse myself in this incredible program. Through Shine, I gained valuable hands-on experience and a deeper understanding of engineering principles. The goal of the research that I've done is to create an efficient, sensitive, and cost-effective sensor for detection of subclinical mastitis in breastfeeding women. Additionally, I shared my research at the Biomedical Engineering Society conference at Baltimore, which was a great achievement for me, for myself. And it was about like 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. First, starting with an introduction to lactational mastitis. Mastitis is a breast infection that occurs in lactating or breastfeeding women. It can enter the breast through a crack in the nipple skin or a milk duct opening. There are two main forms of mastitis: clinical mastitis, which can occur at any time during lactation, but is most common in the first 6 weeks after birth, and subclinical mastitis, and this type occurs during lactation, but does not show any overt signs, making it tricky to detect, which is actually the focus of my research. However, it can progress to become clinical mastitis if left untreated. Talking about subclinical mastitis. In the United States, about 7 to 10% of breastfeeding women experience lactational mastitis, and it often occurs within the first 6 to 12 weeks of breastfeeding. This condition is characterized by symptoms such as hardening of the breast appearance, redness, and burning pain, which can significantly impact a mother's ability to breastfeed comfortably. The causes of mastitis are varied and can include factors like hyperlactation, where there's an oversupply of milk, excessive pressure on the breast from tight clothing or sleeping positions, and stress or fatigue, which can lower the immune system's ability to fight off infection. The diagram on this slide shows how the physiological state of the mother, including her diet, medication intake, immune system health, and hormonal balance, can affect her breast milk and consequently the health of her infant. This shows how closely linked maternal and infant health are and highlighted the need for early detection and treatment of conditions like mastitis. The criteria used to identify subclinical mastitis in breast tissue focus on two main indicators. One, in healthy milk, sodium and potassium levels are balanced. However, when the ratio of sodium to potassium rises above 1, it identifies that there is a presence of mastitis. As well as number 2, which if the sodium concentration in milk, in which if the sodium level exceeds 16 millimoles per liter, this is another clear indicator that there is subclinical mastitis in the patient. By measuring these factors, I was able to assess if inflammation might be present in the breast tissue. And looking at the healthy versus mastitis affected tissue, the diagram here helps illustrate that in healthy tissue, the cells in the milk producing glands called alveoli are tightly joined. These tight cells junctions limit sodium from entering the milk, keeping the sodium to potassium ratio at a normal level. On the other hand, in mastitis affected tissue, these cell junctions become leaky due to inflammation, allowing more sodium to enter the milk, which raises the ratio, which points also to inflammation or possible infection. Now, looking closely at the figure on the right visually, it visually compares these two states. At the top, there's an overview of breast tissue anatomy and the lactation process. Below that, you can see a conversion on the left to mastitis affected tissue with leaky cell junctions, allowing excess sodium to enter the milk, and on the right, healthy tissue with tight junctions that help maintain balanced sodium levels. Now digging deep into the core technology behind the sensor, laser-induced graphene, or I'll refer to LIG. LIG is a growing field in research in which my lab uses it in most of their projects. The process of creating laser-induced graphene sensors involves several key steps, in which we start with a flexible polyimide or PI film. This material is chosen for its thermal stability and flexibility, making it ideal for wearable sensors. And then we use a laser to engrave the conductive electrode pattern directly on the PI film. The laser precision allows us to create intricate patterns necessary for the sensor's functionality. Once the pattern is engraved, we apply silver ink to the electrode areas. The silver ink enhances the conductivity of the electrodes, ensuring that the sensor can reliably detect electrical signals. To ensure the electrodes are properly insulated as well, and maintain their functionality, we would use polyamide tape to cover and isolate the conductive pathways. This step is crucial to prevent any electrical interference and to protect the integrity of the sensor so that there's no mixture of the mastitis on the sensor and the part that goes into the machine. The diagram on this slide shows each step of the process: laser engraving, applying silver ink, and insulating with polyamide tape. By following these steps alongside my mentor, we use this highly sensitive and flexible graphene-based sensor capable of detecting diseases like our focus disease, subclinical mastitis. Now, the electrochemical potentiometric sensing mechanism is a technique I use in my project to detect subclinical mastitis. This mechanism involves 4 key steps that together allow us to measure ion concentration in milk samples. Step 1, sample introduction. The first step is introducing a small volume of milk into the sensor's reaction chamber. Here, the milk sample comes into contact with the LIG and LIG electrodes. These electrodes are key to the sensing process as they act as a surface for ion interactions. Step 2, ion interaction. In milk samples affected by subclinical mastitis, there are ions associated with inflammation, specifically sodium and potassium. These ions interact with the LIG surface and alter the local charge distribution, essentially creating a response that the sensor can detect. As for step 3, following ion interaction, an electrical potential difference develops between the working and reference electrodes. This potential difference is proportional to the ion concentration in the milk sample. In simpler words, the more ions present, the higher the potential difference we observe. This change in potential is what we'll use to assess the presence of subclinical mastitis. And finally, for step 4, in the signal measurement phase, we use a high distribution voltmeter to measure these potential differences. The readings we get from the voltmeter are then correlated to the strength of subclinical mastitis in the milk sample. So by measuring the ion concentration in this way, we can detect signs of mastitis and potentially provide early diagnosis. This 4-step mechanism allows us to detect specific ions that indicate mastitis, just in summary. Now, as for the testing, like I said, in the criteria, mastitis changes the breast milk sodium and potassium ratio. The first test that we did is designed to see how well the sensor responds to sodium and potassium ions when removing concentrations and adding distilled water instead. Specifically, I look at the sensor's EMF response, which is basically the electrical signal it produces. As the concentration of these ions increases, the EMF also goes up, which tells us the sensor is picking up on these changes. For the sensitivity test, we have 2 types of graphs. The graph on the left shows for each row shows how the sensor's response changes as we gradually decrease the concentration of ions. The graph on the right shows how the EMF changes in real time as the concentration of ions increases step by step. These graphs also give us a complete picture of how the sensor performs under different conditions, in which the results of sensitivity in sodium is 57.46 millivolt per decade, and for potassium is 54.72 millivolt per decade. These tests show that our sensor can reliably measure the concentration of sodium and potassium ions. The consistent increase in EMF with higher concentrations and the real-time changes on the graphs demonstrate that it's doing the job accurately. The sensor was tested with other ions and compounds successfully as well, in which it distinguished between sodium and potassium, as the rise in the graphs show only detection of chemical with the chemical mentioned with other ions. This ensures accurate readings that the sensor only detects the potassium and sodium ions without any other interactions. In conclusion, our sensors offers key advantages for early mastitis detection, including rapid results within minutes from milk leakage, high sensitivity to early stages of the condition, and a cost-effective fabrication process that could be done at home. As for the treatments, the regular breastfeeding or pumping on the affected side helps prevent blockage. Not only that, but pain relievers like acetaminophen can be used to as recommended by a healthcare provider, so that they can take the right amount of acetaminophen so that they don't overdose. If also if a bacterial infection is suspected, or completing a full course of prescribed antibiotics is essential to prevent reassurance, which can also be provided from a medical provider. Finally, for the future goals our future goals include integrating the sensor into a wearable device for continuous monitoring, like shown on the screen, developing a flexible readout system, and creating a smartphone and eventually testing with breastfeeding women. These were my references. And thank you guys for listening, as well as I would like to thank my professor and PI, Professor Musavi, for letting me have the chance to participate in her lab and work on not even that project, but also other projects, as well as thank you to my mentor, Ali Sulaimani, who directed me throughout the process of learning about the PhD level stuff, and the USC Shine program directors for also allowing me to have this opportunity and be a Dorfman Scholar and get funded to do this research, as well as to my STAR and EHA pathway director, Mrs. Dela Cruz, for telling me about this opportunity to share my research with likely-minded and smart individuals, as well as to the SCALACS directors. Thank you guys for always reaching out and directing me on what to do. Also, keep in touch. These are my contacts. And yeah, thank you guys for listening. Does anybody have any questions? I'm pretty sure, Mr. You're muted.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to check whether you can translate what you are doing into some sort of a small wearable device, or has that already been done, or is it in the plans?
Right now it is done. At the moment, they just want to test it in clinical trials, in which they have already tested the sensor in the breast coverage thing, like the bra. So they already tested it with trying to put milk on it and kind of see if there's any milk that is diagnosed with mastitis, to see if there's gonna be any affection. And it has indeed happened that the tests were very good. I wasn't involved in that part, but as for next steps, they're looking to actually try it in clinical trials with the actual bra, like I've showed in the slides, and eventually see if it's gonna work with different people and different types of mastitis as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Is there going to be any interference from any other ions for your signal?
Well, for the selectivity of the sensors, whenever so we did a test as shown in the slides. If there's any ions that was interfered, like if we added different ions with, let's say, sodium, it does not detect the other ions, it only detects the sodium, which can I show it in the slides?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So in this slide,
yeah.
So as there is an increase in the bar, that means that there's only detection of the sodium. Let's say sodium all in background of, potassium with sodium, it only detected sodium. Magnesium with sodium, it only detected sodium. The high part in the graph shows that it only detected the chemical that we made the sensor only detect.
Very good. Yeah, that's very nice.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. It's very, very, very interesting, actually. Any other questions?
Well, thank you
Well,
guys.
thank you very much for a very exciting and very interesting presentation, Abdur Rahman. Thank you. The next presenter is Tanishka Balaji Aglavi from Strawberry Crest High School in Dover, East Hillsborough County in Florida. And she has won the Robert Horowitz Prize for Fundamental Research of $10,000 in this year's International Science and Engineering Fair. And we are very excited to hearing her. And her presentation title is Advancing Sustainable Citrus Greening Disease Management, a comprehensive eco-friendly approach for the management of Candidatus Libribacter asiaticus using trunk injection of Maria conigli derived biological extract and its validation through precise agriculture tools. Tanishka, go ahead.
Hi, this is me. Thank you for the introduction. Very nice to meet you. Should I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so hi, my name is Tanishka Glave, and today are you able to see my screen?
Sure. Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, are you still able to, wait, let
Yes.
me reshare
Yeah.
because I don't think it's properly showing everything.
The other one was better. Yeah.
Okay, now it should be able to show it. Okay. Hi, my name is Tanishka Glave, and today I'll be giving a presentation on a comprehensive eco-friendly approach for the management of the citrus greening disease using trunk injection of curry leaf extract and its validation through precision agriculture tools. So to begin with, the citrus greening disease is known as by far the most prominent threat to all citrus cultivars worldwide, caused by a phloem-limited vector-transmitted bacterial pathogen known as Candidatus slippery-bacter asiaticus. Now, to provide some background, I'm from Florida, and in 2016, our citrus production was the highest and #1 in the world. Florida used to previously produce up to 80% of the processing oranges worldwide, but this rate has declined substantially because of this disease. Moreover, being a daughter of a citrus grower, I have witnessed firsthand the devastating impacts of this disease on our farms, as well as the current struggles of numerous farmers in managing it. As of now, there exists no cure, and that's why the EPA has actually approved 2 antibiotics, specifically oxytetracycline, as well as streptomycin under Emergency Label Section 18 for temporary management of this disease, meaning that there still is no permanent solution. Now, even with the use of oxytetracycline, there are various drawbacks. The first being that the foliar application of this antibiotic has been rendered ineffective, primarily because of the cuticles of the leaf impedes penetration of the antibiotic to the infection site. The second being that the residues of this antibiotic have actually ended up in the consumer juices, which presents a significant antibiotic resistance threat. And finally, being a synthetic antibiotic, this antibiotic has various detrimental environmental implications. Thus, in my investigation, my goal was to find out an eco-friendly and sustainable strategy for managing the citrus greening disease. Now, in this, my first goal was to develop a biological bactericide, which can serve as an alternative to chemical antibiotics. The second goal of my investigation was to engineer and modify commercial trunk injection syringes to optimize treatment delivery. And the final goal of my project was to basically develop a mathematical model which can firstly assess the real-world viability of my bactericide while also predicting the disease severity over time. Now, in my investigation, I was able to leverage a novel phenomena through curry leaf extract. The curry leaf plant is actually of the same family as the citrus plant, which is the Rutaceae family. However, when the Asian citrus phyllid feeds on the phloem sap of this plant, it becomes non-infective, presenting the potential that there must be some kind of antibacterial or antimicrobial compound, which is contributing to this immunity against the vector of the pathogen. Thus, using this phenomena, I was hypothesizing that if I use this curry leaf extract as a potential biological bactericide, it would be able to sustainably manage the citrus greening disease and also substitute for the chemical antibiotic oxytetracycline. And thus, my hypothesis was that if the novel bactericide from curry leaf extract is delivered through trunk injection, it will be able to also improve the citrus physiological processes as well as manage the disease severity. In this, I tested different concentrations of the bactericide or the extract, specifically 10%, 20%, and 30%. And then I also compared it to the industry standard control of oxytetracycline. The first phase of my investigation was collecting and screening the greening infected plants. I collected 2-year-old citrus greening plants for the USDA APHIS regulated quarantine facility of the Institute, and I screened 50 plants for similar infection level through qPCR. After selecting 30 plants, I also ensured to release 25 insects per plant to make sure that all had a similar infection level. In the next phase of my experiment, I use the methanol extraction and ethanol extraction process to obtain the curry leaf extract. Here you can see some images of the process that I used. And next, I standardized its dilution ratios at 10%, 20%, and 30% concentrations. After standardizing these dilution ratios, I delivered these antibiotics through trunk injection. Here you can see how the formulation was actually injected into the trunks of the plant. Now, even with trunk injection, what I observed were that there were various drawbacks to the injection of the treatments. The first drawback being extensive leakage of the treatment, and the second drawback being extensive trunk damage, because as you can see here, these trunks are actually very small of the 2-year-old trees, and the trunk injection syringe is quite big. So that's why you were able to see a lot of that trunk damage, as well as phytotoxicity to the plant. That's why in the next phase of my investigation, I actually moved on to engineering a modified trunk injection syringe to actually optimize treatment delivery. In this process, I first engineered the head of the syringe through 3D printing. Then I engineered the tip by adding some threads to add resistance to the trunk injection syringe tip. But even then, I realized that there was still some leakage of the treatment being delivered. That's why in the next phase, I made those threads shorter and added more threads, which was able to successfully minimize the treatment leakage. Then I added the wings to add stability to the trunk injection syringe tip while on the plant. And as you can see here, the syringe was actually able to stay in the tree, and you could actually hang the syringe over in the tree overnight, which would basically extend the injection period, and it was able to actually enable for slow release delivery of the treatment being delivered. Now, there are a few key benefits of this modified trunk injection syringe. The first benefit is minimization of the treatment leakage, and the second being alleviation of trunk damage. And the final benefit is actually the fact that now the USDA is actually asking the farmers to remove the old infected trees and is asking the farmers to plant new trees. Now, one drawback I told you before is that the trees are actually small, so the current trunk injection syringes aren't working against those trees. That's why in my investigation, my trunk injection syringe is able to work on any tree from 2-year-old to any age. And this is really a groundbreaking discovery, because now farmers can inject those newer trees, which are highly susceptible to this disease. Now, in my qualitative and quantitative data collection, I used various parameters, which included stomatal conductance, chlorophyll absorption, tree canopy measurements, as well as qPCR to quantify the bacterial population. I also conducted a qualitative disease severity analysis using the percent of leaf infected to analyze how the disease was progressing over time. This was a procedure for the qPCR. And here are the qualitative results. So for disease severity, you can see that HR is a high rate extract, MR is a medium rate extract, and low rate extract is the LR. So over time, the disease severity is actually reducing with the standard treatment, and it's also reducing with the high rate treatment, with only around 4-point difference between their disease severity. Now, with plant vigor, you can also see that the standard treatment is actually resulting in a increase in plant vigor, whereas the high rate treatment is also resulting in an increase in plant vigor. And here you can see that there's such a minimal difference between the performance of both treatments, high rate extract treatment as well as the current industry standard treatment. Now, after PCR analysis, I also validated my findings at a genomic level. So I also used PCR before my investigation to see whether there were similar infection levels between the plants, and this was the post-PCR data count. So with the PCR, you can see that the high rate extract resulted in a CT value of 25.8, whereas the standard treatment resulted in a CT value of 27.4. And here you can see that there is also a minimal difference between the performance of the high rate extract as well as the industry standard treatment. And even the medium rate treatment is also working effectively against the citrus greening disease. Next, I use NDVI and NTRE vegetation indices to essentially validate my findings by measuring the tree canopy density. Now, from the medium rate extract to the standard treatment, you can see that all values are above 0.7, which means that all of the plants are highly vigorous. Moreover, with the NGRE, which provides a penetration into the tree greenness, the medium rate extract, high rate extract, and the standard treatment are performing very similarly in terms of also increasing the greenness of the trees, which is a major drawback of the citrus greening disease. And even with the chlorophyll content analysis, you can see that the high rate extract in the standard treatment had an equivalent efficacy in increasing the photosynthetic rate of the plant. Next, I developed an OLS regression model to actually predict the disease severity in relation to various physiological processes occurring within the plant. And essentially, this was also a way to validate my findings and to ensure that this treatment was actually viable in the real world. So this is the observed graded data points, whereas this is the trend line. And this model was actually able to have a 0.94 R-square value, meaning that it was able to effectively predict the data. Here are my qualitative results in the plant. So these are the 2-year-old citrus greening infected trees. And this is oxytetracycline, high rate extract, medium rate extract, and so on. And you can see that the high rate extract and oxytetracycline plants are looking very similar in terms of their greenness, their height. Whereas you can see that the untreated plant is stunted in growth and it appears yellowish as well. Now, overall, I would say that the high-rate curry leaf extract treatment can emerge as a sustainable solution for citrus greening disease management, because not only is it biological, not only is it eco-friendly, but it's also a cost-effective solution which can manage the citrus greening disease in the long term, also combating antibiotic resistance in the future. And also, it's good for the environment as opposed to synthetic antibiotics. And I think that was it. Thank you so much. Please let me know if you would have any questions.
What are the sustainable type of materials which you can replace tetracyclines with?
Yeah, so in my investigation, my goal was to actually find out a sustainable alternative. And I would say that in terms of looking for sustainable alternatives, curry leaf extract would definitely be a highly sustainable alternative, but also there are various plants which may have antimicrobial properties, which could also serve as a biological alternative to oxytetracycline.
Would you like to consider any of these herbals or something like that, which have antibacterial properties?
I would definitely consider them so. For example, I know the neem plants are antibacterial. Moreover, there are also various tolerant cultivars of citrus, which may have some immunity against the disease as well. I feel that there are also other herbal plants which are also effective. So definitely that would be a really good alternative if I were to investigate that.
So it will be for all citrus families or only oranges or like lemons and other things too?
All citrus families.
All citrus, okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had 2 questions. I was wondering if you tested to see if your results were statistically significant.
Yes, I can show you the table. Wait, let me pull it up right now. But all of my p-values, I confirmed the p-values using the regression, and all the p-values were below 0.05.
Okay. And then the other one, I was wondering if you were worried about unintended side effects of the extract on insects or the ecosystem.
The unintended effects of the curry leaf extract. So first of all, it's biological. So in fact, it would actually repel the insect from the plant. It wouldn't harm it. But also it would protect the tree because this plant has immunity against bacteria.
Okay, thank you. Good presentation.
There are no further questions. We are very grateful for Anishka to have presented, to have agreed to present present her work. And it is a very exciting work, and I hope it will actually be translated into very useful procedure for sustaining the quality of the citrus plants. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Anishka.
so much. And again, I'm sorry if I was like a little fast, but I really appreciate all of your time for hearing my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next presenter is Vaishnavi Kolluru from Doherty Valley High School, San Ramon, California. And she is going to talk about the human milk immune complexes isolated following pregnancies complicated by COVID-19 infection contain SARS-CoV-2, NSP13, helicase, and biologically active factors. And Vaishnavi is the recipient of an ACS award at the International Science and Engineering Fair, and she won the first prize in the category of chemistry and biochemistry. Go ahead, Vaishnavi.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm actually at USC right now. So I'm actually in one of the study lounges at USC. So let me share my screen. Okay, let me get in present mode. Let me go to the beginning of the slideshow. All right. So hello everyone, my name is Vaishnavi and my project is, the short title is Breast Milk Nature's Vaccine Against COVID-19. So just a quick project summary before we dive into the specifics. So the problem that my project was intending to solve was during the COVID pandemic, a lot of mothers probably had fear of like breastfeeding their child because they didn't want to pass on any potential harms to their baby if they had a COVID infection that they didn't know about. And so that creates an exigency of like, we need to study the effect of COVID-19 infection on the composition of breast milk. So the solution that my study provides is my novel approach to breast milk proteomic analysis, includes immunoaffinity, HPLC, and mass spectrometry, yields valuable information about the properties of antigen transport in breast milk. And my study is the first to identify SARS-CoV-2 antigens safely packaged in breast milk immune complexes. So the fact that it is safely packaged is a significant outcome, and we'll explore that a little bit more in detail later on. So my research question was, do COVID-positive mothers produce breast milk containing SARS-CoV-2 proteins in the form of immune complexes? Found out the answer is yes. And pretty much, additionally, in addition to the safe passage of antigens through human breast milk, I also discovered that milk contains both adjuvant and antigen. So adjuvant is basically anything that increases the strength of the immune response, and antigen is the COVID particle itself being safely transported through breast milk. So those two combined make milk constructed similarly to an adjuvant-based vaccine. So that is a very significant discovery that could lead to a lot of implications in vaccinology and immunology in general. So quick background about how breast milk is produced. Basically what happens first is the gland lobules are composed of alveoli, which filter the blood and create milk and export them through lactiferous ducts. And pretty much the first step of purifying the milk was centrifugation and then filtration to separate the lipidic and aqueous components, or the casein and whey. And the whey is where the important proteins are because the immune factors are water soluble, so they're going to be found in the whey. And specifically, I wanted to isolate immune complexes, and so those would be found within the whey. So this is kind of how the histology or the tissue layering works in the alveoli. There's three alveolar layers: the basement membrane, myoepithelial membrane, and the luminal epithelium. So if we zoom into these layers, Basically, immune complexes are filtered from the blood through the basement membrane and through the myopithelial layer into the luminal epithelial cells. And luminal epithelial cells then break off because this is in apocrine secretion. So parts of the cell break off, and those entire sections are included within the human milk. And I feel like the fact that it's apocrine secretion as opposed to any other different kind helps explain the diversity of proteins within human milk and just how interesting human milk is composition-wise compared to other things like blood, as we'll see in the results. Just the rich diversity of proteins is really reflected by this unique secretion mechanism. So that is just some quick background. So for my methods, I utilize a novel approach to human milk proteomics. No other study has used immunoaffinity HPLC with protein A column and mass spectrometry in tandem. So basically what happens is HPLC helps separate the immune complexes from the rest of the solution. And my experimental groups was I had three samples from mothers who were infected by COVID-19 during pregnancy and 6 uninfected samples. And basically, again, as I mentioned before, the casein and whey components were separated by double centrifugation and spin filtration. And then the immune complexes were isolated from the whey based on their affinity for protein A. And basically I used, oh, and before the mass spectrometry step, I actually had to clean my solutions using a C18 HPLC purification procedure, which is a nonpolar resin. So at this point, by doing this, we're removing the fat even more and further purifying the aqueous component. I actually had to find this out through trial and error because when I was shooting my samples through the mass spec before this cleaning procedure, I was clogging up the mass spec and causing all kinds of problems and spikes in my data. And so I had to devise this new method to make sure that things were working right. So for the mass spectrometry step, this is a mass spectrometer, basically like a little schematic. But there's a lot of information in this data, and I'm not going to go over it in detail because it can get a little gnarly. But basically, it was ECTOF, so electrospray ionization, and then time of flight measurement. And these things basically, so the electrospray ionization makes the protein or the peptides act like they're gaseous ions, and so they flow through the mass spec, and then their time of flight is the way that the mass is measured, and it's proportional to the mass to charge ratio, which is how they're identified. So for the results and data analysis, this is a heat map of the human proteins identified in human milk immune complexes created using Excel. So in total, within the immune complexes, 70 human proteins were identified. And this is extremely unique because if we were to do this exact same experiment on blood, you would not see this kind of diversity within immune complexes. So that just speaks to the remarkable diversity of human milk proteome. So 70 human proteins were identified with over 2 peptides per protein detected with over 95% confidence. So matching 22,000 mass spectra to about 1,200 peptides found in milk immune complexes. And I also identified immunoglobulins A, G, and M, so antibodies, which are not even shown in here. So it's just an absolutely remarkable diversity. Like we're removing the immunoglobulins, which is what we were selecting for. And so we see these remarkable diversity even after we remove that. So yeah, we're graded from purple to teal. Previously identified proteins are indicated, but this my study is the first to identify L-xylose reductase, also known as DCXR, in human milk. And this is important because it shows that my method can provide results that are novel. And this was just a small study with 9 samples. Imagine if we were to do this with, you know, a bigger quantity of samples, and we could really discover a lot of new things. Okay, so here is different representations of this data. First is a pie chart of human proteins identified in milk immune complexes, just organizing it by peptide count percentage. As I mentioned before, if we were to do this exact same experiment with milk, this whole circle would pretty much be gray, which is the immunoglobulin category, because that is what protein A has an affinity for, is the fragment crystallizable region of the immunoglobulin. But we see this remarkable diversity. That just speaks about how rich and and interesting that milk's composition and how much more we have to learn about it. Then I did an ingenuity pathway analysis of human proteins identified in milk immune complexes, which basically helps contextualize the functions of these proteins. And then all these pathways were identified, but most importantly, the aspect that was highlighted from doing this analysis for me was that I identified 4 potential adjuvants. And again, an adjuvant is something that increases the strength of the immune response. So IL-12, which is an interleukin immune protein clustering, CD14 and MRC1, these are all related, strongly related to the immune response. And so the fact that these actors are present within the immune complexes just goes to show how strong the immune signature is. And actually, I removed the immunoglobulins from this list. So it's not even skewed in that direction, and it still has a very strong immune signature. That just speaks a lot about how important the immune function of breast milk is. And so this is the SARS-CoV-2 NSP13 helicase protein. So this is not one of the human proteins identified. This is a SARS-CoV-2 protein. And this is the first time that an actual SARS-CoV-2 protein has been identified within human milk. Before, people have found like SARS-CoV-2 RNAs and anti-SARS-CoV-2 antibodies, but this is the first time an actual COVID protein has been found within human milk, and it was transported within a safe form, which is bound to the immune complex proteins or the antibodies. So and it was also identified solely within the COVID positive sample, so this is not like a random error or something. And the function of this protein, it's a helicase, which means that it splits up the genetic material of the virus or in order to help it replicate. And so that will become important soon. But yeah, and the way it's color coded is just based on the confidence of finding it. And I was able to find 2 peptides with over 95% confidence, which is pretty significant. Okay, so conclusions, impacts, and future directions. So the first one is that breastfeeding while mothers are COVID positive is safe for infants. In fact, it's not only safe, but beneficial because I not only found that the SARS-CoV-2 peptide was transported within a safe form within an immune complex, but also like it's in a beneficial form, and as we'll see like later, it's also works similarly to a vaccine due to the adjuvants. So then the next conclusion is human breast milk has vaccine components. SARS-CoV-2 viral helicase and proteins with adjuvant functions were found in the breast milk. So the viral helicase is the particle itself from COVID, and the proteins with adjuvant functions were from the ingenuity pathway analysis. That's what helped me identify them within the human portion of the milk. And so the fact that milk contains both adjuvant and antigen reveals that we have both an agent to increase the strength of an immune response, and also an agent to direct that immune response towards a specific pathogen or a piece of a pathogen. And so, yeah, the presence of both adjuvant and antigen suggests that milk is similar in construction to a vaccine, and like an adjuvant-based vaccine. Okay, and then the next conclusion is that breast milk will help us choose better antigen targets. So actually thinking about the function of the SARS-CoV-2 NSP13 helicase, it's such an important protein for the life cycle of the SARS-CoV-2 particle, because without a helicase, it cannot unzip its DNA or its RNA, and it cannot replicate the viral particle. So our bodies decided to create a vaccine. Like, you could think about it as like nature decided to make our bodies create a natural vaccine against one of the most important proteins in the SARS-CoV-2 particle. So it's very possible that our body is like purposefully choosing optimal vaccine targets. And so moving forward, what if we use nature as a model, or breast milk as a model specifically, to design better vaccines that are targeted against more integral molecules? And yeah, basically further study of the antigens selectively added to breast milk can guide the pharmaceutical industry to designing better vaccines. And additionally, my novel method, which led to the discovery of L-xylose reductase in breast milk, will improve future breast milk studies. So I had 9 milk samples, and I was able to discover a novel protein, and I believe it was 4 of them had L-xylose reductase, which has never been identified in human milk before. And it was due to my novel method that has never been applied to human breast milk before. And so this just shows that like it's such a small study with just this new technique on a very small level too, conducted by at the time a high school student, was able to discover a new protein. Imagine what we could do when we were doing this like at a bigger scale, how much more we could learn about this very unique biofluid. Um, so yeah, thank you so much. That's my presentation. Just a little brief about like how I was able to conduct this research. Um, During my sophomore year of high school, I reached out to a lot of professors at UCSF because I was interested in learning more about biology in the lab. And so that's how I got access to the HPLC and the mass spec and was able to learn so much. And basically, my first summer, I just learned the ropes. And my second summer, I said, can I please do a project? I'm interested in this topic. And we discussed, and yeah, it just kind of skyrocketed from there. So yeah, thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Very good presentation. Very good presentation. I just was wondering whether you needed to take any extra precautions in handling this COVID-19 or SARS affected products. Did you need to take any extra precautions in handling?
Yeah, I did. So I mean, I think the breast milk is like BSL-2 if it's certified negative for, or BSL-1 if it's certified negative for hepatitis or something. It's something like that. I did the paperwork a long time ago. But you just have to handle it as like regular biohazardous material. It's not like high degree danger or anything. Because it is this milk in the end. Yeah, pretty much I was just like wearing gloves, being responsible. It was nothing like special because it's not like a toxic material or anything. So yeah.
I am a specialist in mass spectrometry. Actually, I was
Oh,
interested,
really?
yeah, to check with you what kind of ionization technique you have used, electrospray, or is it something different?
Yeah, it was electrospray. So
Electrospray.
turning the peptides into the gaseous ions via the electrospray. Yeah.
Very good. It's very good work, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody else? If there are no further questions, my sincere thanks to Vaishnavi for accepting to make the presentation here in spite of her busy schedule. I know that a freshman undergraduate will have the busiest of schedules. But anyway, we will have her give more seminars in future upon her undergraduate research or maybe graduate research eventually. Thank you very much, Vaishnavi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The next presentation is by Srijay Chenna from the Charter School of Wilmington, Delaware, and he is going to present on optimizing the synthesis of mRNA therapeutics. Srijay, go ahead.
Thank you for your introduction, and thank you for having me here. So I will be presenting today on optimizing, sorry. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
I'll be presenting today on optimizing the synthesis of mRNA therapeutics, specifically looking at the delivery of mRNA through synthetic vectors. So I want to start by taking a look at two somewhat contradictory approaches. The first is the idea of a Janus particle. This term was coined in the 1991 Nobel Prize for Physics acceptance speech by Pierre Gilles de Gennes, and he coined the term Janus particles to describe a molecular particle with two distinctive properties within the same particle. And this gave these particles the enormous potential to emulate natural systems. And so scientists have been able to do anything from mimicking the surface of a lung and the alveoli to creating functional aquaporins using this Janus particle approach. However, when you come to the idea of creating a synthetic vector, scientists made a different approach, especially for mRNA delivery. And theirs was more trying to mimic nature and natural particles. So instead of using Janus particles, they use lipids, because lipids are what are in your cells. They're what make up vesicles. And so theoretically, they should be the best molecule used for delivery of a biological agent, such as messenger RNA. And so Peter Cullis is the developer of the 4-component lipid nanoparticle, which is a popular vector for mRNA therapeutics, such as the COVID vaccine. However, these specific vectors have 3 main difficulties. First, is the synthesis. As the name suggests, it has 4 components. And each of these distinct components is complex and must be synthesized before assembling it into a nanoparticle. Additionally, these particles are not very stable. And that's why COVID vaccines have to be kept at such cold temperatures, and that can inhibit accessibility. And then finally, in order to assemble these molecules into nanoparticles, you have to use microfluidic techniques, which can be inaccessible in certain regions. The development and the combination and integration of the Janus approach into mRNA delivery comes from the creation of dendritic nanoparticles. And so Virgil Perchek, a prominent supramolecular chemist, decided to develop a vector for mRNA therapeutics using Janus dendrimers. And essentially what these Janus dendrimers do is you see the monomeric component here assembles into a bilayer, which encapsulates mRNA and actually mimics real vesicles very well. However, my project goals were to do a variety of things focusing on dendritic nanoparticles. So in a previous year, I achieved the design of a simplified ionizable amphiphilic Janus dendrimer. And I synthesized that molecule and did testing in mice models to ensure its efficacy medically. And then in the second year, I designed the total synthesis of this molecule and used primarily new reagents in order to affect this synthesis. In that past project is a brief summary of what was achieved. The synthesis of this unique and simplified molecule was achieved. So this monomer was the final product versus this larger and more complex monomer. And as we'll see later, that leads to a much simpler synthesis. And so this makes 3 key advancements: a simpler synthesis, more monodispersed particles, which ensures replicability in drug delivery and drug batch creation. And this molecule is more stable. So it's stable at room temperature. So the implications for use in vaccines, etc., include stability, especially in warmer regions. In testing this in mice models, it was found that the simplified molecule has similar medical efficacy to more complex Janus dendrimer models, which are beginning to have similar efficacy to the industry standard. So in designing this total synthesis for this particular project, there are 3 overarching steps. And so this design synthesis starts from a reagent, propyl gallate, which is a food additive available in large quantities for cheap. And so when looking at these 3 arrows, this blue arrow signifies a step that was done last year, and a substitution, a nucleophilic substitution using a thionyl chloride SN2 substitution. Here is a simple reduction, reducing this propyl alkyl group into an alcohol, and then here is the primary rate limiting step. And is the tri-substitution of these hydrophobic alkyl tails into these phenols here. And so this green arrow signifies the primary area of focus because it's the most inefficient step, and additionally it's the first step, which determines the efficiency for the entire synthesis. And so focusing on that green arrow, I sought to find the main problem with that reaction. And so I analyzed the literature reaction. As done in literature, you see the reaction scheme here. The reaction scheme uses an alkyl halide to substitute the phenols in this propyl gallate precursor. And what found was that researchers used a very high temperature to drive the reaction to completion. And that I theorized that that was what resulted in a low isolated yield. So I did a preliminary analysis using nuclear magnetic resonance. I created a solution of the reaction solvent, dimethylformamide, and the reaction agent, the alkyl halide, 2-ethylhexyl bromide, and heated it to the reaction temperature, and then did an analysis. And what I found was few impurity peaks, which resulted afterwards, and then additionally a missing peak that corresponds to the alpha carbon on the 2-ethylhexyl bromide, suggesting that this bromide reagent has substituted perhaps into the dimethylformamide. And so I also found a unique thing is that this mixture formed an azeotrope. 2-ethylhexyl bromide has a boiling point around 70 degrees Celsius, but because it forms an azeotrope with dimethylformamide, you can increase the temperature to 120 degrees Celsius and keep it in solution. However, that places immense strain on the molecule, which is likely why we see this decomposition. So in trying to address this problem, I identified the two main issues was high temperature synthesis made inefficient reaction conditions. And these now high temperature uncontrolled reaction conditions cause the formation of side products and impurities, which reduces reaction yield. And so the solution is a new reagent. Instead of using an alkyl halide, an alkyl tosylate has a better reactivity because it has a better leaving group. And so the first thing I did was synthesize that new reagent, this alkyl tosylate. And the synthesis of this alkyl tosylate comes with 2-ethylhexanol, a widely available chemical reacting with tosyl chloride, which is a substitution reaction in order to get this alkyl tosylate, which can then be used in that green step, the rate limiting step. So this is the synthesis that I performed in order to obtain this reactant. And this reactant was then inserted into the original reaction to obtain the product, the intermediary product in the orthogonal synthesis. And so I was able to use a lower temperature than literature had with an alkyl halide. And because of that lower temperature, I was able to observe a much higher yield. So this lower temperature took longer, but produced less side reactions, had more targeted specificity, and using this reaction setup under an inert gas atmosphere was able to minimize side reactions and produce the product with high yield. So in an analysis of the results, understanding the reagent synthesis, so of the alkyl tosylate, I was able to produce 53 grams, which was essentially the maximum with the academia glassware I had, at a high yield of 97%. It's a one batch synthesis. A batch of therapeutic nanoparticles is made from milligrams of the substance. So 52.77 grams of a reactant is plenty. So it's essentially a one-step synthesis. And then for the product, an 82.5% yield at a gram scale, which is much higher, as we'll see, than literature has reported using an alkyl halide. The importance of the optimized precursor methodology essentially comes from the fact that having a specific methodology for a large-scale synthesis is important, especially when the reactants are not able to be visualized by TLC to monitor the conversion and to make specific purifications. Especially because 2-ethylhexanol and 2-ethylhexyl tosylate have very similar polarities. When you're doing a column chromatography purification, it's very difficult to separate them, especially when you can't see it by TLC. And so what happens is you get a contaminated NMR peak. And so this is a NMR of one of trial I did where I had a contaminated NMR with unreacted reagent because I hadn't been able to monitor conversion. And then that is difficult to separate. So in order to make sure the reaction reaches completion, I developed a very specific procedure. And a very specific purification with flash chromatography. Specificity with increased reactivity comes from using a tosylate reagent. And so there's increased resonance stabilization because of a tosylate leaving group. And this promotes increased yield, as well as increased reactivity, which allows you to reduce the temperature, which prevents byproduct formation, which also increases yield and efficiency. So essentially, the improvements are this. In this three-step synthesis to obtain this very simple monomer for a nanoparticle, a dendritic nanoparticle for mRNA therapeutic delivery, the first step has been optimized to make a reagent with nearly 97% efficiency, and then an 82.5% efficiency for step A, where literature reports a 45% synthesis for this hydrophobic precursor. Additionally, in a big picture from a big picture perspective, these three steps are in comparison to 20 plus steps in industry standards like lipid nanoparticles. And so this simplification has implications for accessibility and for overheads in production. I would like to thank the mentors I've had in this project, Professor Virgil Perchek and Professor Drew Weissman. And while I had this idea and I've been chasing this idea of vaccine accessibility for some time, I've been very grateful to their support in my pursuit of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Srijay. That's a very interesting synthetic protocol that you have developed and you have used. And is there any other reagent you considered apart from the tosyl chloride?
Apart from the tosyl chloride, sure.
Yeah. Like any aliphatic sulfonyl compound?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, sure. I did consider those. The reason I used the tosyl chloride was because of its popularity.
Mm-hmm.
And converting alcohol to a tosylate, it was just a widely available reagent, and it also gave me the desired increased specificity that I was seeking.
Yeah, that's very good. Very good. It's a very elegant, ingenious protocol that you have developed, a synthetic protocol that you have developed for making the dendrimer, actually. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrew Lee from South Korea, and he is an invited speaker, and he will be talking about prevention of phone scams through identification of distinct voice prints. It's a totally different area than the biological and chemical biological areas that we have been so far dealing with. And here is Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Krishna, I don't show that Andrew has joined the meeting.
Oh. So he's not there? Shall we move on to the next one then?
Yes, I've also received no email communication from Andrew, so I think it's safe to say we can move on to the next presenter.
Okay. So the next speaker is Samuel Azmin from Gwinnett School of Mathematics, Science and Technology, Georgia. And he will be presenting on neural network analysis of MRI scans for functional neurological disorder diagnosis. Go ahead, Samuel.
Hello, I'm going to share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Samuel Azmin, and this is my project on the neural network analysis for the diagnosis of functional neurological disorder, otherwise known as FND. So before I discuss this project, I'll give a brief explanation of FND. Functional neurological disorder is a medical condition that impacts movement, sense, and cognition of patients. Currently, there lies a significant issue in the misdiagnosis rates of neurological disorders, specifically functional neurological disorder, due to the fact that there is no formal diagnostic method for this condition. The only current technology that aids in diagnosis is electroencephalography. However, this method is still very inaccurate, as well as being costly and time inefficient, due to taking extended periods of time to measure electrical activity in the brain. As seen in Figure 1, electroencephalograms misdiagnose up to 20% of neurological disorders such as unresponsive wakefulness syndrome. According to Lake, FND's misdiagnosis rate is approximately 10%, which is 6% higher than other general neurological conditions such as multiple sclerosis and Alzheimer's disease. This stems from the challenge in finding another condition that better explains the symptoms at hindsight, and therefore patients are just categorized into this disease. Furthermore, there are multiple clinical trials from patients that are heavily varied. As seen in Figure 2, the slightest variance in MRI scans from what is normal is usually indicative of a neurological condition, which makes it more difficult to classify this disease. The aim of this project was to address the question of improving diagnostic accuracy for FND by utilizing logistic regression models and convolutional neural networks, integrating patient MRI data and clinical history to differentiate FND from other neurological disorders. Not only does this aid in the safety of patients, but it also lays the groundwork for future explorations into AI-driven diagnostics. With this engineering project, the null hypothesis was that the convolutional neural network would not produce statistically significant improvements in the accuracy of FND diagnosis compared to existing diagnostic models. An alternative hypothesis would be that there would be a statistically significant improvement due to the fact that neural networks have enhanced capabilities to analyze complex patterns in imaging and historical data. For the methodology, MRI scans were first pre-processed through noise reduction, or the process of removing irrelevant or extraneous information from the images. The goal of this noise reduction was to enhance the quality of scans so that so that more meaningful data is more pronounced and easier for models to analyze. The way that the algorithm accomplishes this is through signal processing techniques, such as a high-pass filter, which is a Butterworth filter to perform a bandpass operation, allowing only signals within a certain frequency range to pass through. Then the MRI scans were normalized, which refers to the process of adjusting values in the image data to a common scale without distorting the ranges of the values through lossy compression. This was done using a min-max scaler to fit within a specific range. After this, the images were segmented into different ROIs or regions of interest through clustering models such as k-nearest neighbors and Birch modeling. A logistic regression model was used to create a baseline model for classification of general neurological disorders, and this model was then trained, validated, and evaluated based on performance metrics such as accuracy, precision, and recall, and F1 score. A convolutional neural network was then implemented, composed on multiple dense layers, culminating in a sigmoid activation function tailored for binary classification tasks. This was used over a ReLU activation function based on my literature review. The sigmoid activation function was used to produce a final diagnostic statement of whether the patient is diagnosed with FND or not. This was done using a TensorFlow and Keras for the layer architecture, as it was not in the scope of this project to design architecture for a neural network specifically for this model. As seen in Figure 3, this is a 2D heat map of one of the neuron activation layers used in this model, where brighter areas indicate feature importance. The model is trying to form connections between features such as white matter integrity, gray matter volume, resting state connectivity, and abnormal brain rhythms, all depicted from the pre-processed MRI images. Moreover, the same process of training, validating, and testing the model was done for the neural network, and performance metrics were evaluated along with the receiver operating characteristic curve analysis to determine the AUC, or area under the curve, which was inputted into a convolutional function to determine the accuracy score. Precision, recall, and F1 score were also similarly calculated using weighted and macro averages. The results are seen here. These are confusion matrix to compare the logistic regression model with the FND neural network. As you can see on the FND neural network, the true positive and false negative cases were maximized along the top left and the right bottom. This is also a heat map for precision and recall comparing the logistic regression model and the FND neural network. The most notable metrics are the accuracy metric for the baseline model, which was fairly maximized at a 75.4 confidence level with perfect precision for both classes and evidently no false positives. On the other hand, the ROC curve analysis, as seen here, proved an AUC, or area under the curve, of 0.83, which indicated an above average discriminative threshold in differentiating patients with and without FND. The accuracy metric, as seen here, for the FND neural network was 92%, which is greatly maximized. However, the recall, as seen here, the recall for the negative class was quite low, indicating that the model only identified a low amount of the actual negative cases. A t-test was conducted. To compare the means of the predictions from the neural network against the actual labels. The distributions of the Y predicted and Y true labels were then plotted with kernel density estimation, which estimated the probability density function to help visualize the underlying distribution of data points. With a p-value of 0.356, this shows that there was no statistically significant improvement in the model's accuracy from general models accuracy, despite the significantly high accuracy for the FND neural network. In conclusion, the baseline model served as a comparison for the FND neural network, specifically in tuning the feature engineering to have a context on the relevant features to identify during segmentation. The CNN differentiated between FND negative and FND positive states with a 92% accuracy, which is mostly attributed to the continuous validation and optimization process and epochs. Some limitations of this project was that the MRI dataset for the baseline model was separate from the FND model. However, with the normalization process, I believe that this may not be that big of a limitation at all. An overlap in neurological conditions, however, would make it more challenging for the logistic regression model to distinguish between the conditions accurately, which is why I did not include such images in the datasets. A small batch size of 1,000 images segmented across 10 epochs may have also led it to an inflated accuracy as well. The project brought a new perspective on a greatly accurate and optimized integration of neural networks for patient diagnoses. The future implications are to support more conversions of using artificial intelligence in the medical industry, and the usage of machine learning in particular for not only improving patient diagnoses of FND, but other difficult conditions as well. These are my references, and I would like to thank the judges for hosting me for this symposium.
Thank you, Samuel. What is the software program you used actually?
So I used PyTorch. I used PyTorch libraries as well as TensorFlow and Keras libraries, and the IDE that I actually used, the compiler, was Visual Studio Code. So the project was completely free and no cost at all. So it was completely digital.
How
The
long
collection.
does it take?
So I started this around October of 2023, and after all the results culminating, that took up to March of this year.
Okay. Very good. It's a very interesting piece of work that you have presented, and it's a very good application of AI, and machine learning is also part of AI, obviously. So it is a very useful application that you have developed for that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Was I sharing my screen, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How do I? Am I sharing my
Any
screen?
other questions from any of the judges? Anybody else?
I ended your screen share, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
There are no further questions. Thank you, Samuel, very much for your presentation and for
Thank you
making time to come and make the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
for
I
having me.
also take the opportunity to thank our judges, two of them, Catherine Bay and Emma Kraszewski. They are both from Schrodinger from New York. Then Sanwa Jung is a teacher at one of our local schools, and she teaches chemistry at the Pacifica School. And last but not the least, Claire House, who is a microbiologist and who has been my associate in spreading STEM education among local schools here, and she has done human work helping me and the school teachers to actually promote STEM experiments and STEM programs. And thank you, all of you judges, and hope to receive your gradings by maybe Monday or Tuesday next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.